Good morning and welcome to the September 17th, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting. As customary, if we could please rise for a moment of silence. Supervisor Crandall, could you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Susan here for 5 minutes?
For consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda, is there any extra items? Approval of consent agenda. A consent agenda is seen as items that are non-controversial that can be moved by one motion unless somebody from the board wishes to pull an item for further clarification or questions. So far, I've been asked to pull 5.3, 5.5, 5.15, and 5.18. Anything further from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on the consent agenda? See no movement, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I will move to approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, 5.6 through 5.10, 5.12 through 5.14.
Second.
And then
Oh, and then
5.16
actually 5.16 through 5.18 as well.
5.17.
Yeah.
We're pulling 1.5.
Oh, okay, I put 5 for
Did we
some
also
reason.
note 5.11?
We pulled that one, right?
No, no. What's been pulled is 5.3, 5.5, 5.15, and 5.1.
Oh, I got it. I made a mistake. Except for the 4. I move to approve all of them except for the 4.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you,
A
Rob.
motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Do we wish to take up any of these items right away?
We can if you wish, or we can do them later.
I have a quick question. We could do 5.3, except I see that District Attorney Cronus is here. Are you here for that one?
Yes.
Okay, so she actually does have to be upstairs probably, so.
Okay, so 5.3.
You want to take
we
that
can
one up now, or can we?
That would be great.
Okay, so we'll take up 5.3, approve the amended county vehicle policy concept directing human resources to meet and confer with appropriate bargaining units. Supervisor Simon.
So after our last meeting, it was brought up, Rob asked if we could set up a little ad hoc committee to have a meeting on it. We did have the meetings. We had 2 separate meetings to go over the policy. We met with both Brian Martin and with District Cronus, and we're presenting today that we would like to make the changes that were presented in your documents here today to the draft vehicle policy.
Public, is there anything further from the board on this item? Okay. No, well,
I'm Susan Cronus, the district attorney. I just want to thank Moke Simon, Rob Brown, and Carol Hutchinson for meeting with me on this issue. And I realize that the current draft reflects a significant change from the original proposal. My utmost concern regarding this change in the take-home vehicle policy is the safety of the public so that DA investigators can respond to emergencies and critical incidents as swiftly as possible. And I think this revision does provide for that. So I certainly would be happy if we didn't have any of these incidents where the district attorney investigators had to respond after hours to assist with emergencies, but sadly, that is not the reality, current reality in Lake County and probably every other county in the state. I want the people of Lake County to know that the DA investigators will be there with other law enforcement personnel to assist in investigations of critical incidents, criminal investigations, and emergencies, no matter what time of day or night. So thank you very much for reconsidering the original proposal and letting me have my input along with Rob and Moak with your concerns and input. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I'd just like to respond. Thank you very much also. I know that when we went through the process, we asked, I know there's a little more paperwork. Rob, I think, said it the best way, being accountable for everything. I know we're asking you to come back and do a report once a year, to let us know how things are going. So we appreciate that, and we understand that you have enough to do, but we appreciate you working with us on that. So thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning. I want to also thank Supervisors Simon Brown and Carol Hutchinson for meeting with us on August 6th. I'm here because I didn't get the changes I was asking for in our meeting, so I want to bring it to the entire board. One of the things that we discussed at that meeting was a request, I believe it was from Supervisor Sabatier, about the financial impacts of a take-home vehicle. And the only issue that I have is I only have one manager in my department that doesn't have a take-home vehicle, and it's the financial manager. And I realize that there's some people think that, well, you don't just get a vehicle because you're a manager. I think the sheriff's office is in a bit of a unique position. We're the only department that operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have business hours that encompass every minute of every day. And sometimes the line staff and the first line supervisory staff needs management assistance just as they do during the regular 8 to 5 business hours. And to have somebody that's available to come in on a moment's notice that doesn't have to use their own vehicle during the off hours is a tremendous benefit for the department. Back to the financial impacts. We calculated out the costs expanded over the life of the vehicle between the maintenance, fuel costs, purchase price of the vehicle, and it comes out to around $230 a month. Calling in a non-FLSA exempt employee more than once during a month would quickly exceed that amount. And I want to go over some of the duties and tasks that the manager that's currently assigned to this vehicle does. Just since that meeting, we started keeping track of some of the things that that manager has done. We have officers that go to training sometimes over the weekend. They'll leave on a Sunday. Sometimes they're way out of town at academies. And just over this weekend, we had a supervisor go to supervisor training that needed a vehicle assignment and also arrived at the hotel, and there was an issue with her check-in. We paid for the hotel with a check. The hotel requires a credit card. The employee does not have a credit card for incidentals. So the manager had to come in on a weekend to take care of that issue. We had officers during the month of August monitoring an inmate out of county that was housed at UC Davis Medical Center. The inmate was supposed to be released at a certain time and wasn't. The officers had to seek lodging unexpectedly because of the extension of the hospital stay, and that was another item that required a manager to respond and take care of that. The Gulf fire, we had an issue at the EOC with a communications issue that needed to be resolved. This manager assisted with physical agility testing on a weekend. During the month of, over the weekend, we also had a workers' comp injury. And sometimes those things they're unexpected and they're unplanned, and these are the types of things that occur during off hours, weekends, nights, holidays, that sometimes need managerial support and for somebody to come in. This isn't an issue of this particular manager coming in for every single incident. There are plenty of incidents where our other manager, as a sworn staff, OES, comes in to help support operations, but a lot of times these issues of managerial support fall in the wheelhouse of somebody who is not a sworn person and who is not the OES manager. Some anecdotal stories over the time, and I don't have dates on some of these, but we had an issue with one of our bathrooms flooding in the main office over the weekend. Having a manager available to come in and who knew the connections and who knew the purchasing ordinance properly, how to properly secure those services was essential. We had an alarm that started sounding on one of our generators, so rather than simply silencing the alarm, the manager was able to come in and get a hold of a contractor to come in, repair and service that to make sure that we didn't have any further issues. We have vehicle accidents. As we operate 24 hours a day, we have work comp injuries that come in quite frequently. One incident that really stood out to me that demonstrated the need for this manager to come in, we had a gas card that was lost or stolen from one of our deputy sheriff's vehicles. This manager over the weekend was able to come in and notify the gas company. She had a record of her notifying the gas company, and that credit card went on to be used by somebody without authorization to the tune of nearly $4,000. We were sent a bill for that $4,000, but because this manager was available to come in and handle that, we had a record that allowed us not to be liable for that bill. So, in closing, I'd like to see a change in the MOU for management for also all managers, but I'm only here to speak for my department at this time. And being the only department that runs 24 hours a day, every day of the year, I think it's a benefit to the county. It is not overly costly for the county to allow the vehicle policy to allow a manager in the sheriff's office to have that take-home vehicle. That's all I
Any
have.
questions from the board?
Maybe there's another time that we can bring up the issue of how it is we have a gas card that can be used by somebody anonymously for $4,000. I guess we can deal with that some other time. I don't know how that would happen. And I mean, I appreciate the information that you're giving us. It's nothing new. It's what we've heard before. You know, and I still, you know, don't know how somebody goes to supervisor training and they don't have the, you know, all the stuff already taken care of before they get there. That wasn't last minute or anything, but, so I don't know. I appreciate the situation that the sheriff's office has that's unique, but I still feel the same as the recommendation of the committee.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I don't have an issue with making that change, and I don't have an issue with the changes that are in front of us here for the policy. What I want to make sure is that there's a community benefit to it as well. For instance, when a deputy takes their cars home, they have a police vehicle in their driveway, which kind of tells the community there's an officer in the area, and maybe it lowers the crime happening in that area, maybe not. But a lot of the cars that I see in our fleet, they're just one color and they don't have much of any markings whatsoever. So I would suggest that if we move forward with this, which I hope we do, that we can look at putting some markings on our vehicles that say district attorney, that says law enforcement vehicle. It doesn't have to say deputy on there or something, but something along the lines to also have that presence of a vehicle in the community by being a take-home vehicle, offer more than just it being a take-home vehicle. That way it has an effect in that community that they're staying in. And I don't have any data to prove to you that it lowers crime or does anything like that, but I know that I notice when there's cars that are police vehicles, cruisers in people's parking lots, and I'm sure that everyone else does as well. So I think it makes a difference.
Supervisor Brown?
Just to add to that, the biggest difference that happened, that we saw, you know, when the deputies were able to take cars home, was the fact that they weren't sharing vehicles with somebody else, and they were able to, you know, they could take credit for taking care of the car, and they could take blame for if something happened to it, you know, rather than 3 or 4 different people driving the hell out of a car, and you don't know who's tearing it up or whatever. So it actually saved us a lot of money.
Right, because
in that regard.
then you have pride of
But-
ownership.
And you're right, I have never seen any statistics either that show that crime is down in neighborhoods where there's a car visible there, but there certainly is a savings to having that deputy have the same vehicle and take care of it on their own, so.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chris Macedo, the Undersheriff for the Sheriff's Office. I've got some specific examples within the last couple of months for this particular manager who's responded to particular incidents. On Saturday, July 20th, we had an issue with our evidence shed. Buildings and Grounds had just installed electronic locks on that structure, and one of our sergeants was unable to access that to store evidence. This individual from the Sheriff's Office, this manager, is the one who has the programming and the codes for that. She came in and was able to resolve that, get this person the access and troubleshoot it for us. That same date, was back in the office again. We had an issue lodging, providing security for an inmate who was being housed out of county at a medical facility that she needed. The person was supposed to have been released earlier, was not being released, so we had to provide another night's lodging for that particular correctional officer to stay at this facility. She also came in on August 1st, a vacation day for her, to provide for additional lodging for some correctional officers who are continuing to be out of county, housing an inmate at a medical facility when that inmate was also supposed to be released to come back earlier and did not come back. This manager also is involved and represents the Sheriff's Office and the Sheriff's Activity League. She was there representing us on the barbecue and the awards ceremony, and so she was there representing us for that. August 2nd was a vacation day for her as well. There was an officer leaving for school over the weekend, and that person, who was a new employee, had not made arrangements to pick up a vehicle to take to this training, so she had to come in and make sure that person had a vehicle to do that. August 3rd, Saturday, the following day, there was same issue with another inmate that was being housed and was not being released to make lodge arrangements for that. On August 8th, we had lodging issues with an employee not being able to check in at a certain time. We called in another person to try to resolve it. That didn't work out, so she had to come in and deal with that. We only have 2 employees in the sheriff's office that have the county credit card, and that's his finance manager and the sheriff himself. So to use the county credit card, it's either or 2. We had the Gulf Fire that occurred just last month, and our televisions and our DirecTV provider that was not working in the EOC, she holds the contract for that and has the password and information to contact that resolve that, so she came in and resolved that for us. On Sunday, August 18th, she was asked to assist the Sheriff's Office Activity League for the setup for the Heroes of Health and Safety Fair, and she did that. She also represents the Sheriff's Office at the Sheriff's Activity League Board meeting, which was on August 22nd at 6 p.m. in Kelseyville. As the sheriff alluded to earlier, she assisted with the physical agility testing for deputy sheriff trainees on August 24th. We also had an inventory that was due to the auditor's office, that we had a deadline approaching. We didn't realize that it was due, and so she came in on her day off to complete that deadline to make sure that was done. We had an employee on September 1st, 2009, that suffered a blood exposure during an incident, and she had to come in and get the paperwork completed for that, so this deputy could go to the hospital, get a baseline blood test done, and then the subsequent follow-up testing for that. We've had myriad of issues with, and I've personally been involved in this as I was formerly the training manager for the sheriff's office, where we send employees off to training. You find out when you get there, the motel does not accept a government check, and it's either that employee comes back home, however many hours drive, or you call the finance manager to come in and use the credit card in order to pay for this. I have tried to resolve these issues with a lot of these lodging facilities in the past to try to get the final lodging price, and there's always something that they don't tell you when you make reservations, either a tourism tax, a parking fee, or something else, that it's never the right fee, and we end up having to have the credit card charged. I have direct oversight of this sheriff's management employee, and if she is not allowed to continue to have this take-home car, I would not require her to come in on her day off or after hours driving her own personal vehicle without compensation and adding additional wear and tear. I would assign that to one of her subordinates who would be paid to drive her own personal car, at least receive some compensation. But that would be 3 hours of call-out pay for that employee to come in and do that. That would cost more to pay that subordinate employee 3 hours at time and a half for each one of these incidents than it would the manager employee to have her take-home car to do these duties just for that. So I would ask the board to indulge the sheriff, who I believe knows how to run his department the best way. There's so many things that come up after hours on weekends that you can't plan for, no matter how hard you try. But this manager has proven time and time again that she's willing to drop what she's doing and available to come in and resolve these issues. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on this item? See no movement, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
I just wanted to make a suggestion. I think as we move forward, some of the issues that were brought up, specifically for the sheriff position we're discussing, that let's see how technology can help solve some of these issues in the future. We're maybe using cloud-based access to your computer in the office, can get you the information so you can problem solve maybe remotely, so there's no need to have to drive. But I don't think that's going to solve all of the problems that were listed. So I think there's some other solutions than just offering a car for some of those, but some of those definitely needs a car. And again, we were just told that the cost would be larger if there was no car versus if there is. And I think that's just something we need to review. I'd like to see maybe a 6-month review rather than a 1-year review, just to see how this is working out, again, to the best of for our financial uses. That way we don't wait a whole entire year and see, well, maybe this is not working for us, or yes, it is working for us. So I would suggest we go for a 6-month report.
So you're requesting to have it put on and then have a 6-month report, having?
I'm
that
suggesting that we move forward with changes to the sheriff and the changes made out previously, which is in our report for the district attorney, and then have a 6-month review.
Supervisor Crandall?
I agree with that. The reason I say that is because you're talking about also some other changes when it comes to more iCloud type of stuff, things like that. That's still going to be an added cost and added benefit. It will benefit, but it's still going to be a cost. So you have to factor all those in. So I'm in agreement and support of that as well. If the sheriff recommends it, and he's given some numbers, I don't see a problem with it.
Anything further? Carol, I know we discussed there was another way that maybe possibly,
Yes. If you look at the page 16.9.1 of the policy, which is this particular section, and you look down towards the bottom of the page following item C, there's an additional section that reads, additionally, at the request of a department head and with the approval of the Board of Supervisors, take-home vehicles may be assigned to employees who clearly demonstrate one of the following conditions. The first condition is living in or working in a remote location, going directly from home to that place of work. The second one, E, might apply to this circumstance where the overall net cost to the county is less than if the employee is reimbursed for the use of his or her private vehicle for miles traveled. And so there's nothing precluding any department head from requesting special approval, special authority for a take-home vehicle, as opposed to naming by positions in the policy. And then there's a third criteria at the top of the next page. The third possible exemption would be an employee that is a board-appointed employee or an elected official who, in the estimation of the board, requires a take-home vehicle.
Supervisor Simon?
Just one thing I forgot to mention too, in section C, we did add, and I know everybody sees it, but I'll just say it out loud, and we added sworn management staff and the emergency services manager. I just didn't say that earlier, so just want to say it for the public.
Anything further from the board?
So what is the recommendation? To go with the recommendation that's been presented?
If I may, at this point, if we're looking at D being able to cover the sheriff's needs.
E, sir. It would be E.
Cost of the county. So but from what I understand, Sheriff Martin just came and told us the opposite, that it would be a savings and that it wouldn't actually be cheaper for us to pay for her personal vehicle use versus a county use. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, then we also heard from the undersheriff saying that he wouldn't require her to come in, but having others come in to almost guarantee that it would cost more, so. Which is unfortunate, but.
I think what was said was if the manager that has the take-home vehicle now comes in on her time off. One of the reasons she does that is because she has a take-home vehicle. I don't know what her personal vehicle situation is, but she does that without any added compensation. We can assign somebody to be on call that is a non-FLSA exempt employee, and per that person's MOU, they'd be entitled to 3 hours minimum call-out time. So this is, the county has realized a benefit from this situation because we haven't had to do that. If we need to assign somebody to come in and take care of these issues, then I think there would be an added cost to the county.
And so if we moved along without any changes, then at this point, these options are available, but if Sheriff Martin requires to utilize D, he would have to come back to the board for approval?
Yes. I think conceivably you could give it today. Is there anything precluding them from giving such approval today, Anita? It's not specified on the agenda, but.
If you're going to make significant changes in the policy, right now it's just going in concept, going to meet and confer.
Is your microphone on?
At this point, if your board wants to give direction in terms of to HR, in terms of going forward to either reconsider this or to make a change, I think you can do so only in concept. You can't act on the issue at present because that's not what the agenda item allows you to do.
But we
Also like
could
to-
just add the sheriff's what the position that the sheriff's asking us to include
You
in this.
can,
We could
in
just include
concept. But again, because the agenda item says in concept, what you've told the public is that this is an idea in concept, not an action. So that's why I'm cautioning you against just unilaterally taking action until the agenda item accurately reflects what you're going to do.
Right. Makes sense.
And I'd be happy to abide by the same reporting requirements as provided for the district attorney's office, either annually or semi-annually, to show what instances occurred when that particular manager had to come in. More than happy to do that.
Supervisor Simon.
I think the only thing, going forward with the concept that we have in place, I think it's already in there in the next paragraph in section, so my thoughts would be we move forward with the concept of the vehicle policy that we brought forward today as the committee, and there is an opportunity at a later date for the sheriff to come back with those if that's what he wants to do. I understand that is, but my thought would be to move forward with it because the opportunity is in there for you to do that.
Madam Chair?
Carol.
I guess, however, though, based on the sheriff's point that it would cost more to have another hourly employee make that response, perhaps the language in E should be revised just slightly, because the language in E is specific to the cost of that employee being reimbursed mileage versus having a vehicle. So I might propose, these are just off the top of my head, but an additional clarifying statement added to E, or perhaps it just needs to say that the net county cost to the county is less when the employee is provided a take-home vehicle, something to that effect, which would enable.
It says now. It says-
Well, but it goes on to say if that employee is reimbursed for mileage, so. And in this case, we're talking about another employee covering and
Oh.
being paid wages as well.
Then you
Yes.
can just change it, were to be reimbursed.
Supervisor Simon. Supervisor Sabatier, I can see you thinking.
I'm thinking. I'm making assumptions in my comments here, but I'm assuming if we're at somewhat of an impasse to use D, E, and F, that we will be at the same impasse if Sheriff Martin has to come back to this board to request approval, because obviously it's an issue of saying yes or no to that specific position, having access to a vehicle.
And I know there's a lot of talk on the financial costs of the county. I've demonstrated with financial costs, this is pretty minimal. To me, this is more about being able to effectively run my department. We're the only department that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have people on duty. It's not, it's not intermittently, it's not occasionally, it's every day of every hour of every day. And so they need staff support, they need management support. And sometimes this particular manager is the person with the knowledge, the ability, the connections, the know-how to provide that financial or that administrative support when other departments don't necessarily have those needs. I think the sheriff's office is in a completely different situation than the other department in that aspect.
Supervisor Brown.
And I get that, and I want to support you. I know, none of us are going to run your department the way it should be run. You're running it. But there's no, and I want to be able to do that for all the just the time spent to rationalize why we're doing this is a waste of time and money, in my opinion. But, you had staff time doing it. Undersheriff was doing it, for crying out loud. I don't know how many hours they spent, but then you got, there are examples that, when somebody has to come in for a surprise inventory thing that they didn't know about, that's not good reason to give a take-home vehicle. That's things that need to be tightened up. When you send people off to training that's been planned for months in advance, the credit card and all the financing, that should be taken care of already. So, those are the things that concern me. That we got a lot of. We've got an employee who's very valuable, but she's also put herself in a position where she's indispensable. Nobody else is getting the training to do this kind of stuff, and that's an issue. So, and she's probably going to retire soon, so I don't know who's going to take her place, but she's got a lot of information, a lot of knowledge that hasn't been passed on to anybody else apparently, including deputies who work that can't figure out how to take care of a credit card that's been stolen. So I don't know.
In a perfect world where nothing unexpected happened, I'd agree. Our department's in the practice of dealing with things that aren't expected. We can't know what a hotel's policies are regarding whether or not they'll accept a check or whether they need a credit card for incidentals. Sometimes it changes by the shift with whatever hotel it is. You might have a manager on that requires something that a previous manager didn't. These are just things that are unforeseen, unexpected.
Yeah.
We have homicides that occur where our field staff needs logistical support. We have fires, natural disasters where we need some logistical support, and other admin staff are out there. So again, I don't want to focus so much on this is a financial benefit one way or the other. We're talking, fractions of a % of our budget when we're talking about how much this costs. I'm talking about the ability to effectively run my department.
So, Madam
And we need to
Chair,
get rid of the
if there's a
bald spot on
majority
my
of your
camera.
board that wants to move forward with what the sheriff is requesting, the simplest revision would be to section C, and the simplest revision would be to delete the word sworn that appears before management staff, so it would just simply read, vehicles may be permanently assigned by the sheriff to his or her deputies, management staff, and just call it good. So that's the simplest way to address this, if a majority of your board wants to do this.
I'd like to make a motion.
Supervisor Spatier.
I move to approve the amended county vehicle policy and concept, directing human resources to meet and confer with the appropriate bargaining units with changes as stated by Ms. Hutchinson. And I also would like to see it as a 6-month report back to the board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
What are you looking for in terms of a 6-month report, Supervisor Sabatier? And I assume it would be 6 months from the official approval, because we'd meet and confer.
Once it meets and confer, yeah.
Yeah, but what would you like to see? in
I
that
would be
6
looking
month
for financial and mileage and time.
Could I add?
And also, what's the activity for? Like, what's the purpose for? That way we can look at to see what is this being used for? How much is it costing
Of all
us?
take-home vehicles, or just these?
I would say the
selected
changes that
vehicles?
we've made.
Okay.
And would you be open to like a succession plan of them starting a succession plan? Like you said, Supervisor Brown, the employee probably would be retiring within the future and with the key position.
Anita's saying no.
No?
Yeah, I don't.
And I think that's something that Sheriff Martin's
trying to
already
Elected
thinking
official. No, I
about.
get it.
I'm trying to
It's
get
an elected-
everybody, yeah, sorry.
It's an elected position that,
Maybe a
Thank you.
plan of how we can resolve some of the issues that are happening that maybe, I know things happen.
I think that's a waste of everybody's time,
Okay.
to be honest with you. So
And
I think the reporting could be too, so.
And I agree with you, Supervisor Brown. Some of them definitely look like they could be organizational or technological changes to make, but others, not always, so.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's nothing further, I'm going to go ahead and get back to our normal agenda, going back to our pooled items on consent. So we're going to go to our 6.1 item, our 9:05 a.m. item, our public input. And I have one from Adrian, invitation to an upcoming lecture at New Paradigm College. You could state your full name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adrian Sinnott, and I work at New Paradigm College. We have a really interesting upcoming lecture on the 26th of this month, on Thursday, and it starts at 7 p.m. We're having Ellen Brown. She's kind of a banking guru, somebody who understands the banking system very well. And she's written a couple books, Web of Debt and the Public Banking Solution. And I just started reading Web of Debt, and I'm about 28 pages in. And it's completely changing the way I look at our monetary system. It's just mind-blowing. So I would definitely recommend coming to check this out. Admission is $25 online and $30 at the door. And it's over at 3700 Country Club Drive. And for more information, you can visit our website at newparadigmcollege.org/Ellen Brown. And also, we are making a big announcement for the college beforehand. So we're going to have a free social gathering with music at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Our 6.2 item, our 9:10 a.m. item, presentation and proclamation of designating the month of September 2019 as National Alcohol and Drug Recovery Month in Lake County, California, and B, presentation and proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County. We will take up A, the National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. You could all come up, please.
It works.
Good morning. I'm excited to see a big group here this morning. Proclamation designating the month of September 2019 as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of health of one's overall wellness and substance use disorders. Clinical significant impairment caused by the of alcohol, drug, including health problems, disability, and failure to meet major responsibilities at work, school, home, and community. Substance use disorder has become a major public health concern that has negatively affected millions of Americans of all ages, races, and ethnic backgrounds, which has a great impact on the medical health field, society, and economic cost. And whereas substance use disorders is a treatable illness and people in recovery strive to achieve healthy lifestyles, physically, mental, and emotional and spiritual, and contribute in positive ways to are significant and valuable to individuals, families, and the community at large. And whereas in 2018, an estimated 450 persons aged 12 and over sought treatment services at Lake County Behavioral Health Services for substance use disorder, with over 550 persons having been assessed for substance use problems. And whereas we must encourage relatives and friends of people with substance use disorders to implement preventive measures, recognize the signs of substance use problems, and guide those in need to appropriate treatments and recovery support services. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby designate the month of September 2019 as National Alcohol and Drug Recovery Month in Lake County, passed and adopted the 17th day of September 2019.
I've been given instruction that I must say my full name. So my full name is April Michelle Gambra. I forgot that last time. And I am the Substance Abuse Program Manager / Administrator for the County of Lake Behavioral Health Department. And I want to thank the community and the board's support in celebrating recovery and what we do each and every day of the year to try and bring health and healing to our community and to those we serve. And so I want to say thank you very much. And I want to pass over because there's a lot of people who would like to say something. So thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Lori Carter-Runyon, Executive Director of Hilltop Recovery Services, and together with my husband, we've been running Hilltop for the last 15 years or so. What I want people to know is we've spent a lot of time working to bring healing to the community, become a part of the community, as well as bringing healing between our agencies, Hilltop and Lake County Behavioral Health, over the last few years. What people don't know is, so I'm an addict in recovery, and I have 22 years. My husband has 23 years. And we have graduates that are attorneys in this building. We have graduates who work for CWS. We have graduates who are firefighters for CAL FIRE now. We have graduates at Tribal Health. We have them all around us, and they're not fighting the stigma of addiction any longer because they're currently in recovery, and it is about changing the perception. And we've been able to do that with a lot of the people right here, and with the support of the board over many years. Rob Brown has been here for many years that I used to fight and scream in this room, and I'm grateful that I don't have to do that anymore. Matter of fact, I saw Ed Roby come in.
I'm grateful that I almost don't have to.
I know you're leaving, and congratulations that you're retiring. I take it, so. But it's been a long journey, and I'm grateful for where I am today and where I stand, and a part of this community, as well as this community, and accepted. So, thank you.
Morning. My name's Richard DeWald, and I'm one of the treatment coordinators for the Substance Use Disorder Services Program at Behavioral Health. And I just wrote a few words this morning that I wanted to share with you. And I wanted to thank the board for their time and recognizing Recovery Month and what we do in our community. Recovery Month is a celebration. It's a celebration of change. The celebration of lives changing. For many, it is the celebration of the seen and the unseen working together for a second chance at living. From the darkness of alcohol and drugs and addiction into the light of family and community and the finding of self. It happens to be my personal story, and it happens to be the story of many people that work at Behavioral Health. In September of each year, we come together to proclaim that the power of love through treatment can overcome the destruction of the alcohol drug sickness. At Lake County Behavioral Health Services, our mission is to help others who have or find the desire to change and recover the life they once had or find the life they never had. We gather here to say that recovery happens, and it happens here in Lincoln. Thank you.
Welcome. My name is Bonnie O'Donnell, and I want to thank everybody for being here today. This is amazing to be able to be part of. Thank you, board, for taking the time for us being us in recovery. I'm a substance abuse counselor here for County of Lake, and I helped put together the Recovery Happens just a couple weekends ago in the park, and we had about approximately 200 attendees there, and also 18 vendors. And what I mean by vendors is other people in our agents or in our community come out and support Recovery Month, and such as Hilltop, Lake County Behavioral Health, us, and then also Thule House. We had Healthy Start, Lake Family Resources, those kinds of people coming together and supporting us through our journey of recovery. And I think there was maybe about 30 to 50 people in the walk. And also the Board of Supervisors were there.
Beautiful day.
Yes. And thank you for allowing me to be part of and serving our community.
Hi, I'm Denise Denise Newman. I am also a program coordinator at Lake County Behavior Health. And I have to say, each year we get stronger and stronger. I mean, just by looking at this, the presence of everybody up here is what makes us stronger. It's the glue that holds us together. And we can't do this without the community. And, bringing the vendors in, the more vendors we have, it brings all of us together, and it's a way to network, find resources. We find resources, and it's a way for all of us to connect. And we try to figure out each year how we can make it better, how we can make it more memorable, how we can make those seeds that we're planting to grow. And that is our task, that's the journey that we're on, and we do it together. We can't do it alone. Thank you.
Great. Now I think it's enough.
Let's keep talking.
Nice. I'd like to invite Anna Santana and the Latinos United. So I just want to preface this with something real quick. I was invited to Santa Rosa to join the Los 100 Latino leaders in Santa Rosa, and it was a very inspiring community luncheon to describe what opportunities are coming up for our Latino community, especially as they work together to strengthen themselves. We have Latino populations are the fastest growing demographic in our northern region here in Northern California, and we want to make sure that there is full support here in our community. So I reached out to Ms. Santana. We talked about the Latinos United, who is a group here in Lake County, and we're also talking about mixing them with the Los 100 chapter, a Los 100 chapter from Santa Rosa, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that can help us keep growing in a positive direction. And today we are recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County. Whereas Lake County wishes to celebrate the accomplishments of Hispanic Americans who have helped shape our county, we are grateful for the many contributions Hispanic American men and women make to our communities and the vibrancy they weave into our local culture. And whereas Lake County believes that in diversity we are strengthened by our diverse beliefs, thoughts, cultures, and experiences. All Hispanic Americans who live in our county have and continue to enrich our classrooms, our neighborhoods, and our places of work. And whereas from America's earliest days, Hispanic Americans have played a prominent and important role in our national heritage, and Hispanic Americans continue to embody the pioneering spirit of America today, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to faith, family, and hard work. Hispanic Americans lift up our communities and our economy as entrepreneurs, executives, and small business owners, and make contributions in areas such as science, art, music, politics, academia, government, and sports. And whereas Hispanic-owned small businesses are the fastest growing businesses in America, starting at a pace 15 times the national average over the last decade. Hispanic Americans own more than 3 million American businesses and serve with honor in all branches of the armed forces, continuing a strong legacy of dedication to our country. Hispanic Americans are a testament to the American promise that anyone can succeed in the United States through hard work. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims September 15th, 2019 through October 15th, 2019 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County. Passed today on the 17th day of September and signed by our chair, Tina Scott.
Thank you. My name is Angela Claire Marroquin. I'm the president of Lake County, Latinos United of Lake County. And we just want to say thank you to the board for recognizing our heritage. We work hard in our community. I think we're all part of this community and we love being here. There's small business owners, there's education, there's everything in our group, and we welcome you to come. It's an open meeting. We also appreciate the support that we get from our community. We just had a great event on Sunday in Kelseyville. Hopefully some of you were able to make that. That was also a really great event. We have other events coming up to keep celebrating our heritage in our different communities. So thank you again to everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Anna Santana. I'm also part of Latinos United of Lake County, one of the original founding members. We've been around for many years. We haven't really figured out how many years, but we formalized about 25 years ago. And we will be having a Dia de los Muertos event in Clear Lake at Austin Park on November 2nd. It's going to be the first one we've ever held in Clear Lake, so that we're really looking forward to that. So hopefully you guys can come.
Great. Bruno, he's going to take a picture.
Thank you. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, let's do that one more time. Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, we'll move on to our 6.3 item, our 9:15 a.m. item, sitting as a Lake County Watershed Protection District Board of Directors. A, consideration of resolution approving an agreement between the County of Lake County Watershed Protection District, City of Clear Lake, and City of Lakeport for the implementation of maintenance of the Lake County Clean Water Program. B, designating a member of the County of Lake Board of Supervisors to act as the county's authorized representative to the Clean Water Program Management Council, and authorize an additional member of the Board of Supervisors to serve as an alternative. And C, approval of the Director of Water Resources to be a designated representative and appoint an alternative for the district. Scott.
Good morning, Scott DeLeon. I'm here this morning with Angela DePalma-Dow, who is one of the coordinators with the Water Resources Department, responsible for the Clean Water Program with the county. I'm going to give you a little bit of history. Angela is here to answer any specific technical questions you might have. But as you pointed out, we're asking you for three things today. Some of the history, back in 2003, the Watershed Protection District, the County of Lake, and the two incorporated cities entered into an agreement to participate in the Clean Water Program. There was quite a bit of activity up until about 2013, and then things kind of went a little dormant, and we are back with a vengeance working on this program. The original agreement that your board entered into with the other agencies in the county expired in 2009, and Angela has put together a new agreement that basically is patterned after the previous agreement, but it reflects some modifications to bring it up to date with our current, some of our current permit requirements. The first order of business is for your board to approve or adopt that resolution approving that agreement between the County of Lake and the Lake County Watershed Protection District, the City of Clear Lake, and the City of Lakeport. The City of Clear Lake and the City of Lakeport have already done their action and have signed this agreement. And so that would be action item number one. Action item number two is we need a member of the Lake County Board of Supervisors to act as an authorized representative on this Clean Water Program Council, and also an additional member for that. Presently, the Lake County Clean Water Program lists Supervisor Crandall as the lead member with Supervisor Sabatier as the alternate. And so Part B would be to either continue with that or nominate someone in place of them for the authorized representative and a additional backup. And then item C, the agreement or the management council has a representative of the Watershed Protection District. And what we're proposing is that the Director of Water Resources, and I'm going to make a little change, that the Water Resources Director or their designee be the member representing the Watershed Protection District on the Management Council. And so that would be item C. And so with that, thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to try to answer them.
Is there any questions from the board before I open up to public? Is there any public comment or questions on this item? Seeing no movement, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
I'll offer the resolution.
Oh, I was looking at EJ to see if he agreed, but I guess he agrees.
The resolution's been offered. Please call roll.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Sabatier?
Aye.
Director Crandall?
Aye.
Director Brown?
Yes.
Director Scott?
Aye.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, you're acting concurrently as the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors of the Watershed Protection District.
Okay. And then B. Are you two willing to stay on?
I'm willing to stay on, and I mean, no offense, EJ, but it makes perfect sense since you're on the Blue Ribbon Committee to also be on this committee.
Right.
I just think it's a perfect fit, so I don't think you should move.
Yeah, that's fine. It lists me, and yeah.
So do we need to reappoint or just, since they're already on?
You can just confirm the existing appointment.
We've confirmed.
All right.
Okay. So C.
And then, so I'll motion to approve the Director of Water Resources to be the designated representative and appoint an alternate for the district. And then I know he mentioned something else as well.
Or designee.
Or designee.
The Water Resources Director or their designee.
I do have a question on that. With the, consolidation of two departments, is that the correct wording that we want to use, or?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I don't know.
The answer is
Okay.
yes?
And
Okay.
Anita's shaking her head
Okay.
yes, so we're
I just
good.
wanted to check in before, just because that caught me off guard as I was reading it again.
Good thing you're here.
Yeah.
Second.
Is that, you made a motion?
I made a
Okay.
motion, yeah.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam
Anita.
Chair, you made a motion to appoint an alternate, but are you going to put that over for an actual selection, or?
I thought the alternate was already set in stone, that it was EJ as the primary and I was the
For
alternate.
the county, but I thought Water Resources wanted.
I think,
So for Water Resources, what I'm proposing is that I see where you're going.
You've got four essentially here.
Yes. So I propose that the Water Resources Director or their alternate be the member, but we will need an alternate to that alternate or that selection. And I suppose I would also ask that the Water Resources Director be allowed to appoint an alternate.
Can we do that? Just have him appoint his alternate or his designee?
He's already got a designee. If you're, as the Board of Directors, you need to appoint the alternate. The Water Resources Director can use a designee in his stead, and that's up to him. But the alternate should be appointed by the district board.
Then I would propose as an alternate, the Water Resources Program Coordinator be appointed as the alternate.
If it's fine with you, it's fine.
yes.
That-
So moved.
Do we need,
I think it's important to have somebody who has good knowledge, and I think that's a perfect position to place as the alternate.
do we need to revisit the motion, or is that clarification enough?
As long as you revisit the motion to include that clarification, you're okay.
So moved.
And second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And request a break.
Okay.
for the next item.
We'll take,
I'm sorry, you pulled item 515 off of consent, and it would take me 1 minute. If I can indulge that, I realize you're ready to take a
okay,
break.
let's do that. 5.15.
Thank you very much.
City as a Lake County Watershed Protection District Board of Directors adopt a resolution to accept grant funds from UC Davis, California for laboratory analysis for sediment nutrient samples.
Thank you. Scott DeLeon, subsequent to our submittal of this for your board's agenda, we learned from UC Davis that they intend to grant us $25,000 for 2 years. So the total that we will be receiving from them over the 2-year period will be $50,000, not $25,000. We have modified the resolution to reflect that additional level of funding, and we're asking that you adopt that resolution with that modification. And Carolyn has that document, and she'll pass that around, but just minor change.
Okay.
Positive change.
Any questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? See no movement, I'll bring it back to the board to offer the resolution.
Resolution offered.
Resolution's been offered, please call roll.
Director Simon?
Yes.
With changes or as amended. Sorry.
Director Sabatier?
Aye.
Director Crandall?
Aye.
Director Brown?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye. Okay, with that, we will take a 5-minute break. Okay, our I can't read now in the dark. 6.4, our 9:30 a.m. item, discussion and possible direction to staff concerning retail use formula and our box store zoning. Mike Lynn.
Good morning, Mike Lynn Del Val, Community Development Director. I'm here today to talk about formula or box stores. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the zoning ordinance to begin with. The zoning ordinance currently allows several retail uses in various zoning districts. For example, retail sales of groceries in the commercial highway zone only subject to development or design review if a building is less than 3,000 square feet of gross floor area or per use, or 6,000 square feet of total gross floor area. Retail sales of food and other items is also permitted use within the C1 local commercial zone, again, only subject to development or design review if the building is less than 2,000 square feet of gross floor area per use, or 4,000 square feet of total gross floor area. And just to back up a little bit more, depending upon the size of the building, if it exceeds those size criteria that I'm reading here, a minor or major use permit would be required depending upon the size of the building, but I'm only talking about the sizes that only be subject to development or design review right now. Retail sales of food and other items is a permitted use within the C2 community commercial zone, only subject to development or design review if the building is less than 5,000 square feet of gross floor area per use, or 10,000 square feet of total gross floor area. The Lake County General Plan identifies, there is a definition of a formula retail business. And so the way I understand how this definition came about is according to some board minutes from 2004, there was a committee that was developed, and what came out of the committee was some direction by the board to implement zoning ordinance amendments that limit the size of formula or retail stores to 40,000 square feet or less. So the zoning ordinance was never amended, but what came out of that meeting was an amendment to the Lake County General Plan. So within the Lake County General Plan now, it does identify a formula retail business as any type of sales activity or sales establishment that is operated directly by, under contract with, or other arrangements with a manufacturer, distributor, retailer of merchandise offered for sale therein, and required to adopt or maintain a standardized formula array of services and/or merchandise, trademark, logo, service mark, symbol, layout, decor, architecture, uniform, signage, exterior design, or similar standardized features in which there are already 10 or more retail establishments regardless of location or ownership. General Plan Policy LU 4.6, Big Box Development states that the county shall enact changes to the zoning ordinance to limit the size of formula retail businesses to no more than 40,000 square feet to be consistent with the character of the area. Exceptions may be considered through the planned development commercial process. Staff does not, and this is me, staff does not generally receive applications for developments 40,000 square feet or larger. And the zoning ordinance has not yet been modified to enact this current limit. And depending upon direction from the board today, there would also need to be a definition of a formula box store. If the board chooses to direct staff to enact these changes, a definition would also need to be added to the zoning ordinance. I want to talk a little bit about area plans. Staff researched several of the county area plans and has determined that, as specified below, area plans are recommendations. As the Middletown Area Plan states, the Lake County General Plan provides long-term guidance with regard to values, goals, and future development of the entire county. Lake County's diverse communities create unique planning areas, each within their own distinct character. The General Plan distinguishes 8 planning regions within the county. The area plan for each region addresses specific issues within the planning area that are distinct from other regions, since community concerns, issues, and development objectives vary between regions. Area plans serve to enhance the county general plan by identifying objective and policies specific to each region, and they are developed with considerable community participation to reflect the goals of each community. The recommendations of this plan are designed to define, nurture, enhance the quality of life in the planning area, while also providing for economic development activities such as additional resort development, business park, industrial park development, and increased opportunities for retail and support-related commercial. According to the Middletown Area Plan, formula or franchise business structures, signs, and box stores that detract from the established theme should be required to develop in a way that is consistent with the design guidelines and local scale and character. Policy 5.12C states formula or franchise business structures, signs, and box stores within the planning area that detract from the small town rural character shall be generally discouraged unless architecture and signage are made compatible with local themes. Upper Lake Nice Area Plan states that the design review process is intended for commercial industrial development located in the planning area. These design guidelines were specifically drafted to address the general plan and zoning issues identified during the preparation of the plan. The information contained in these guidelines should be considered recommendations rather than inflexible standards. In fact, variety and diversity should be encouraged rather than adherence to a single rigid theme. Economic development issues of general economic development for Lake County should be addressed by diversification and strengthening of the agricultural and tourism industries. Attraction of non-agriculture or tourism-related business would help to provide a more stable year-round economic base. Lake County Area Plan identifies economic development. The issues of general economic development for Lake County should be addressed by diversification, strengthening the areas of agricultural and tourism. The attraction of non-ag and tourism-related businesses would help provide a more stable year-round economic base. Same language that was in the Upper Lake Nice. Local employment opportunities are limited due to the lack of stable businesses. South Main Street is a business center for the whole county and requires special attention to assure economic vitality and stable tax base. Traditional economic base of agriculture and tourism is seasonal, which causes cyclical unemployment and unstable economic growth. This is all from Lake County Area Plan. Shoreline Communities Area Plan states that town centers are in poor physical condition and lack uniform design standards for buildings and signs, has created a chaotic and unattractive commercial environment. Absentee and resident property owners often allow their properties to become deteriorated. Tenants likewise are discouraged from keeping their rented homes and businesses well maintained. The area lacks services for residents and visitors, including restaurants, automotive services, medical clinics, pharmacies, banks, hardware stores. Lack of parking in the town center detracts from motoring public from stopping. Local employment opportunities are limited due to the lack of stable businesses. Again, this is directly from the Shoreline Area Plan. Why design review according to the Upper Lake Nice Area Plan? Design review helps make sure businesses are attractive and landscaping reflects the values of the community, enhance its visual character, attract business activity, and project community pride. Some of the design review guidelines of the area plans address how the scale of the building should look, height, setbacks. Some of them give general guidelines concerning color schemes as well as screening for like HVAC systems on roofs. Storage, loading, overhead doors, the way entries should look. Landscaping has some guidelines for signs, facade, regulations for circulation and parking, utility lighting, energy conservation, as well as some environmental. As part of the design review process, the zoning ordinance also contains regulations that become conditions of approval, or as staff is processing the use permits, they ensure that the project adheres to the zoning ordinance as far as there's landscaping requirements, parking, circulation, erosion control, noise, and outdoor storage limitations for commercial businesses. Also, when we're processing these permits, there is also agency comments that come from county codes, like for example, encroachment permits, engineered drainage plans are often required. There is county code on a trash enclosure, and there's rules and regulations about what that's supposed to look like for commercial businesses. They could end up needing to do sewer capacity analysis, study, and hazardous material business plan. These are just a few. There could be various other conditions from other county agencies that are required as part of process of developing a commercial business. So just want to talk about some of the current formula stores. This is just a brief list of various ones that are already in the county. I try not to include any within the city. We have Napa Auto Parts, Carl's Jr., Dunkin' Donuts, Ace Hardware, Foster's Freeze, Tower Mart, and just a little bit more about that. There are several other gas stations that are considered either formula or chain stores as well. Sears, KFC, and Dollar General. So just to wrap up, as indicated, there is some policies in the general plan that state that the zoning ordinance should be amended to limit the size of formula or retail box stores to 40,000 square feet. So that means that if we got that direction, a lot of the formula box stores that we've been seeing are less than 10,000 square feet. So again, the general plan says to limit them where they can be no larger than 40,000 square feet. And that's all I have. I'm available for any questions.
So 40,000 square feet, would that be like a Safeway? Is Safeway 40,000? Just to get an idea of what we're talking about.
I don't know how big Safeway is. I would say probably Walmart's about that size.
I forget what the size was when they were talking about going to Super Walmart, but I want to say it was more than 40,000 square feet. I think it was going from about 60 to 80 when they were planning to go from a normal Walmart to a Super Walmart.
Supervisor Brown.
Just for perspective on sizes and all that, there's a grocery outlet proposed for Valley Oaks. Is that true? I don't know. I haven't seen
That's
a plan.
correct. I don't know.
Do you know what the size of that is?
I don't, but I would imagine it would not be larger than 10,000 square feet.
Right, okay.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, I just wanted to do a recap and thank you, Michaelin, for all of this, for this presentation. There's also some other information that was provided by the CAO that really helped for historical knowledge, this discussion about retail box stores and whatnot, changing the ordinance. Since I've been on the Board of Supervisors and even before on the Planning Commission, there's been discussion, especially in one of my town halls, about an ordinance revision or discussion, something of that nature. And so for me, I've talked to each and every other party in different aspects. I've been able to talk to Michaelin on occasion, and then Carol on occasion, and then Anita, and I figured let's get this into the same room and just get some resolve to it regardless of the outcome. Let's just get here, get people to get their voices heard, see what we can do on a synergistic level and move forward as such. And I really do appreciate it. I know you're overloaded with a lot of other things, and I just want to thank you again. So,
Supervisor Sabatier.
I wanted to get a clarification, because I read through this and you mentioned this again, 10 or more. Is that in the entire nation, in the entire state? And can you, so 10 or more nationwide?
Says regardless of location.
Okay, okay. Because you said in different locations, and I wasn't sure if that meant still locally or regionally or whatnot. Two things about your presentation, and I'm just going to be blunt. We really need to change the area plans description. They are very negative about our community, and I'm saddened to hear and read these area plans saying that we are allowing it to be dilapidated, things of the kind, that they're discouraged to maintain their building. I hope we can change that language, because I think that our area plans are contributing to the negative impact of reputation. So that needed to be said. And then the design. If the design is a recommendation, it's strange to me that we have to have a meeting for a design review when it's just a recommendation. And again, I'm looking at your staff time, how much time needs to be spent on something that we could just hand out and say, hey, this is a recommendation, and eventually it's going to go to the Planning Commission for them to approve yes or no, but how much time is being spent on this design review? And I understand that we want to have some conformity because it wants to look cohesive, but at the same time, if there's nothing really going in, for instance, we've talked about the Lucerne area, the planned development commercial. It's been a planned development commercial for probably over a decade, if not longer, but yet there's not much movement to bring in commercial. And so are we adding too many steps to kind of halt the progress of bringing in commercial versus we recommend this, but we'd also love to have your business here? And this is not specific to the formula store. It's just specific to bringing in new businesses.
I just want to respond to that. If the project doesn't require a minor or major use permit and only development or design review, there would be held at a committee level, and which would be within a conference room. And there are several committee members or design review committee members that are identified in the zoning ordinance. Somebody from community development, from the building department, from public works, from environmental health. I think there's also somebody from special districts. So that's all identified within there. But you bring up a good point. If a property zone plan development commercial, there is several other steps that are involved. There could be a general plan of development required unless there's one already incorporated into the area plan. And there's also normally a use permit that is required. If it is not zoned PDC and it's zoned commercially and there's an existing building, then normally we don't regulate that. The only time that people, is they check with us, can they go into that building? Is it a use permitted? Yes, because the building's already there. The design would have already been reviewed. The only time it gets brought to our attention is if they're wanting to put a new sign in.
Right.
And then they come to the community development department and we review their sign plans.
Right. And I know it's beyond this conversation, but I'd like to, and I'll work with Carol on this, I'd like to come back and have conversations about planned development commercial, so that instead of it just being on paper that it's a planned development commercial, what are we doing to proactively get that plan actually going and filling it up? Maybe it's working, but I know in certain areas there's not much movement happening. And there's many factors as to why that's not happening. And so I think that would be a good discussion to have. The more we're pushing for commercial development to come into our county, the better off we're going to be as far as revenue, as far as jobs, as far as there's so many domino effects that comes along with that. And rather than just putting it on paper and waiting for somebody to come and fill those places in, let's be proactive in that. And maybe we are being proactive, and I'm not aware of that. But I know that that's something that I would like for us to work on to make sure that we fill in the gaps that we have.
Not within the community development department. That was something that probably was handled many years ago when we had a redevelopment agency, but there isn't anything current within community development.
Right. And going back to the formula store, my opinion on it is there needs to be a balance of businesses. Some of them are going to be franchise corporations who have 10 or more stores elsewhere. I mean, that was a somewhat good list of stores already in our area that meet that description. And I'd hate to create an ordinance that says no, you can't be here, when already some of them are embedded in our community and provide benefit to our community, whether it's jobs or whether it's donations and support of the community that surrounds them. But I am interested in looking at something more along the lines as like a zoning overlay where it does make sense to have those. For instance, I don't think it makes sense for instance, I know Dollar General is the topic of the day, Dollar General to be on Main Street in Upper Lake. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. That's a local mom and pop type of area and not for Formula Store. But somewhere in between, somewhere close to whether it's near Clear Lake Oaks or Clear Lake on the highway, to me that makes sense for them to be in certain locations and not others. And so maybe a zoning overlay would be a better way to go about it. That way we don't have to do a whole new zoning ordinance. An overlay is a little messy, but at the same time it helps us to get an idea of where those could be located. And the reason I offer that is because I don't want to say no when then there's the possibility of somebody coming in that could potentially offer jobs, that could potentially offer benefit, whether that's to the county in sales tax revenue or to the community in, again, community activism and donations. So I want to keep that door open and not try and close that door. But I'm willing to listen to what the public has to say today as well.
I just want to say that I could see how that might work. The only thing is it's pretty hard for us to enforce that because, like I said, people they can just move into those buildings, existing buildings, if it's already use permitted. If they go into the C1 or the C2 and it's already set up for retail, they just move in to the business, and it only comes to our attention when they come in wanting to put in a sign.
Supervisor Brown?
So I want to hear what the public has to say, and I asked Carol to bring out that old information just so we could jog my own memory. And as I'm reading it, there's some stuff that wasn't in there, but I'll throw it out there and maybe Ed can recall it too, either the same or differently. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's good to have the discussion. What you just said was one of the things that came up. And we use Dollar General as an example. That's the driving discussion, I think. They can have some difficulty building a new one in whatever community, or they can buy an existing building from somebody else and move in. So this doesn't doesn't resolve that community issue. The area plan does the best that it can. I think that's where it really needs to be, rather than a widespread county, and this was the other part of the discussion that we had, widespread county ban on stuff. I mean, Mark Borghesani could decide tomorrow that he's going to sell his operation to Home Depot. We can't keep him out. You can't say, no, sorry, you're over 10, you're not allowed in Lake County. You can't do that, correct?
Yeah, as long as the use is permitted, and we'd
Yeah.
have to review it for signage, basically, because they'd be going in an existing building.
Yeah.
As long as they met all the same conditions that were required for his business.
And so I just want to make sure the board, if they're not already aware of that's part of the discussion that we had. This doesn't ban something, and I'm not so sure that we should ban something countywide. Area plans address those, and I think it's unfortunate that we've had to react to so many things over the last 4 years, because as we talked about when the Valley Fire was still happening. Now's the time to do the area plan update, right now. Let's do it in the areas that are affected the most, Cobb, Middletown, all that. We didn't get a chance to do it. Clayton Fire came along, I said, let's do Lower Lake, let's get one of these at a time. Couldn't do it. You know, we talked about it, we had staff assigned to it, and we're looking at different possibilities. That would have been the time to do it if we had staff to do it, we didn't. So here we are, you know, reacting again to a concern that communities have. And without that area plan, we can't, it's really difficult to create an ordinance just for a specific operation. It's got to be really thoughtful and look at the area as a total. And the makeup of those area plans are critical, because you get, I remember when we did the Riviera area plan, I think that was the most recent that we did, and that was 15 years ago or so. And the, you know, they're supposed to be done every 10 years or more often than that. We did Riviera and Middletown about the same time, but they're both way outdated. But when we did them, I always remember how diverse the committee was. And I thought, by the time the committee rolls out what it is, we pretty much have to support it, because they've really gone through it, put a thoughtful process to it, rather than reacting to a business that might be coming into a community. And so, those were, you know, some of the discussions that we had back when we had this discussion. The other thing that I'll just bring up real quick, and the other things might come up, and Ed may have some other things, but one of the things that came up was we talked about, you know, if the county does it and the cities aren't on board, then it's kind of pointless, because the cities can do whatever they want to do, bring in whoever they want to do, and that will defeat the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish in the county. So we wanted to try to get all together on that. That's a little tougher than one might think. So anyway, those are the things that came up back then. There were others, but I think those are the three that the board really should be thinking about as we move forward with this round of discussion.
Anita.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind everyone that, you know, the board can't control specific tenants by ordinance. So specific names of businesses, while they may be examples, they can't be the target of any type of legislative solution. Your board does, however, have the ability to control land use matters and to implement development standards of property within your community. And those standards may legitimately affect a category of retailers. A category, not a particular retailer.
Anything further from the board before I open up to public?
I do have a question for Anita. Is there any strength on this board to make a new ordinance that affects those wanting to go into an already established development? For instance, purchasing an already existing business and then doing their business in that building. Can we say, sorry, you're not zoned for that type of business there?
If it's already zoned for that type of business?
It's already zoned for that type of
Well,
business.
what's already happening right now is one thing, but if we change it, for instance, we did that with cannabis. It could have been ag, but sorry, you're not supposed to do cannabis here. We've said that you can do it somewhere else. So they couldn't go and buy any vineyard or any orchard and continue the same type of work. They had to go into the zones that we told them to go to. Can we do that with formula stores, saying, yes, you can buy any building, but you can't create this type of business because we've zoned this out of that area?
Well, prospectively, you can take those actions. Now, you're already talking about the necessary changes to the general plan and area plan, but yes, I mean, a big picture, yes, you can do that. You can control a specific number of a particular store. You can control where they're zoned. You can control them within the unincorporated area as a whole, or within just particular zones within the county. So you can make those changes. It's a global process. It's not just one thing that has to be done.
Right.
So we could put something together that says you cannot have more than 4 of the same stores in our entire county? Would that be including the cities or not? We couldn't include that
You
with the
couldn't
cities?
include the cities without there, as Supervisor Brown was saying, many jurisdictions do try to bring in the local municipalities so that it's an entire community ethos. But again, your board can limit by number, by size, by area, but again, you've got existing general plan, area plans that you're going to have to go back, and existing zoning, all of those things will have to be addressed. So you can't leave a lot of loose ends in doing it, but certainly it's something that your board can look to accomplishing.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, I just want to be clear on a couple things, what Tina said and what Bruno said. First with Tina, when I said we can't include the cities, that means we can't regulate them, but if they have, can we use if they have, 2 in Lakeport and 2 in Clear Lake, and we say there are going to be 4 in the county, will that eat up the 4, or will we have another 4?
Well, it depends upon what your board's rationale
Right.
is in terms of requiring this. So
I guess my question is, we can do that, if that's what she's asking. She's at, I think it was taken as, we regulate them too.
right, again, your board has the ability under your police powers, your land use abilities are derivative of your police power. And under those powers, you can determine what works for your community. Generally, bans are only a temporary stopgap while you're putting in additional regulations. But again, what you're looking at are development standards across the core of your community. So it takes some time for your board to look at these. You can agree to look at them on a case-by-case basis. You can put full-blown prohibitions in certain areas or prohibitions as to number. But what I'd encourage you, if you're looking at doing something like that, is giving community development sufficient time to look at all the potential consequences and all the additional things that are going to have to be adjusted, and come back to you with a definite plan.
Well, and then the other thing, to get clarification on Bruno's question, used cannabis as an example, comparing it with ag, but that wasn't, we didn't zone it like ag because it's not ag. So it was completely different. But your other question about if somebody buys a building, can we zone them out? I'm not clear on what you're saying, because if it's the same use as the building or as the use that's leaving there, that's allowed.
Well, if it would be, if we create a formula store zone, let's just say.
Okay, so if it's the same use, but it's a formula store, then you're asking if we can zone that out.
Well, for instance, Foster Freeze was on there. I would suggest that the ones that are already there that are formula stores, that they would be a part of that zone where they can be replaced with another formula store, but not in certain areas that we don't have any formula stores, that we don't want to see formula stores.
Okay, so just Jolly Cone in Middletown, if it's sold to Foster Freeze, are you saying that?
Jolly Cone is not a formula store.
I know what Foster Freeze is.
But that again depends if we put Jolly Cone in that zoning of formula stores.
No, I'm saying that if Foster Freeze comes in and decides they want to buy that building that Jolly Cone is in, would they be allowed to do that?
But again, it would depend if we do a zoning overlay or something to change the zoning ordinance to say only these areas can have formula stores, and they already cover the formula stores. Jolly Cone may not be covered as a formula store.
Okay, so that's what I was wanting to know, exactly what it was that you're asking, that you're actually zoning out the type of business based on the ownership.
And I'm just offering that as a possibility for us to keep certain areas whole for what we want it to be, and other areas accessible to larger and more national and other types of businesses.
And then I know Moak has plenty to offer on this, but just as a question to Anita to get this out of the way, do we subject ourselves to a lawsuit by some big corporation that says, wait a minute, you already got somebody in there, we're just buying this building, and now you're telling us we can't use it because we have a different name?
Well, it depends upon, what you're talking about, but again, if it's the use permit and it's a permitted use in that zoning area, you've got vested rights issues, you've got grandfathering issues, so you'd have to look at it. You can't just simply decide, but Mikeland may have more she wants to contribute on this. I'm pretty good at reading body language.
I just want to state that the county doesn't require business licenses.
Right.
So Again, I don't know how we would be able to enforce it if we enacted those zoning regulations that only formula stores can go in these areas, because it could be months before we find out that that business is there because a business license is not required.
Nor for the sale either. It's not, county doesn't approve the sale of property or purchases.
Supervisor Simon?
Well, I just thought, I appreciated the list that you put up there earlier. Because right now, the way I look at it, there's a formula store or box store potentially, or commercial operator in every county, you know, in every district. You have the gas stations, Chevron, Shell. You also have Ace Hardware in Middletown. I know some people want to try and play wordsmith and say it's a co-op, not a formula store, but if you look at it, that's exactly what it is. So it's a challenge, I think, is what we're talking about here. I think that the 40,000 square feet is a good suggestion. I thought the board did good work on that, on the formula stores, maybe here, the size of those in the county. But yeah, we're going down a road where we're going to control everything. We're going to say we're open for business. Here's an opportunity to come and develop in our community, which we're spending a lot of money on. And we're going to go backwards and say, well, now we're going to restrict how many stores can be in the county for formula box stores or other operations. And Rob hit it right on the head. You know, that means the city could develop whatever they need to, you know, unless we want to try and regulate them also. So I would like to hear what the public says. Obviously, Dollar General is the conversation that's happening, but Dollar General isn't the only store that may come in here and want to develop in Lake County and give our residents other opportunities. It was talked about earlier, Valley Oaks, grocery outlet, locally owned business that may move down to South County, give other individuals an opportunity that may not have the money to drive to Walmart 2 or 3 times a week. So I think there's opportunities that we really need to take into consideration. Just because you don't like something, don't go there. It's a simple thing. Instead of us trying to regulate it, if you don't like the store, don't go in the store. If it doesn't make it, it wasn't meant to be in the community, and that's the way it is. But yeah, I would like to hear from the public and other things, but I thought what you had written in your documentation, the stuff that has already been hashed over, the size of the large formula box stores, I think we've done enough to be adequate to take care of our communities. And I agree with the update of the area plans. I know with our former community development director, there was a supposable rollout and date and time to update these things, and we just didn't get there. So I know you're very busy, but it is something that needs to be addressed. And even in all the communities in District 1, we have another formula box store going. We have a Redwood Credit Union coming in that is owned and operated. I know there's 10 more than those in Northern California coming right into one of our small communities.
There's nothing further from the board, then I'm going to open it up to public comment. If you could state your name and then limit it to 3 minutes.
And I want to thank this board. I appreciate the questions Rob asked, and certainly the questions you asked are my questions too, and I appreciate the enthusiasm you had, Bruno. I'm here to...
Gene, if you could state your full name for us.
My name is Gene Polino.
Thank you.
And I speak now for myself, Gene, but also for my advisory board, which is an arm of this BOS. And I'm asking that you consider the feasibility of a new ordinance. And I thank the people who created the ordinance we have. It's quite a job, but we can do better. To consider a new ordinance that is a better ordinance in the future for major and minor box and formula and chain stores for Lake County. I'm speaking not only for myself, but for the town hall that voted 100-1 specifically for a particular area of Upper Lake not to have a particular store there, Dollar General in this case. And I speak for 1,200 petitions that were written on 25 sheets of paper listing the name of the address of the people who were voting against having box stores litter our scenic highways with the big yellow signs of the Dollar General specifically. I hope if you consider and vote for an ad hoc or a committee of some sort to look at our ordinance for these formula and box stores, that it will encourage new business. We want new business in Lake County of all kinds. But we don't want to, we want to, we want to discourage the business that would be, in certain areas, non-historical. That is, would go against the spirit that we have, Upper Lake being the first Pony Express location for a store that would destroy that with its store with its yellow side that looks like we're going to the LA airport. That would discourage tourist trade. That's a big industry with us. We can do better with that. And certainly would drive local business out of business, as it is already doing with the Lucerne Dollar General in Lucerne and the grocery store that we have there because of competition, and because they're not offering groceries and meats and fresh vegetables. And certainly, as Wall Street Journal said, it's a last sign of a failed community to have these Dollar General stores more plentiful than we have the coffee houses now around the United States. It's a mark of a failed community, and Lake County is not a failed community. We have a wonderful future, and it's a fine community. And I am grateful that we have this board because you had vision. I can tell the questions you asked and the things you said.
If you could wrap it up
So
for
in
us, Gene.
detail. Yes.
Okay.
So in conclusion, I want to say that we're asking that you form a committee, an ad hoc or a subcommittee of some kind, to review and make our building ordinance better than it is. You've already done a lot of the work for me, I can tell. And it'll give us a better future for us and for our children, because I'm looking ahead to the future of Lake County and what comes after us, after me.
Thank you, Gene.
I'm just going to jump right up here. Hi, my name is Dolly Riley, and I'm from Redwood Valley in Mendocino County. I'm a member of the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Board. In Mendocino County in 2017, we finished a long battle against Dollar General, which you may have heard about. It culminated in a new ordinance that allows our county planning commission to review chain store formula businesses. Without that ordinance, there were no safeguards against ugly, boxy businesses having the right to build under the minimal existing planning laws. I brought a copy of the Mendocino County ordinance in case anybody wants it. It's 8 pages. Dollar General has a pervasive corporate plan to build as many as many rural communities as they can in order to enrich their stockholders. They begin with lower prices and they put local markets out of business. Grocers are barometers for other businesses in town, so when the grocery store closes, so do other independent businesses in that community. Dollar General does not sell produce. They have a reputation in rural areas of causing the markets that do sell produce to close. This phenomenon is termed a food desert, defined by the USDA as a rural community in which a third of the residents live more than 10 miles from a grocery store selling fresh produce. Throughout the U.S., there are documented studies that when Dollar General moves in, grocery markets close, and frequently Dollar General closes soon after. Many city councils in small towns across the country have voted to reject Dollar General. They see a pattern in which DG comes in and a local grocery store closes, taking with it the greater sales tax revenue the market used to bring in. Dollar General is a predatory business with no regard for local interests. Currently, Lake County Design Review Area Plan does not address predatory businesses. I am asking the Board of Supervisors to please consider the 1,200 petitioners, voters, who have stated they don't want Dollar General. The supervisors can take steps to refuse to allow the building of that corporate model big box. I'm requesting you to consider studying the feasibility of a formula business ordinance and perhaps begin immediately with a moratorium on formula businesses while composing an ordinance to address this. Lake County needs a review of chain store formula businesses with an eye to preserving community character and small business sustainability, rather than allowing Dollar General to remain a shoo-in without an ordinance to control this decision. If anybody wants a copy of Mendocino County's, you can keep all of this and run copies. Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
answer any questions you have.
Anita.
Again, this is about a category of stores, not a particular store.
Next.
My name is Roberta Actor, and I live on Soda Bay Road in Lakeport in Big Valley. We need to adopt the Mendocino restrictions on formula stores. We're not singling out Dollar General. We need that restriction on the formula stores. Moak, I sent you a copy. I probably sent you a copy too, Tina. That's how you avoid getting sued by a national chain. Gas stations and banks are specifically exempted, I believe, in that ordinance. Don't forget that DG lied outright to us about their intentions. They said they were not competing with full-service groceries. One supervisor told me that they were puzzled by the contradictory fact that they opened up right next to grocery outlet, Bruno's, and another dollar store. Well, they told you what they thought you wanted to hear.
That was a city.
They will want 15 or 20 stores here. That's their business model. Think about the cumulative impact of that. That will permanently stigmatize our county. We need the exact same ordinance that Mendocino adopted. This ordinance is already written, so let's not dither until it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta.
Hi, Lisa Kaplan. So I've attended almost every Dollar General meeting here.
We have to keep this really,
I will.
this is not just Dollar General,
I
this
understand.
is all formula.
I understand. That's my time. I have attended almost every Dollar General thing, and I feel the same about Dollar General as I do about any franchise and box store. I think that they need to be put in certain areas and not in the center of town and not in the areas that are historical. I love the overlay idea. I think that design, so you all throw out this word design as if anybody can figure out what a good design is, and it's not true. Design is something that you have to sit and ponder and look at and really examine. What goes where, why, what is the purpose? In the case of urban design and of community design and of a specific building design, you still have to be looking at a whole. How does form and function follow? What is the function of our community? It is to, in part, have the residents who live here feel proud, happy, and satisfied that they made the right choice to make the investment of their lifetime in buying houses here. And many people who have decided to live here have decided to live here because of the quality of life that we have here, the natural environment, the quality of air, the rural community, the historic feel, the character, all of those things. That is like the basis of what we need to consider when we consider how we go forward, how we design as a whole, and how we design in each area. And in each area, there are buildings that need to be designed. And those designs, whether you say that a building is the same as the ones that are around it, and you look for examples and you find the crappiest one and you say, so any building that looks like this can, or you hold your standard higher, which is where we should be held to higher standards here. We should be keeping this place beautiful. We should be growing with quality and with thoughtfulness. And so it's not a question of do we grow, do we have commerce? It's a question of how. And when you create a committee to discuss this, then you can talk about the how and not just the formula of how you incorporate formulas into our beautiful county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'm Victoria Brandon, representing the Lake County Sierra Club. I've been involved with development processes here for quite a number of years, was much involved in the creation of the current general plan And also, I was on the committee that was doing a Vision 2030 a few years after that. And one thing that's come out of all of this is how important it is to establish mechanisms for the community to control our own growth. Obviously, things have changed a whole lot since 2008. And I don't even know the date of the zoning ordinance, but it was earlier than that. And I think we've got to readdress these questions in ways that look at the conditions that exist now and also make distinctions which are really important, of which one of them, which is just touched on in our existing plans, is the difference between a truly local business, which is unique and which is part of the community, and a formula business that is owned by outside interest and is following a pattern. When too much pattern business comes in, it can change the whole nature of the community where it has just arrived. I just had a road trip up to Washington State, and going up the whole I-5 corridor, particularly in the state of Washington, this was really noticeable. It used to be a distinct kind of rural community, Willamette Valley, a kind of agricultural paradise, and now all you see is the same retail business repeated over and over and over again, giving the impression of a cookie-cutter community that does not have unique values. We've still got plenty of unique values here in Lake County, but we've got to build on those strengths as a foundation for growth going forward. And we've got an opportunity to do that, but can't let the decisions get away from us because we don't have the necessary planning documents in place. So I would ask the board to consider appointing a broadly based stakeholder group with much input from the Community Development Department and also representation from the board to readdress our planning documents as a whole. The general plan is getting toward the end of its the time that it has to be readdressed. The zoning ordinance is way past it. So do all the area plans. Some of them are even older than the ones that have been mentioned, Lakeport. Who knows how long ago that was created? Conditions have changed since then. We need to have broadly based community input in how we want to grow in the future and establish a framework which will allow us to make these decisions legally and justly. I would certainly recommend taking a look at the Mendocino County ordinance, since they've done the work ahead of us, and see what in there we can use to help us form this kind of framework that we need moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. If we could limit the clapping so we can continue moving on. We have a long agenda today. Thank you,
Good
Chair.
morning. I'll try to make my comments brief. I'm Sherry Trepp. I'm the chairwoman of Hebemato Pomo of Upper Lake, the tribe whose Aboriginal lands reside in the area of Upper Lake and whose current restored lands are outside of Upper Lake. I originally was here to speak specifically about Dollar General, but I'll broaden that to any corporation that acts with willful disregard of the communities and the welfare of the communities which they put their stores in. For example, years ago, they entered into a consensual relationship with the Choctaw Band of Mississippi Indians and entered into agreement to lease a building for which they were going to be opening a store. They did so, and in doing so, they consented to the jurisdiction of that tribe, and that if there were to be disputes, that they would adjudicate those in their tribal court. There was a manager that sexually assaulted a youth that was there as an intern. Rather than take the actual liability of that, the youth's parents filed suit in tribal court, and rather than accept that responsibility, they sued the tribe, basically disregarding the tribal's court and suggesting that it was not legitimate court. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court eventually tied and upheld. The results was that it upheld the lower court ruling that it was within the tribe's purview because they entered into a consensual relationship, and the essence of the actions for which were in dispute potentially violated the integrity of the tribe. We would oppose any expansion of Dollar General or any other corporation that willfully disregards the laws of the communities that they are in, the agreements that they enter in, and the protection of criminals rather than protecting of the people in their community. So again, I think the comments made by Jean and Dolly are reasonable to request an ad hoc committee, and I think it's worth considering for the benefit of our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Sherry.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Murray, and I'm from Middletown. And I am here to encourage the deliberate planning and moving forward is with regard to what kind or how many big box stores we allow in our community. I traveled to Beatty, Nevada on our way to Death Valley a couple years ago, and there were no grocery stores in the town. We had planned on stocking up on groceries on our way into Death Valley. All that was there was a Family Dollar store, which didn't carry any real food. It was a town the same size as Middletown, and it was really a sad place to visit. So I'm just here to ask that we please move forward carefully and with deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ed Roby. I want to compliment, first of all, the board for the questions you were asking, because they're all good questions. Second, I just want to say, this is one of those issues. It's kind of like a sore that needs to be dealt with. And I agree with everything that was said, especially what Bruno was talking about finding a balance. I'm not interested in banning anything. I'm just interested in protecting the communities and making sure that the people who live there feel good about their communities. If a community wants a chain store, well, that's fine with me. If they don't want one, that's fine with me too. But the question is, how do you develop a mechanism so we don't have to go through this agonizing process over and over again on every individual thing? So I'm just here to say that I support the ideas that have been brought up about forming a committee to tackle this problem, to come back to the board with recommendations. I agree that they ought to look at the Mendocino County ordinance. I've read it, and it does. Its mechanism isn't overlaid, like Bruno was suggesting. It doesn't ban these stores. What it does is it just requires a closer look at the size and design and so forth to try to make sure that they can fit harmoniously within the communities. It would be a good starting point if you decide to go ahead with a committee for them to just take a look at that. It was passed in 2017, and it's working. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel from scratch. The last thing I wanted to say, though, is there are a number of people that came here today, I think, that support this notion that I'm also supporting. But they're not, they're a little shy, and maybe they didn't want to get up and speak. So I was just wondering, the folks that support a committee tackling this issue and trying to come up with a mechanism to deal with it, could you raise your hand? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ed.
My name is John Sullivan. I am a property owner and resident of Middletown for the last 20 years. I support former Supervisor Roby's suggestion that we form an ad hoc committee to look at the impact of formula box stores on our communities. And I support the idea that we need better planning for where. Obviously, I agree we cannot ban these places, these stores from our communities, but we have to be consistent with the citizens of the community. And for that reason, I would also like to mention the very valuable document that we have called the Middletown Area Plan. With respect to Supervisor Sabatier's comments, It is not a negative document. It is a very positive, forward-looking document that was composed with great input from our citizens, none of whom are anti-business, by the way. There's nothing in the plan that says we're going to stop all businesses from coming to this community. It's a very positive, business-supportive plan. However, it does support local business. It says that the citizens who live here have a right to choose what businesses they find acceptable. With respect to Supervisor Simon's comments that you can vote with your wallet, that's true. However, before the stores come in, we believe as citizens that we have a right to express our opinion about what kind of businesses and what kind of impacts they're going to have on our community. Just closing my remarks by reminding everyone of one of the purpose statements of the Middletown Area Plan. In the executive summary, it states, "The higher level of policy accountability for this plan ensures the residents of the future that the vision of the citizens in 2009 is carried out as adopted." Now, I know we talk about recommendations, guidelines, and so forth. I don't want to parse words here either. I just would like to remind everyone in this room, including our supervisors, that this is a document that was well thought out and deserves to be paid attention to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could just make a
Supervisor
comment
Simon.
on that, and I think, the Middletown Area Plan is a good document. It is, I think, the newest one, if not
Yeah, it
the
is the
newest
newest,
one.
yeah.
It's the newest one. It was a very well-written document. What started out in the beginning, which I'm glad to hear from the community, is, in the beginning, it was, this is what it says, it's mandatory, this is what we gotta do. The Middletown Area Plan bans box stores, and it doesn't, as we've all learned and educated ourselves as we've read through it. It set out very detailed standards. And I think, just to go really to the heart of the issue, the development company that was coming in made some serious mistakes with our community. They didn't meet with the math groups, the other leaders in the area, and say, listen, we want to build a store that will fit into your community and give the opportunity to build something under the area plan. And I think that's where the real mistake came from. And understandable that some folks just don't like Dollar General, but that's not the conversation. The conversation is we've set guidelines and opportunities for our area as we build, and I think they really missed the mark on that. And it just carried on and carried on and carried on. It really was a slap in the face to our community. I was not the supervisor when this conversation came to board. Believe me, if they ever do come back and we're having an opportunity to have a conversation, it would be in a different manner with any development that is a box store that may go in. And because there will be other ones that come in, the conversation of protecting our local businesses and other things, all those considerations need to happen. Because now that there's a Dunkin' Donuts in Upper Lake, there could be a Dunkin' Donuts in South County. And then the conversation will be, well, how do we address that? How do we make it look to fit in the community if they want to come in there? And how do we protect the other donut stores that are owned by local business people that should have been taken into consideration when that store came in? So I think the long-term conversation, I'm glad we're having it today, but I just really wanted to address that. I think the Middletown Area Plan is good. I think it needs to be updated. But Lower Lakes, I think, was done in 1988. I think fairness to them, they're the oldest one. So it needs to be looked at. So I just want to address that specifically. I know there's a passionate issue, but I do hear the community and understand, but I am proud of that Middletown Area Plan. Ed, you guys did some great work in the community as it was done. And it gives us guidelines. We read through that and have opportunities to move forward. We can do that together. I just know that. So I just wanted to address that issue on the wallet comment.
Okay.
My name is Bridget King from Lower Lake. And I understand that there's a real fine line here. A lot of franchises are owned by local people. I like the idea of not seeing them, right on the main street of town. I prefer them to be a little outside and to at least work with the community and not try to come in and take advantage of us. So I don't know if there's any way to formulate this, but, you know, like, for example, the Redwood Credit Union is probably going to provide 5 or 6 full-time jobs with benefits. You know, the owners of the grocery outlet in Clear Lake donate substantial money to my son's school. Like, is there any way to make some sort of requirement that when these stores come in that they have to provide like a certain amount of full-time jobs with benefits or give back a certain amount to the community? If there's some way that we could put that in there to deter the corporations that just want to come in and milk us, you know, because I do want to preserve this county. It's raw, it's untainted, and that's what I love about it, as I'm sure everyone else does. So I don't want to see it overran by businesses trying to take advantage of us because we are a little bit more poor and vulnerable in that way than other communities. So not sure if that could be put in there somehow, but if it could, I'd appreciate something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. Any further public comment? Seeing no movement, then I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Sabatier?
I actually like that last comment. The idea of maybe, I know some of them would not be doing a development if they purchase an already pre-existing building, but maybe some sort of development agreement to say you're going to be a part of the Chamber of Commerce, you're going to be a part of the community rather than just coming in. That's a possibility as well. So just wanted to put it out there.
Is it a possibility? Can you really make them do that? I don't know how you can do that.
If they sign the development agreement, then yeah.
Well, you're going to deny them the development if they don't do it?
I know that from the city of Clear Lake, those are development agreements that we have said you will donate back to the community, you will be part of the Chamber of Commerce. Basically, you will be a steward of the community. So I think it's possible. Enforcing those things, I can't say 100% that that's something we can say you're not doing this, so we're going to stop, but at least it incentivizes them to go ahead and do so. And I think that that's something that is a possibility.
Supervisor Simon?
Kind of with Rob here, I don't know how you're going to enforce that or make that opportunity. You know, if a business wants to come in, if it's zoned for the area, I don't even think we could ask as a county to say, hey, you have to do this, you have to donate to the schools, you have to be part of the community. Legally, I don't think we can do those things. I think that's why we put in the Middletown area plan to develop your business in a certain way. And I think maybe a conversation with the supervisor in that district, say, this is what our community needs are, this is where we're going with the community, maybe a conversation, but I don't know if there's going to be anything enforceable. Maybe there is, I don't know, Anita, but I thought that would be.
You can certainly have a discussion and offer alternatives for various goals when you're drafting an agreement. So you could approach it that way. I haven't actually looked at the legal enforceability of requiring people to join organizations, but just on its face, it could be problematic. But again, you can offer a myriad of alternatives to developers and businesses who want a stake in the community. And they can select from those alternatives to find ways to become part of the community or invest in the community. But it would depend upon how you write it and what kind of standards your board puts in place under which those requirements would be met.
Supervisor Brown?
Well, I guess I don't even care if it's enforceable or legal or not. I'm against it. I think forcing somebody to join the Chamber of Commerce or join something else, this is a general statement that businesses that come in and create jobs are already investing in the community by those jobs. So they're going to sponsor a little league team. I don't care about that. That's not going to be something that the government should. It strikes me as ironic that we're sitting here having this discussion while we've got a state legislature who's doing everything they can to put businesses out of business with all their regulations and requirements of businesses. I know because I'm one of them. And so it's frustrating when you can't even, we're sitting there watching, after the first of the year, how many owner-operator truckers there are and equipment owner-operators in the county that are going to be out of business because of the state requirements and regulations that are just BS. So we're having this discussion and we're trying to keep businesses out. I think what we need to do is really focus on our area plan and our updates for that and work with the cities and try to do these things. I don't know if the Middletown ordinance worked or not. I mean, Mendocino. I don't know if it worked or not. People say it did, but I don't know. It didn't work very well because now they got a Costco in Ukiah, so Mendocino is losing tons of money. No, I'm not asking for a response. I'm just saying, Costco went in there. That's a fact. Nobody can deny that. It's not in the county.
doesn't cover the cities.
I get that. That's my point. That is going to be exactly my point. No matter what we do, the cities are going to be able to do what they're going to do. So are we really accomplishing what our goal is? To starve out the county in order to support the cities? I don't know. I'd love nothing better. I don't want an ad hoc committee countywide to determine what's going to happen in Kelseyville. I think that's what we have area plans for. We should be doing updates. We would love nothing better than to have a grocery store. I don't care if it's 40,000 square feet or what in Kelseyville. We don't have one. Any grocery store in Kelseyville. It'd be nice to have one where people could go and shop and have something competitive. How nice would it be to have the Chevy dealership just across the line into Lake County and get all those sales tax? So let's not shoot ourselves in the foot just because of some particular areas that are opposed to something, and for good reasons. Many of them have really good reason for it. But to have a countywide ban on businesses because a few areas want to have control over their area plan, I think is a really bad idea. And so I think if we're going to invest anything at all in our future, we get those area plans updated, get the zoning ordinance updated, get the general plan updated, do these kinds of things that we really, really need to do. The rest of it, we got Amazon putting businesses out right and left. It's crazy what we're talking about here as a countywide ban on things, just in general. And I think there's a thoughtful way to do this, and area plan investment is one of those ways, I think.
I agree wholeheartedly with you. Sorry,
No,
I jumped
no.
in there.
I think you were
But I agree,
next.
the area plans, I definitely think the framework is already there.
Supervisor Colonel?
Yeah, and I agree with you both. I think the area plans are a good start, but one of the main reasons why this has been a driving force for me to bring this here is because there's a certain store that's in my district, two of them already, and
Dunkin' Donuts, we already heard about it.
yeah.
That's not the one.
It's just Dunkin'.
I was on the planning
Just
commission that
Dunkin'.
approved that, them to go in, so I mean, but either way, so I think there's just I think we all know that's the elephant in the room, and I think for my constituents in that area, we have those three cities that are totally different demographics when you look at them. I have each town hall that have the same concerns, but they address them differently. There's a different ambiance to each and every town hall. And at the Upper Lake Town Hall, this is widely discussed, and it's a very big issue. And so rather than it be focused on just the store, they wanted to come to terms with some sort of ordinance or area plan revision or something like that. When I was on the planning commission, that was one of the statements I made for a situation with the sign was, well, we need to look back and look at the shoreline area plan, or the Clear Lake Oaks area plan, Glen Haven, shoreline, and see how we can enhance this plan so that way we can address the issues that are brought by the public that came in and made their comments. So I know we can't get into the whole subject of the elephant in the room, but I think there is some ethical issues with specific entities that do come into our county, and I just wish there was a solution for that. But you're saying, Anita and Rob, that we could be held under litigation as a county if we do something of that sort, if I'm correct, or?
No, what I'm saying is you can't draft an ordinance targeting one particular business. But each business and its development or location in a business is considered by your board each time it comes to you. I'd caution you, since you sit then in a quasi-judicial capacity, that you have to be open to what that presentation is and finding solutions for it. You can certainly consider community ethos, aesthetics, placement, all of those same things that your board has considered for each community where a big box or franchise store has sought to come in. And you'll see that there have been different outcomes in different locations because of that. So you're not left without the ability to review and consider, but you can't solve what may be viewed by some as a problem with a particular store with this agenda item today.
Couple thoughts from me. I think I agree, we need to look at our area plans for our different areas. Some haven't been updated for a long time. I know that's something that you've been wanting to do, and I know we keep piling other work on you. So that is up to us to try to figure out how we can assist her to make that happen. Another thing that I've noticed too, traveling, I know Monterey, the city of DC, like their McDonald's, it is not it's yellow, it's black. Is there a way that we could go back and look at our sign designs to not allow, because that was some of the comments that come up about Dollar General or other entities come up and they litter our highways. And other cities have fixed that with their sign design where they don't allow the yellow arches. Or I've been actually to back east, seeing Dollar Generals that do not have the yellow Dollar General sign. It just says DG in black writing. Is there a way we can look at our sign design to kind of calm that also?
Just in response to that, absolutely. Once I'm able to get staffed up after the front counter remodel is completed within the Community Development Department, absolutely, through the area plans, the design guidelines could be updated to incorporate recommendations.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, and like I said, the area plans are the way to go about it. We have other businesses, just something I ran into in my district here with the area plan, even though it's only 9 years old, electronics have changed a whole bunch. We had a situation down in the Middletown area where we had right outside of town a gas station that had a lighted sign. You could change from the inside out. And then we had the guy in town who wanted to put up a lighted sign, had to go through an entire process, pay a bunch of extra money, have an appeal, get a hearing going. So it's costing business owners too on some of the technology that has advanced forward in some issues. So there's plenty of issues that can be looked at and done to make everything uniform and make it a little bit easier to be a business owner here in Lake County. And I think that's some of the things we can do with our area plans and updating the signage and other things. So
Ed,
I
do you
think
want-
the area plan is the way to go.
One quick little comment.
Okay, Ed, we'll let you have one quick little comment.
First of all, I haven't heard anybody say anything about banning, other than you, Rob. I think that's a misconception. Second is, I agree. In an ideal world, the area plans would be the way to go. But in the reality that we live in, you know how long it's going to take to update those area plans? It'll be years. It'll be a decade
It already
before
has
they're all
been.
done. So if you want to deal with this, you just need to deal with it.
So, can I just respond? Yeah. Because I'll tell you right now, if anybody in this room does not think that the subject or the word ban has not come up, we're lying to ourselves. That's been the topic of everything. And some people have good reasons. Ban it here, ban it there, ban it countywide. It's been all variation, but it's banning. We're talking about banning right here. We're talking about banning a level of formula store. So that's what we are talking about, banning. We're definitely not talking about enhancing them. So, it is banning. But again, the area plans, and I agree, Ed, it does take time. But had we done the Middletown area plan update, it was the most recent, but it would have been a really good time to update it right after the fire. Cobb and Lower Lake, if we would have done those three, they would have been done 2 or 3 years ago. So, yeah, it's going to take years, but they have years. I don't. They can spend some time doing it. They start now. You got to start on it at some point. That is going to be, I think, the most critical effort on the part of this board and future boards too, whoever comes in the next couple of years, that will affect the future of Lake County. And again, we're not competing against each other so much as we're competing against other forces outside of our control. We need to be able to support businesses within, and the only way to do that, and to do that effectively and not, I know what Bruno's talking about. He's accurate about the language in some of those area plan updates. The one in Middletown is clean, it looks good, it supports Middletown, it defines Middletown as a place to be, as a destination for business as opposed to some of it on the North Shore. So Bruno's right on that. We should update that language, but we need to update the whole thing. There's so much that we need to do, and I think, Tina, you're right. It is on us, but we're not gonna micromanage how that's gonna look. Staff needs to bring it to us, say, let's start this is what we need. That's what I wanna see. I'm ready to pick one. I don't care if it's Kelseyville, I don't care what it is. I'm ready to pick one. Next Tuesday, we can put it on the agenda, say, let's focus on this one right now. And then we go from that one on to the next one and on to the next one.
Poor Michaelin's eyes got really big when you said
Well,
that.
and that's fine. You know, my eyes get really big when I talk about progress too. So, you know, it's something that it's not, this shouldn't be a big surprise to her or anybody else. We've been talking about this for years, not just before the Valley Fire. We've got to do this at some point, and we need to, this is a good segue to it. This is why we're having the discussion, is because it is outdated. And because there is so much ambiguity to development in many of the areas in the county. This is why we have to get on this right now. And so I think that's the solution. It's not the ideal solution for everyone, but it is a solution for moving forward with some progress in this county. We've got to do that. All this vision 2030, 2028, all this other stuff means nothing if we don't update our area plan the way we're supposed to. None of it. None of it matters. We're reacting to everything constantly.
So Michael, you made a comment that maybe after you get staffing up and your counters are done, what would be a better timeline for you to maybe look at an area plan?
Unfortunately, I'm at the mercy of the buildings and grounds, public services staff. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but I have at least 5 vacant planning positions. And if I was able to fill those, absolutely, we could start working on the area plans. But I cannot fill those positions until that remodel is completed.
Okay, can I just bring something else up? And I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. I know exactly what you're going through, but if we wait until it's the perfect time, it'll never be the perfect time.
Never is.
It will never be the perfect time. We got to just do it. And we've got to commit to her. We had $250,000 that we talked about last week for code enforcement. Let's spend some of that on we contract.
That's right.
We can contract out with somebody. We started to do that 4 years ago, and then it just died. Not because of Michaelin, she wasn't involved with that discussion at the time. Byron had a good start on it, but he got diverted to other things by the director at that time. We need to just get started on it and get moving on it and commit to it. That's what we really need to do.
Carol, did you want to?
I don't want to wait till the carpet's refreshed. I don't want to wait till the light bulbs are changed. I don't want to wait till every staff member's, that'll never happen.
I had one more public comment if you want to come up and state your name, 3 minutes.
Jessica Peiska with Cawberry Council. We created the Cawberry Council 3 years ago this summer with this specific intent to rewrite our area plan. And we had a committee in place and we were ready to start cooperating on that, and we're ready right now. Our plan was written in 1989. We didn't have cell phones. So there's a whole lot that needs to be looked at again. And I have a meeting this week. I can get the committee going back up again.
Could the local councils help us with, because I know EJ has 3. Could that be
It would-
helpful or not?
Okay, so do we want to have that discussion right now, what that would look like? Because it's not on the agenda, and I'm happy to have that, but there is a makeup, there is a required makeup of that. And it's not just some committee formed, you guys tell us what you want and then come back to us. It's not how it works, but
Let's
it's a
can
beginning.
would this be a good agenda item to put on?
It would be a
something?
very good agenda item to put on if your board wants to move on it and move forward with composition of various groups for this purpose.
And the good thing is if you wanted to have that discussion next week, your agenda thus far for next week does not look like your agenda today, where you have many items stacked up right now.
Okay.
I disagree.
However,
For those who don't know.
we don't have a full board
I'll be
next
chairing next week.
I would actually like to be here for the discussion. I won't be here next week because my son's being sworn into the Navy.
2
So
weeks.
I kind of need to be there.
I was just joking. I'm good with next week. Correct.
So it could be October 1st.
If we could, I would appreciate that.
I think, I
Yeah,
think
that would be
would
great
get-
for us.
I think that would give staff time too to
Yeah.
come up with, let's look at what we did the last time. Let's look at the Middletown Area Council, the makeup of that kind of thing, give the board an idea of what the makeup would look like, because it's comprehensive. It's not just a group of people that picked themselves. This is actually, you reach out to the public and you get various segments of, environmental, economic, business, all these different aspects of the community. Each one of our communities is so diverse. You got to include that diversity in ag and all these other things that are going on, and so I've seen the process, I've seen how it worked, it's been a long time, but I do remember it. But it's worth doing again. Once we get one of them done, get them updated, I think the rest of them will come easier. They're not cheap, but either is this.
Supervisor Crandall?
Glenn, I don't know if my comments will be more appropriate during the next agenda item. However, in some of the town halls that I've been a part of, when the opposite party that's supporting A or B is spoken out, I have issues sometimes with town councils allowing the polarized group to be like kind of ostracizing the person making their, so if we're gonna have our town halls be the ones that help with this area plan, I really urge people here that are part of that to be respectful once you're a part of it. Not trying to, I mean, for me, I get frustrated when someone comes forward and they're supporting green pens and they're like, oh, get out of here, you know?
Yeah.
Give them a chance to talk and be respectful. Regardless, things are gonna get done the way that they're gonna get done regardless. So I just, I only bring that up because I know when we decide to do this, there has to be some sort of balance. So that's my only comment.
Lisa, do you have one more?
Two things. One is that I know that the county is investing money in development here, also in terms of like the tourist stuff. I know that there's all kinds of partnerships and things like that. And I think that if, you know, the Middletown area plan, as far as I understood, took like 8 years or 5 years. And it's like so much is going to happen during this time. And there's a place where all of these plans also reference the Lake County general plan. And so I really respect the idea, and I think the Middletown area town hall is going to be a terrible place to write a plan. That's my personal feeling.
Yeah, that's not how it
It's
works.
a disaster.
Yeah,
But
or the Cobb Area Council either. That's just not the way it works.
but on the other hand, it's just these things are going to take time, and a lot is going to happen during that time. And when I started talking about that I'd been to all the Dollar General things, the reason I was saying that is because it's a lot of time. And when citizens have to come to all of these meetings to support, and in the next 4 years, I and my colleagues here have to come to all these meetings to try and, you know, I'll just use the word stop or curtail things from happening or to give public input. It's like, it's a lot of time and effort. And having something in place that provides some kind of a general guideline or help so that we don't have to be quite so involved where we feel like we're trying to micromanage, never mind you guys, you know, as we give public input, that would be really helpful to the citizens. And because frankly, I'm tired. I'm trying to develop this county too, through the arts. And it's like, I'm so busy. And so when I have to show up to this, and I'm sure a lot of other people are here too, it's like, but I feel it's my obligation because I'm invested here with my property, with my energy, with everything. And it's like,
wrap it up.
I am.
Thank you.
And I would like to have an umbrella under which my time and everybody's time is respected and consolidated, so we're all working towards something that works and that's good.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I'm going to speak a little bit out of turn because the district I represent, I would have to pretty much talk to the city council members about how this would be approached, because most likely in the areas outside of the city limits, there would not be this opportunity of development. But I do know that this has come up in the Middletown area, this has come up in the Riviera area, this has come up in the Upper Lake area, and I'm not saying no to doing the area plan, but let's be real, that's not going to happen within a certain number of years. And by the time those are done, right now we're still saying anything goes. I want to put back on the table the idea of a zoning overlay where we can have a discussion on how that affects each individual district rather than saying that we're being imposed on in the districts that we represent. Because then this would do nothing and things could happen that may not be what's wanted by either district supervisors or by the people of those districts. And so since it's become an issue for so many areas, and the idea of banning, yes, that's definitely been a topic that's been discussed. There's one formula store that we like, another one we don't like. So the idea of banning to me is just a ridiculousness. But I think that we want smart growth, and that a zoning overlay allows for smart growth versus any growth.
Supervisor Simon.
I'll just go back to, I think, obviously, like you said, the area plans need to be updated. I think the Middletown area plan does give opportunity for smart growth. Now, it doesn't shut out things that you don't like, because you never know what's coming up. But also it's something to take into consideration for each district, and I think you all have to do that individually, is how many folks actually are in the district. I know we see folks that come here who can afford to come here on a 9 a.m. in the morning, when a lot of folks that will probably be shopping at these stores can't afford to come here. They got an 8 to 5 job every day, and to tell your boss, hey, I'd like to have another option to shop in my community, so I got to go to the Board of Supervisors meeting, that'd be a pretty tough day to get your job off of work, I would think, if you're working, especially for a minimum wage job right now. And sometimes we think about that long term. And we also heard a couple of times today about, we have 1,200 signatures. Well, just to let you know that in District 1, I think there's 9,700 voters. So just if you put it, I don't know how many voters are in your district, but I know there's 9,700 in District 1. And, you know, I've heard petitions for a while. I've got 300 signatures. I got 400 signatures. I've got 1,500 signatures. Well, once again, there's 9,700 registered voters in that district. So, you know, a little more powerful, I guess, would say, well, I got 5,000 signatures saying, nope, don't want this in our district. And, you know, so I think there's opportunities, I think, for community to work through that. And I just want to address that to say, you know, the board as a whole, looking at each community and opportunity, needs to be really taken in consideration. That's what the area plan was. That's what the area plan the communities put together. And, you know, I just want to make sure that we adhere to those as much as possible.
Anything further from the board? So I think the direction is to come back in a couple weeks, and we'll look at a plan to get the area plans updated.
Just,
Supervisor Brown?
Just real quick though, because I appreciate what Jessica's saying, but I brought up the discussion of the area plan for Cobb and other areas, and that was not the purpose of the Cobb Area Council. If it was, they misunderstood, because it's not, you guys go get a group together and then you guys figure out what's best. That's not how it works. There's a process. The committee is appointed by this board. We had a lot of night meetings, Ed will remember, because just like what Moak said, people want to be able to come. You can't create an ordinance based on who shows up in the room. Everybody in here could raise their hand. They don't represent everybody. So everybody has to have an opportunity, and that's why we did a lot of those night meetings. We did a lot of Middletown. We did right here in this chambers, and I expect that we'll do a lot of those too if we're going to be serious about this, to allow those people an opportunity. But Michael can lay out what the process is and what we're required to do and what we have done in the past as far as appointing and soliciting community members that aren't necessarily a part of a group that meets on a Thursday night. So.
Okay, anything further? Okay, we're going to move on. We are going to go to our 6.6 item, our 11 a.m. item. I know I'm skipping the 10:30 item. There's a tight time frame that we're up against with one of our presenters. So our 11 a.m. item, report from Lake County Deputy Sheriff's Association, President John Durdry regarding the LSDSA plans for a sales tax measure to support law enforcement, and B, continued from September 10th, 2019, discussion and direction about seeking an offer to the voters to ability to vote on a sales tax measure to improve roads. John, good morning.
Good morning. I'm here because Supervisor Brown had brought up last week that there was a proposal for a 1-cent sales tax measure for roads. And he had asked about the Deputy Sheriff's Association and us having presented or wanting to go forward with a 1/2-cent sales tax measure in the future to support the Sheriff's Office. That is correct. We do have a rough draft to an ordinance for a 1/2-cent sales tax measure. However, at this time...
I'm sorry, 1/2 cent?
Correct.
I'm sorry I can't see you over the screen.
I'm a little guy. I can try and post up
the
my...
screen is like way up there too.
So yes, a 1/2 cent is what we're looking for. Recently, the sheriffs had to cut 15 positions between deputy sheriff and correctional officer. And the thought is that we're going to need to replace those positions at some point. And the DSA, along with the Correctional Officers Association, is looking to move forward with the tax measure to help out the county and public safety. So we're not ready at this point to push anything forward. Supervisor Brown had spoke with me and had brought up having competing tax measures on a ballot is a bad thing, and I completely agree. This is something that we're bringing forward to the county and working with the county to make the county better.
So you're looking maybe November 2020? Is that maybe what your thoughts are?
I don't have a specific date. If you guys are looking at the road tax measure on November 2020, then no, we're not looking at that. This isn't something that we want to push through individually. We want to push this through with the county and work with it. I mean, the county needs public safety. That's going to be our foundation for this county, for any community. Public safety is the foundation. We also need roads to move forward in this county. So we're looking to work with the board to better the county.
Cindy. Supervisor Brown.
Well, I appreciate you coming down, and we had a lot of discussion about it, and I just want to make sure that the board was completely aware, because the roads are, I'll be honest with you, I get a lot more complaints about roads than I do anything else, including, law enforcement. And I know that's a thing that is on everybody's mind, but I didn't want to compete. I was afraid that, we put two things on that are going to be, it doesn't sound like they would be, especially if it's a half a cent that you guys are looking for, and we're looking for, a penny or whatever.
I think it's 1.5.
1.5. So it could work out. And the other thing I just wanted to add, we cut positions, but we didn't cut bodies. We cut positions that were not filled, and most of them never were filled. So I just want to make sure, just for clarity, we didn't put public safety at risk by cutting those positions.
Anita, could this be something that we could combine and go together and do public safety and roads?
No, they'd have to be two separate.
I'm just, thinking.
Yeah,
outside the box.
that would be hard just because they're so different, but, it'd be a special tax for an amount, but you'd have to set out, if you're going to do a sales tax, you'll have to set out exactly what goes to which entity, and, of course, all of this has to go to the State Board of Equalization. You can't just, this isn't, let's put on a show in the barn kind of thing. You have to go through all of this, and any sales tax measure has to be proffered by a public entity, in this case, a city or a county. So, I think it would be difficult to combine two such divergent things, but.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I believe that combining them would be detrimental to either one of those incentives or measures that we're trying to put through. I think it needs to be clean, it needs to be specific as to what it is we're doing, and it needs to be separated. At this moment in time, there's nothing to say that we are putting anything on the ballot in 2020. We were just pushing to start looking into and doing a survey and checking in what would be supported. So we hadn't said, yes, it's going to be 1%. The idea was potentially 1%, but it needs to be, what's the public going to say yes to? And if the public says adamantly no to 1%, but hey, we have 60%, 70% saying yes to 0.5%, then that would be what we would want to push for the road tax. And I think that we just work together, we continue working together. I think there is symbiotic benefits to both law enforcement and roads. We're paying how much to repair our vehicles for law enforcement, emergency personnel as a whole. Our transit system, there's a lot of that's combined as to why it would benefit for either or. But putting them together would be bad in my opinion. And we just continue, in my opinion, I'd like to continue, and I'm kind of delving into part B of this, continue looking into the road tax, getting the data as to what would be supported, and then figure out again what the timing would be based on the sheriff's timing as well, and make sure that they don't coincide on the same date. So I would like to see us supporting what you're looking to do, finding out what your date is as you get closer and closer to saying, yes, we're ready. But at the same time, we're not throwing anything on the ballot yet for road tax. We're pursuing to look into what that would look like.
Supervisor Brown.
Yeah, and that was my only intent. I wanted to make sure you guys knew too, that, the board was having that discussion, so that there were no surprises, that, we're like, oh crap, now we're going to screw you guys over, or whatever. I think that was important to make sure that we're all kind of, and I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything as far as when a date is, but kind of what we're talking about at this point. So
Yes.
You can make your plans accordingly too, and bring them back for us for support to put it on the ballot.
Okay.
If need be.
Thank you, John.
And does that give enough direction for Part B to go ahead and keep going with looking into the road tax?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Anita?
Since your board deferred that last time after reconsideration, I'd suggest that you take an affirmative act now to direct staff to move forward with the survey.
So moved.
Well, hold on a second. Let's have public comment. Is there any public comment on this item?
I think we're done with John, though, right?
Are we done with John? Yeah, I think we're done with
Thank you, John. We're done. We're done with you.
He's like, I want to go.
I'm seeing no movement, then I'll bring it back to the board
Second.
for the,
And motion stands.
all right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. But with that, making sure that we are not going to be putting it on the ballot at the same time, we'll be working together to make sure that we're both successful, I believe. Is that
Absolutely.
kind of
Right.
the direction
Yes.
we're trying to go?
Right.
Okay,
Scott,
now
for
we will
being
go to, sorry, our 6.6 item, or 6.5, 10:30 a.m. discussion regarding the process for tax default land sales and tax default land sales number 157, which is tentatively scheduled for March 2020. Barbara, welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Excuse me, Barbara Ringen, Treasurer Tax Collector. Liz Martinez, Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. So we were asked to come before you to kind of go over some general information regarding tax sales and kind of update you where we are in the tax sale that will be coming up in March. So for the sale in March, we don't have an exact date yet, but it's tentatively most likely the beginning of March. We're almost complete in selecting all the parcels for that sale. Excuse me. We still have a few that we're still reviewing. So if there's anyone, we spoke, that is interested in asking for any parcels to be on that sale, to contact the person who's handling the sale in our department, which is Greg Peters, and we can review to see if they qualify for that. Once we complete the selection, we're hoping to bring it in front of the board, most likely in October, probably near the last meeting in October, or the beginning of November for approval for that sale. Once that sale is approved by the board, then we will move on to the other processes, which the first process usually is notifying the taxing agencies and nonprofits to allow them adequate time to review the parcels and object to the sale if a property if they are interested. It's required that if they do wish to object to a sale, that they have to object to a parcel being sold at tax sale prior to the first publication of that sale in the newspaper, which we have to publish 21 days prior to the auction. So usually we like to give them ample notice in order for them to review the list to see if they're interested in any of the properties. We also at the same time will notice the state controller that we are having a tax sale, how many parcels are being offered for sale, and the dates of the sale. We also at that time try to get the list of parcels to the company that does our search for interested parties. It's Harmony Research. They need at least 30 days in order to review the parcels and adequately provide us the list of interested parties. Once we get that list back, then we can notice those parties. We send certified notices to them. Also, at the same time, we're also in contact with our vendor that handles the online internet auction, Bid for Assets. We have a timeline that we send the data to them approximately 45 days before the auction starts. Then we review the website to make sure it's complete. Then the auction actually goes live about 30 days prior to the auction. That allows bidders ample time to review and do their due diligence in regards to any properties they might wish to bid on. Once the auction takes place, then the successful bidders, and usually we have it's usually open about 3 days, and then it closes. Once the auction ends, then Bid for Assets will immediately notify the bidders that are successful, let them know what is due, and they have to provide the funds to Bid for Assets within 3 business days. Also, they will notify bidders that are not successful and refund the bid deposit to them. Once that occurs, then Bid for Assets, once they collect all the money from the bidders, they provide us a report, usually 3 days after that. They'll give us a final sale report, and also they wire the funds to us. Once we receive the funds from Bid for Assets, we deposit that right away. Then we balance and we post those payments to the properties, to the parcels. At that time, we are to provide reports to the auditor and also the assessor's office. Let's see. And then after that, we also review the parcels for any properties that have possibly excess proceeds, which is over and above what is for the cost of sale and paying the taxes in full. Then we also send notice to them. Prior to that, though, once the auction is complete, we do file the deed to the new owner, tax deed to the new owner. So.
Okay. I have a quick question. So a property that's in tax default right now, do they have the ability to come to you and make payment arrangements before it goes to be published?
Once the 5 years have passed and there's a power to sell lien, they're not eligible for a payment plan. So the payment plans are only eligible for the first 5 years of default.
And if I may, the only payment plan is pay in full.
Yes, paid in full. And the closer it gets to tax sale, it has to be certified funds, cash, cashier's check.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So I was hoping there would be, well, let me ask the question before I make a comment. How did you come up with the list of properties? I'm curious if if you've communicated with individual jurisdictions. For example, I see the city of Clear Lake represented in the seats in the public. Were they communicated with to consider what properties they would like to see, seeing how they have firsthand knowledge of which ones are problematic, which ones are maybe stuck in a development phase where they would like to take hold of that property in order to start development, things like that? Has that been done?
Well, I know we've had communication with the cities prior. I don't know currently with the last couple months if we've done that. To always encourage them to contact us if there are parcels that they're interested in having on the tax sale.
And if a jurisdiction was to, because each property needs to have I want to call it a portfolio or at least a file, because this is a sensitive situation where you're taking someone else's property and you're pretty much taking control of that property and now saying we're going to sell it for you. So it's a sensitive situation because of property rights. So each property has to have a file to explain this is the years of tax default, this is why we're taking these steps, so on and so forth, and I'm being very vague in that definition of that. Is it possible to add more properties? Because I know in the city of Clear Lake, for example, there's a lot of tax defaulted properties, and we would like to see more of those properties being processed. I know you're limited, your staff is limited on what you can do, but is there a way to help in the process to create those, or at least help in the process of creating those files so that we can get more of those properties on the tax auction so there can be more changes? For example, I just had a conversation with a potential developer in the city of Clear Lake this weekend, and he showed me some tax defaulted properties that prohibits him from getting a larger development done because 3 out of those entire big blocks of properties he wants to own have been tax defaulted, and it showed since 1986. How do we get more of those properties on there? How can we help you get more of those properties on the tax auction this year? And if possible, do you know how many of those properties are coming from the city of Clear Lake versus the rest in your list that you're looking at so far?
I know there's a large portion from the city of Clear Lake. But to go back to the beginning of your conversation, we don't take ownership of the property or possession of the property. It always remains in their name. And so if it, even up to 5 PM the day before the auction, when they have to redeem the property, it's still their property. They just no longer can redeem the property during that window of time during the auction when it's open. If the property does not sell, it reverts, back to them. It's still their own record. We always encourage anyone to contact the cities to contact us even mid-year, with a list of parcels, especially, maybe an Excel spreadsheet with APN, situs address, so we can review those ahead of time to give our staff plenty of time. It almost sounds like with the developer, possibly these parcels are not buildable, and that would take in a different type of sale. It would be a sealed bid sale. And on a sealed bid sale, they have to be defaulted, like you say, but it have to be, eligible bidders would be only the property owners contiguous to those properties. So that's another option. We don't, in the past, have always been encouraged to offer properties that are not buildable because it doesn't benefit the county if someone comes and bids on a property that they're just going to stop paying on again because they haven't done their due diligence, or there's a cost to that. So, but if that developer sure would like to reach out to us, and we can review those properties, or even the city can look at those ahead of time because we would approach them to see if those were buildable, or if they're 50 by 25 lots, so then we would know. So that would be something we could look at for you, absolutely.
I think one of them was actually, 29 feet, so that's definitely one of them. But that's where that, making a statement to the jurisdiction saying, hey, in March 2020, we're planning on doing a tax auction. Can you please make sure and let us know which properties you'd like to see versus here's the list, which at that point, once you have the list, I'm guessing that changing that list, or at least even whether it's drastically changing it or slightly changing it, would add a burden to moving forward timely for that tax auction. So I just want to make sure that that communication is out there so that we are making sure to have the right properties on there. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions from the board?
No, I just think comment. We had approached, the ad hoc committee had approached Barbara to come and do this report, just to make sure we were on track and to lay out the timelines and the time frame for the community and also the board as we move forward through this process. So I want to thank you for coming today, laying that process out. It looks like we are scheduled for a tentative March sale in the beginning and making sure that we go through all the processes.
Yes.
Less what jurisdiction or what, we need to have these tax sales and we need to have it yearly. So thank you for coming and, bringing the information on our request. So thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Any other questions from the board before I open it to public comment? Is there any public comment on this item?
Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item.
You can state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Scott, for letting me speak.
I hear the same thing from Joan.
Well, Alan Flora, City of Clear Lake, appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, and also pleased to hear that there is a plan in March. I hope that's firmed up soon, but I wanted to give the board a little bit of background. I requested from Ms. Martinez a few weeks ago a list of all the tax defaulted properties in the City of Clear Lake, which she provided. And currently there's approximately 3,400 properties of almost 17,000 properties in the City of Clear Lake that are in some level of tax default. That's 20%. The total debt owed is about $5.3 million. Some of those have been in default as far back as 1981. I don't want to date myself too much, but I was 3 years old. We have hundreds of properties that have not been paid in over 10 years. You look at the list, there's a few that are sprinkled in more recently, but many, many, many have been on that list for a very long time. There's individuals, there's trusts, there's out-of-state corporations, title companies, banks, and situations with what I would call ghost properties, and Chief White is going to talk about one of those as an example here in a minute. The Lake County Sanitation District and the County of Lake even has, I think, approximately 10 properties on the list in the City of Clear Lake. This issue needs to be addressed.
Say that again?
They are listed as the owner on the tax default list. I have no idea why that's the case, but the county of Lake, I think, has no less than 10 properties currently on the tax default list within the city of Clear Lake's boundaries. Someone needs to look into that.
Yeah, we, definitely.
Based on my understanding of those that are currently eligible for tax sale, which would be 5+ years, we have right at 1,500 properties, which is 9% of the parcels within the city. I created a map. It's pretty staggering to see what that looks like, but it's a real problem for us. So this owes the debt on those 5+ year properties is right at $1.74 million. So the city of Clear Lake is suffering because the owner of nearly 10% of the properties is essentially a blight on our community. And we have enough problems with that without this compounding. These properties need to be sold. And we're committed as a city to changing the course of this blight, and it's critical that those properties are available for reinvestment. And so having the opportunity to prioritize and work with the county and Ms. Ringen on that would be very important to us. Anything that the city can do to help facilitate as many properties as possible coming up for auction as soon as possible is very, very important to us. You know, it's not a function that the city of Clear Lake can perform, a local fire district can perform. Only the county treasurer, tax collector can perform this function. And we all suffer when it doesn't happen. And I think there's some history here of it not happening often enough. And I'm sure your board's aware of this, but just to provide a little bit of information.
You could wrap it up.
Okay, I will. The county has what's called a teeter fund, which requires the county to front other taxing entities like the city and our local fire districts, properties that are in default. And this is the 1%, not any special assessments. But if that money doesn't need to be fronted because the taxes have been paid through a tax sale or whatever mechanism, those are general fund discretionary dollars that you can use to support the many needs and county services here. So, you know, for us, we're suffering from a lack of investment in blight. That's also happening across the county. But you're essentially paying out cold hard cash every year that this problem continues to grow larger. So I just want to implore you to make sure that this happens. It happens as soon as possible, and that we have some involvement in making sure that key properties are on that list. And so one thing that was kind of danced around, I did want to ask a question.
You need to wrap it up.
Okay, so why is that? I guess I'm curious. This is not a member of the public. This is a cooperating partner here on this. I'm just curious.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering about how many properties we're talking about putting up for sale. Yeah, I don't know if there's a limit on it at this point or where we are, but obviously, you know, some properties within the city are more important than others, but we do have 1,500 of them just in our jurisdiction. And, you know, I would expect that we have as high or higher percentage of that within the city of Clear Lake as many areas of the county, but I'm sure this is a problem countywide. And so, you know, my main question is, how many are we looking at? Does anyone have
Barbara, do you have any idea of how many we're looking at?
We're currently approved for 300 parcels on this sale.
And who was that approved by?
Well, it's budgeted. There's a cost to,
Who is it approved by?
well, within the budget, we were approved
Okay,
for
got it.
300 parcels.
Okay, and that's,
And also staff time, it's,
yeah. I had some questions too that were similar to.
So one other thing I wanted to ask, and then I'll sit down, but I was wondering if we would have the ability to provide some additional information as part of the tax sale process that may not have been included previously. Just as an example, the map that I created, you can look at it very quickly and notice some concentrations of properties that are in tax default, perhaps owned by one owner, perhaps not. But I believe that people looking for investment opportunities, seeing 10 parcels over here that may be undevelopable by themselves, would realize that there may be an opportunity to pick all of those up. And so if there was an opportunity for us to provide information to be part of the sale process, I think it may be helpful in moving some of these properties off of the delinquency. role. So
Could the city work with you to try to see if they can?
Yes, we always encourage the city, if they have parcels that they're interested, that we would review those parcels, absolutely, to see
yeah,
if
well,
they're
I'm not
eligible.
specifically asking about that. I'm asking about, can we provide additional information such as a map that shows
I think she responded yes to that. Is that right, Barbara?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just real quick, before you leave, so that was, some of your questions I want to follow up with, because you were going through the numbers pretty quick. 20%, you said 20% of the properties in Clear Lake are in tax default?
Yeah, no, that's, you know.
But is that like 5
some
years
level,
or-
but that's not
Okay,
5.
okay.
So we're about, I forget my numbers already. I think it's roughly 1,500. It's right at 1,500 that, according to my I haven't verified this with them, but that have 5 years of delinquency on the information they provided to me and should be eligible for sale. So 9%.
Okay, and would it be easy to provide that map of, and I know we can do it, and it probably is our responsibility, but, staffing just makes it really hard. Is it possible to get that map of, if you're aware of several parcels that are in an area? Because I agree with you. Here's the thing, it's not all the cases, but in most cases, if somebody's not paying their taxes for 5 or 10 years or whatever, the property's a mess, and there's, people living there that shouldn't be living there. There's just all kinds of things going on. As you know, I have a piece of property down there that I'm holding for collateral that has that same issue. So I get that, and I get the element that goes along with it typically. But is there a way that you could work with staff to?
Absolutely. I mean, the only issue that I have is I would need to work with them to make sure that the way I'm delineating that it's eligible for tax sale and the way they are is the same, so, but absolutely.
I think we're pulling the map up right now.
Oh.
So, Barbara, you have.
It's a little hard to see, but there's 2 designations. The pink, the lighter pink, is ones that have
Or less.
sort of 1 to whatever years of default. The darker ones are 5+ years.
Okay.
So if you scroll, I mean, it's everywhere.
Do we, Barbara, do we know how many of the 300 lots are in the city of Clear Lake?
No, I didn't bring that number.
And the only reason I'm asking that is because maybe it's not as obvious, maybe it seems obvious to me, but it's not that obvious. But it just seems like if there was a group of parcels, and I talked to Bruno about this yesterday, if there was a group of parcels that were in a specific geographic area, it may be easier, because I know there's a lot of, you have to go out and visually inspect it and all that. If they were able to do all those inspections in one geographic area instead of, go to Clear Lake, and then you gotta run to Blue Lakes, and then you gotta run to Anderson Springs, that takes up a lot of time that, people don't realize how much time that takes. And is there a way to do that in a geographic specific area?
We do site visits for any potential properties that have a person living there, home. We wouldn't necessarily to view a lot only if it's only a lot. So if these parcels.
Oh, got it.
Yes, or just lots only, we would not have to
Okay.
do a site visit.
So I know the chief wanted to share something, but I just want to put it out there. If there's anything at all that the city can do to help facilitate this process, including me driving around and doing inspections or whatever, we'll do it. We're very serious that this is a critical problem for moving our community forward.
Are we able to use the city in that way to have them help us with this process?
Well, if they want to do their own visits on the property to identify the properties that they would like to be on the tax sale, but as far as site visit, that would have to be conducted by our office.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, what kind of site visits are you talking about?
It's to notice if there is owner occupied, we need to notice the property, actually either post the notice or actually hand it to the individual that is living there.
Right, but that's just the act of posting or submitting notice. It's not, a site visit makes it seem as if you're inspecting things.
I'm sorry,
And you're not,
yes.
I'm sorry,
Terminology.
they're not
Sorry.
doing that. That would be well outside just posting the notices is a relatively ministerial, simple task. It's not.
Do you think the city
an
would be able
inspection.
to be able to do that for us if they were willing to help us with that process?
I would think that would be the least of it. I would think the city would be more helpful in delineating the properties, providing data of groupings of properties that would be susceptible to merger and development, and making a list of properties, as the county should do, I would recommend, of those properties that are most needful of getting back on the tax roll.
And in fact, the city of Lakeport probably would want to have an opportunity to do same.
Okay, Chief.
Guess we're still slightly, good afternoon, Andrew White. I'm the Chief of Police with the City of Clear Lake. I'm also a resident of Clear Lake. I don't want to repeat the stuff that the city manager said, but I just want to point out the importance from the code enforcement perspective. I know this board has been addressing on a countywide basis. Within the city, we've been renewing it. And this is a huge issue in the code enforcement arena. One of the few ways that we can try to force a property owner to clean up their property, otherwise fix it, particularly in fire danger, is with adding stuff onto the tax rolls, and then ultimately when it's not paid, having that property be sold. I don't know how, this approval thing of the 300 properties or whatever in the budget, I realize we all have limited funds, but I don't know how we'll ever get ahead with just doing 300 at a time. I realize there's concerns about staffing issues. I think we all have staffing issues, but I think you can't afford not to do it, and we see the results, and again, I believe are disproportionately affected within the city. The other thing that I would ask is just to encourage for the tax collector's office. One case we had in particular is, we call them ghost properties, but it's where somebody's died or the property's otherwise been released, it's gone to probate, there's nobody else interested. In this particular case, it was done through the State of California Insurance Commissioner's Office. They sent us a letter, and it was actually a copy of a letter that they sent to the tax collector's office back in 2004, trying to resolve the issue, and they didn't get communication back and forth. And I don't want to extract one because I realize this is one of many. Maybe the letter got lost, I don't know. But in all that time, the property's accumulated over $10,000 of back taxes, and it's a fire danger property. It's one of the ones that we were trying to deal with. So again, I appreciate you guys' support in looking at this, being aware of it. As the city manager pointed out, this is one of the few issues that we as the city ourselves don't have the direct authority to deal with. We are trying to employ every other legal authority that we do have to address these issues, but we need your help and the tax collector's office help. And again, I don't think 300 is sufficient to really move us forward. We need to figure out some other way, temporary staffing, whatever has to happen. And again, whatever part we can do, we'll do, but I could give you a list. I mean, we just mentioned 1,500 properties plus. So in either event, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief White. Supervisor Brown, did you have something?
Well, I appreciate the chief's position on it, and it's a little more complicated than just hire a few more people to just fill up a desk. It's a skill, it's training that's required. You expose the county to a ton of liability if you do it wrong. So it has to be done right. And also, the other thing is, there's a number, I'm not sure what that number is, but where it becomes, you can't accomplish it. So 300 is what we came up with at some point. I don't even remember what that was, but it's a manageable number. And once we get those 300, then you start working on the next 300. Had we been doing that all the time, we probably wouldn't have this conversation. But things were left to Barbara, from years past that got us to where we are right now, including staffing. And the other thing is, you don't want to flood the county with the market of a bunch of lots that are for relatively cheap, because then it affects the property values for everybody around it. And so there's a balancing act there too for comparable appraisals and that type of thing. So I think if we can move forward with 300 now with the idea in mind, Barbara, I know we've had this discussion before, and I know there's a little bit of resistance to it, maybe even a lot of resistance, but is there any way possible that we could contract this out? Is there a company that can come in and help us to get caught up on these things to where, we have 300 now, and then we get 300 in the pipeline right behind you? Because I don't know that, again, we were talking about the area plan update. We're never going to get caught up, and we're never going to get caught up here because staffing is just always going to be an issue. It's always going to be something for all of our departments. So is there any way that we can contract that?
Right. Again, I'm not aware of another company that actually does the whole tax sale process.
Well, at least part of it.
Well, we do use vendors, like say for the actual auction. We no longer have to come down to the board chambers and actually have a public auction.
Yeah.
We also have someone doing our research for us for the interested parties. So I don't know of any other entity right now that does the actual hands-on, knows the properties, and actually does that part of the process. So we always keep an ear open for that. Once we get staffing up to date, because we're 50% on the tax side, but 50%, we only have 4 full-time employees, so that's 2 employees that we're working with, and one of those is assigned to the tax sale.
And I think there was a misunderstanding last time when, because you said 50%, but I think it was taken as 50% of your entire staff, but it's 50% of the folks that are actually working on this type of stuff, is that correct?
On the tax side of the office, yes.
Yeah,
We have
okay.
4 full-time employees, yes. And then we did actually start, we've increased the parcels from 150 to the 300. So
300.
we are moving forward and increasing it, and hopefully with staffing changes, then we could do back-to-back sales. But usually, most counties, I don't know of any that have more than one main auction, but we could maybe do 500 parcels, or have, something along those lines. Of course,
Okay,
that would
so
take-
what would be easier to do, 500 at one time or 250, and then 6 months later do another 250?
Depending upon the parcels, it might be easier just to do the 500 and prepare, but be preparing for that sale, the 500, well in advance. Maybe take a year before to create that list and be working that list. So other things, other functions go on in the office. As an example, December and April. That person doing the tax sale is not able to really work on the tax sale because of the volume of tax payments that we process and phone calls and contact with the taxpayers, so.
What is the solution? I think we all agree what the issue is, with staffing and all that. And, what's the solution that you would recommend, that you would see?
The solution is to review the parcels carefully and to definitely choose the ones that would be most successful in assisting the city of Clear Lake. Getting those back on the roll, having developers or persons go in, if it's an empty lot, build a home, and start that process. So I think it's important to identify the properties through the city's help that they feel are critical and to move forward on those. And then each year, just increasing the volume of parcels that we offer at tax sale.
You have 300 right now that
Yes.
you're working on?
Yes.
How many of those are in Clear Lake, did you say already?
A large portion, I didn't bring the list with me, so I don't have that, but I can get that to you.
Well, I don't need it, I was just curious. Anyway, I think they need it worse than I do.
So
And-
staffing-wise, is it just we've had failed recruitments to be able to fill those positions, or they haven't gone up for recruitments, or what can we do to maybe help fill those positions?
It's just been filled recruitments. I mean, our last recruitment, we had 2 applicants, they both declined interviews because they had accepted positions elsewhere. We're right now in the middle of the accountant one, and I think we're gonna be offering that, but the accounting technician, which was one of our last recruitments that we just reopened, is also on the tax side, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just add, a moment ago, the treasurer tax collectors talked about working with the city of Clear Lake to focus on their properties. I just think that we need to take a balanced approach and allow the county an opportunity to prioritize its properties and perhaps even the city of Lakeport, so that each entity has its priorities reflected in the sale.
I agree with that. We have to make sure that we're making sure all the entities are at the table. Supervisor Sabatier.
And I just wanted to rebut against Supervisor Brown's statement of if we put too many on the auction, that it has the potential to reduce property values. I think the lack of having
right.
the auctions also reduces the property values.
Correct.
And so I think it's a balancing act of getting it done. I do, and I want to mimic some of the statements made by Supervisor Simon. I do appreciate us being here to talk about having the tax auction versus being in a position where we're not going to have the tax auction. And I think what we need to do is make sure and offer you the support that you need to make sure that we keep going and that we have a trend of adding more. One of the major data points that I think we need to have is how many do we anticipate being added to the 5+ years tax default next year, and making sure that the numbers being put into the tax auction are higher than what is anticipated to being added to that number, so that we don't see a growth of those that are in 5+ year tax default versus a decrease in 5+ years default. And I think those data points are going to be important. Whether we look at doing more each year or doing a potential of contracting, if that is available or not. I think the idea is to make sure that we have more being offered on the tax auction than more being added into the tax default bucket. So I want to support you with what you and your staff need to have in order to ensure that we're looking at a decrease every single year versus a stumbling block of not being able to manage. And I think some of that might be in the coming months as we're preparing for the tax auction to have a more than just a 1-year plan, but maybe a 5-year plan on how it is that we're going to tackle this sometimes what looks like an unmanageable amount of properties because it's so many. And I think that's a hard thing to look at all at once versus being able to parse it out and how are we going to manage it over the next few years, 5 years, so on and so forth. I think that we're at a place where this is a good thing that we're going to have this tax auction, but we also need to make sure that it's not just properties, that it's any properties, that it's properties that have a specific benefit to being on the tax auction. So I want to make sure that we have an open line of communication with the other jurisdictions. I know that I will also be submitting some other properties to you, and I apologize for not having submitted those already, but they will get to you before the end of this day. And I see some other people in the public as well that are interested. Part of this reason was to make sure that we're aware of the process. Part of the reason for being here today was to make sure we're transparent to the public, because there's been a lot of people from the public that have approached me saying, when is this next tax auction? Because I want to invest in my community. I want to make sure and see what I can do to help out with some of the issues that we have. And so having this opportunity to discuss this in a public way makes sure that it's out there. This will happen. This is coming. And let's make sure that we know all the steps that are needed in order to have the best outcome of our tax auctions. Whether that's people that pay off their own properties, great, you paid off your own property, or investors have the knowledge of what properties will be out there. I think this is a good first step. I want to see more in the coming years, and again, that's part of how do we support you, how do we make sure that we have what we need to get the results that we're looking for.
Is there anything further from the board? Okay, I think we're done with that discussion. I'm going to quickly take up an item and then we're going to go to quick lunch. We could take up 7.6 because I see that we have staff out there. Consideration of changes to the in-home supportive services, IHSS advisory committee bylaws.
So you're going to go to lunch right after that?
Yes.
So I'm going to recuse myself anyway,
Okay.
so it works out perfect. Yeah,
And we'll be back at 1.
Yours is in the refrigerator. Dude, she just texted me, said you're.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
She's on break.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, before you begin this, you should, I'd recommend you inquire of staff as to whether you're taking this action as the in-home supportive services public authority or as the Board of Supervisors, because that's unclear here, and you do need to know which body you're acting on.
Public authority.
What was that?
And can we take that action without it being, if it is sitting as the other body? Without it being
The
public?
agenda does provide that you do meet concurrently as that body, but you are going to have to ensure that any signature page reflects, and I don't see a signature page here, but you are going to have to reflect the action sitting as the in-home supportive services public authority. It would be better, of course, if the agenda clearly reflected that, but since the agenda does provide for concurrent, because again, the authority is an independent, autonomous body, so that's why it matters.
And just a reminder to staff that when it's something that pertains to the IHSS Advisory Committee, it should be under the purview of the Public Authority Board.
Thank you. We'll make sure that's in there
Thanks.
correctly next time.
Okay, with that, I guess we will continue. So you want to let us know whatever you think we need to know?
The advisory committee has asked for a $25 stipend per meeting. And so we're bringing that forward for them. I know that in 2010, they had asked for a similar stipend and it wasn't acted upon.
Okay.
Oh, there is an allocation that comes from CDSS of $5,976 per year. The estimated cost of this stipend would be $3,300.
I believe they are.
Is there any questions from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? See no movement, then I'll bring it back to the board, acting as in-home supportive services advisor.
I do want to make a comment just to make sure that the public is aware of this. I'm sure we're all very well aware of this, that IHSS is one of the largest employers of the county. I believe around 2,000, I think it's 18 to 1,900 overall employees. So this committee as a very large undertaking in making sure that that large amount of employees are being taken care of and needs being met. So I am going to be in favor of this. I think that this is a small fee to ensure that we're our oversight of such a large percentage of such a large portion of our community is being taken care of, needs being met. I know that it's a difficult task with the funding that we have coming from the state, always talking about maybe cutting back. We are in a situation right now where our governor has made sure not to make those cutbacks, but that doesn't mean that those will not happen in the future. But we need to make sure that we have participants on this committee who are going to be looking for the best interest and fighting for the best interest for those employees. So I'm absolutely in favor in this small, in my opinion, small fee for a large contribution.
Is there anything further from the board? And I'm looking for action.
Then I would like to make a motion to approve the changes to the in-home supportive services IHSS Advisory Committee bylaws.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will take a break till 1 o'clock. Okay. 7.2, consideration of resolution approving proposed revisions to the Golden State Financial Authority Joint Powers Agreement. Carol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you probably know, the Golden State Finance Authority is the financial arm of the Regional Council of Rural Counties, your Supervisors Association. And our county has been a member of this Joint Powers Agreement, the GSFA Joint Powers Agreement, for quite a few years. The JPA was last amended in May of 2015, and at this time, the GSFA Board of Directors is requesting another amendment to the agreement. There's a summary of the changes in the cover memo. It authorizes the GSFA to establish and operate programs and projects to promote public safety, economic development, and environmental protection, including without limitation forest resiliency, wildfire risk protection, air quality improvement, and waste diversion and reuse. There are a number of other additional minor changes to the Joint Powers Agreement, and I'm sure your board well remembers that the GSFA has been very helpful to our county in responding to the needs of our wildfire survivors and have actually given us several grants which helped our displaced citizens deal with housing and security issues.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments on this item? Is there any questions or comments from the public on this item? See no movement, I'll bring it back to the board for adoption of the resolution.
I just do want to mimic one more time what Carol Hutchinson said, that I've been a part of, but so has Supervisor Crandall, since he's the primary member of the RCRC, and the GSFA is kind of a separate arm but similar place as RCRC, and I do appreciate the help that they have brought back to the county, and yeah, just wanted to make sure and state that again, because it's not just appreciated from administration, I think it's appreciated from a board member's perspective as well.
Okay, so I need somebody to offer the resolution.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered, please call roll.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. With that, how about we take up the 5.5?
We could do that in 5.18 if you wish.
Okay. 5.5, adopt resolution amending resolution number 2019-080, establishing temporary position allocations for the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget unit number 1123. Assessor B authorized to appoint David Schwischinger as interim assistant assessor recorder, and be authorized to appoint I'm going to botch these names, Janakes, as interim chief deputy assessor recorder.
So thank you, Madam Chair. As part of the fiscal crisis management plan's focus on revenue-driving departments, we've been working with the assessor recorder to support his staffing needs. He has a couple of key staff out on long-term leaves, and he's asking to add 2 temporary allocations, which will enable him to make some interim promotions of existing staff while the incumbents are out on leave. And we intended for this item to be on your consent agenda. However, we noticed after it had been posted that there was an error in the number of the resolution we were amending. It said we were amending Resolution 2019-80, when in fact it should say 2019-127, which was the resolution your board approved very recently as part of your final budget approvals.
Okay, so any questions or comments on this item? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt resolution amending resolution number 2019-80, establishing temporary. Is that the
Making a
correct?
change,
Or
right?
the number?
Temporary.
The number that,
Temporary position allocations.
temporary position allocations, but is it 2019-80 or is it 29?
2019-127.
Yeah, -127, thank you. Establishing temporary position allocations for the fiscal year 2019-2020, budget unit number 1123 for the assessor position and for the interim chief deputy assessor position.
We do them all in one motion?
Just
A resolution.
one resolution, yeah.
Okay, so offer the
Oh,
resolution.
sorry, I read way too much. I offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered, please call roll.
Yes.
I even have it circled.
Aye.
Aye.
Yep.
Aye. Want to take up 5.18 really fast?
Yes.
I think they've just walked in the room, or 1 o'clock, but we're going to. 5.18, adopt resolution amending resolution number 2019-80, establishing position allocations for fiscal year 2019-2020, budget unit 8695, special districts administration.
In a similar vein, supporting the Special Districts Department to create and add an all-new classification. It's a grants manager position. The Special Districts Administrator advises that given heavy workloads of herself and existing staff, they're not always able to respond to all grant opportunities. And the intention is with this position to go after missed opportunities and bring more grant funding to their programs. Initially, they're estimating there's going to be something like $400,000 in grant revenues coming by virtue of successful grant writing to pay for staff. But the intention really is to develop this position to ultimately pay for itself long-term after the initial 3 years. And the reason this one came off consent is the same reason as what you just approved, where we inadvertently named the wrong resolution number. You are amending Resolution 2019-127 if you approve this request.
Is there any questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Seeing no movement, I'll bring it back to the board to adopt the resolution or offer the resolution.
Madam Chair, I offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered, please call roll.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Okay, we will go to our 6.7 item, our 1 p.m. workshop broadband internet presentation by the Upstate California Contact Consortium for broadband internet connectivity. Welcome.
So just to preface this item, this has been a conversation that was brought up to the Lake County Economic Development Corporation, and this was taken up by, and I'm looking at Michelle Scully, this was taken up by BARC. which is a sidearm of the EDC. And one of the three, if you remember, when we approved the EDC strategic plan, one of the top three priorities was broadband. Broadband internet, making sure that in a rural community that not only did we have access to broadband, which some people are still connected solely via modem, but that we had access to a quality high-speed broadband. Broadband is a measure of how well can our businesses access the rest of the world, how well can we communicate with the rest of the world, and so for schools, education, for business and the workforce, it's an absolute necessary part of our economic development that we need to ensure that we have the proper deployment of the appropriate access to broadband access. So we've been working with the Upstate California Consortium Connect, the UCCC, which is part coming out of the Chico State University. They are helping us to put together a master plan for broadband deployment. Where is it needed the most? Where is it not accessible at all? And again, looking at both for residential purposes as well as for business purposes. And today we have, I'm sorry, I forgot your last names, but we have David and we have Courtney that are here from the UCCC to give us two things. One, an update on what the master plan looks like, what that master plan can get us, and also a second one, which is Dig Once policy, which is an idea of once we open up a trench and we're laying out certain things, whether it's sewer, whether it's water, that if the trench is open, what else belongs in that trench that would help us to ensure that we have access to fiber optic cables in all areas here. So they are here to present us those opportunities and very thankful for them coming out. They're doing they're going to be their first out of 3 presentations. And David, you can sit down at the chair. You do not have to go anywhere else. And Johanna here has all of your files, and maybe you've already communicated with her as to which file to open. But very thankful for you being here.
You know, we're going to need you either to stand or grab the microphone so the public will be able to hear you. So, or you can sit on this side so you can see. Maybe this side you can see. You can sit and see. Yes. There you go. That'd be best.
Thank you very much for having us today on behalf of the Geographical Information Center and the Chico State. My name is David Espinosa. I'm here with my colleague, Courtney Farrell. I'm going to start first by giving a little bit introduction of who we are and how we work, have been working with Lake County on broadband. I am a broadband specialist at the Geographical Information Center, and the Geographical Information Center at CSU Chico is the leading organization of the Northeastern and Upstate California Connect Consortia. Both consortia are funded by the California Public Utility Commission under the California Advanced Services Fund. They fund this consortia across California, and actually there are 17 consortia. They fund this consortia to achieve the California goal under the CASF program to achieve 98% broadband service availability across the state. So they have different programs, different accounts, and the regional consortia is one account that they have to support this goal of 98%. The Geographical Information Center manages 2 of these consortia, the Northeastern and the Upstate Consortia, and the Upstate Consortia supports the counties of Glen, Colusa, and Lake, and the Northeastern Consortia, the counties of Butte, Tahima, Pluma, Shasta, Lassen, Siskiyou, and Modoc. These consortia consist of internet service providers, local governments, community-based organizations, community anchor institutions, and all different local and regional partners. The scope of our work includes, in order to support the goal of the 98%, is supporting internet service providers and local governments to expand infrastructure and services across California. In the case of consortia, in the counties that I mentioned. And we achieved this expansion of infrastructure, for example, by informing internet service providers of federal and state infrastructure grants. In the case of state grants, includes the California Advanced Services Fund, the infrastructure grant, which recently, in late 2017, was granted $300 million for broadband projects across California. The other federal grant that we are supporting is the USDA Reconnect program, which has a fund for grants for $200 million, loans $200 million, and combos, grants, and loans for $200 million more. So we support ISPs to apply for these grants. We also support local governments to develop strategic plans and partnerships with these internet service providers to support this expansion of infrastructure. We also support local governments to develop master broadband plans, like the one that Bruno mentioned, Supervisor Sabatier mentioned, that we have been working together with our partners in Lake County. We support local governments to update also their general plans and develop and incorporate policies and ordinances that can also promote expansion of broadband infrastructure. We also support the California Public Utility Commission to validate broadband coverage and speeds across the region, the ones that ISPs report that they are being serving. And in all this scope of work and framework, we have been working on developing a master broadband plan for Lake County, which consists of these main 4 items. First, it provides a comprehensive assessment of the landscape of broadband services, both for residential and business services. We include in this assessment both technologies, wireline and fixed wireless technologies. And for that assessment, we use the latest data from the California Public Utility Commission. This first point is very important and critical for the master broadband plan, because in order to know where we want to move forward, we really want to know where we are at right now in terms of internet service providers, coverage, speeds, and availability. The second point is, once we know what's the current state of the services, we provide recommendations about how to improve this broadband service, which includes upgrading, expanding, or launching new networks by these deployments carried out by the internet service providers under state or federal grants, or even sometimes private funding. Then the next section addresses recommendations for developing and implementing policies that can support and create additional incentives for ISPs to expand in jurisdictions. Because these state and federal grants, in the case of the state grant, ISPs can apply for anywhere, any community, any census block in California. So we want them to apply for those grants and expand here in Lake County. So the local jurisdictions, it would be very helpful if they also provide additional incentives that I will go into more detail what those can be. For example, updating general plans, or implementing a D1's ordinance, or developing an asset inventory that then can, through a master lease agreement, can allow the ISPs to use that infrastructure to expand their services in a more cost-efficient manner. And finally, we also provide recommendations for improving broadband service adoption. In order for these new deployments to have viability and appropriate rate of return, the internet service providers need to see some aggregated demand, and that there will be potential customers for their services. So that's the part that will ensure that these services will be viable. Going in more detail about the first section of the plan, about the broadband landscape, this is a list of the current internet service providers that currently serve Lake County. This list came from data from the California Public Utility Commission, from data from the majority of internet service providers which report this data to the state and to the FCC. These are mostly known providers. We have big incumbents like AT&T, and also some other smaller providers for different technologies like Digital Path or MediaCom using cable technology. This data from the CPUC provides information of the ISPs, the technologies that they use, the type of service that they use, and even what's the footprint at a census block level. This is a map of the current footprint of all the aggregated wireline providers in California and in Lake County in particular. We have here on top on the right, here the speeds that the ISPs report that they provide service in the county. We can see here that the speeds, relatively low speeds from below 3 megabits per second are in orange or yellow. Then as speeds get higher, for example, above 10 megabits per second to 15 megabits per second are different shades of green. And gigabit speeds are depicted here in dark purple. So this is kind of the aggregated footprint from the internet service providers. Here is the footprint for the fixed wireless technologies. That's what. If we go really quick, regarding the wireline technologies, this footprint includes services provided by DSL technologies, cable, and fiber optics. So it's aggregating all the different wireline technologies. In the case of fixed wireless, it includes technologies that use base stations or access points to provide service to residences, and the residents usually install a small antenna on top of the rooftop or small pole outside. So in the case of fixed wireless technologies, speeds are much lower. We don't see that fixed internet service providers can reach gigabit services, but they can reach up to around tens of megabits per second, but the advantage is that they might be able to reach areas that wireline providers cannot reach. So this is kind of in a nutshell what's the coverage provided by wireline providers and fixed wireless providers. The data provided by the California Public Utility Commission includes more granularity in all this data. This data, you can see it and analyze at the census block level, the technology provided in each census block, the different technologies that the ISPs use. And one thing that we incorporate kind of in our master broadband plan is that local governments, it could be as part of the policy or general plan framework that staff in different departments should perhaps or center can help them to go over some tutorials and training about how to use this tool, this information and data available by the CPUC regarding assessing what's the current broadband status in the state. That coverage is basically what the internet service providers report. But there has been some discrepancies from what's the perception for the residents or local governments about the service that they report or they advertise that they offer. Sometimes there are some communities that the internet service providers report to the CPUC or the FCC that they are currently serving at certain level of speeds. However, some residents perhaps have a different perception. And that discrepancy happens for two reasons. First, because when they report service in a census block, there is no minimum requirements of how many households they can serve in a census block in order to declare that the entire census block is served. So that's kind of a gray area to actually tell if 100% of the households within one census block is served. So that's why there is some discrepancy in the reporting of the service. The second one comes because the Form 477 submitted by the ISPs to the FCC and to the CPUC asks them to report which census blocks they are currently serving or they could serve without an extraordinary additional use of resources. So it's not only what they are currently serving, but also what they could serve. So that's where it creates a little bit of this discrepancy. In order to validate that, to see what kind of like a ground truthing and find out what's the actual level of service, the California Public Utilities Commission developed a small app called CalSpeed that residences or businesses can download, run the speed test, and then those results will be sent back to the CPUC and displayed in the California Interactive Broadband Map. So those results are very important for the CPUC to determine eligibility for potential state funding. Because as we will see in the next part of how recommendations to expand infrastructure, there are certain minimum requirements of current available speeds in the census blocks in order to be eligible for the state funding. So this is one of the items that in order to have an actual status of what's the broadband service in the county, CalSpeed is a great tool to validate what's the actual level of service provided by the internal service providers. A second item that can be used to validate the speeds is for residences or businesses to fill this called the public feedback form, where the residents can fill what's the current service available offered by the internal service providers, and if there has been any denial that internal service providers have told them that no, we cannot serve your residents because it's far from our central office or from the reach of our current fixed wireless or wireline service, then they can report that, and the CPUC will have a record of that information that can make eligible that census block for state funding. Okay. Kind of the main point from this initial section of the Master Broadband Plan is that there are existing data gathered and make it publicly available by the Public Utilities Commission about what's the current levels of broadband internet service in the county. So we can learn what are the current internet service providers serving the county, what are the speeds that they offer, what's the current footprint, and the census blocks that they are currently serving. So from there, how do we move forward to expand the services that we currently have? Most of the internet service providers that we have here in Lake County, they also serve other counties, other communities, so they have a statewide market. So how do we get them to choose to expand their network here in Lake County? In order to work in that area, we need to work together with local partners here in Lake County. First, in order to get an input to identify areas that are priority for deployments, for broadband expansion, which can include currently unserved areas, residential areas that have really bad service or not internet service at all. Other can be business areas, important in business, industrial areas that are really important for economic development. Those are kind of the type of priority areas that we need to know in order to help to put an assessment. Once we identify the areas, then we can go to the maps of eligible areas for the state funding, for example, for the California Advanced Services Fund, and see which areas can be eligible to apply for this state funding. Basically, the threshold is that the areas need to have currently speeds below 6 megabits downstream and 1 megabit upstream. That's the threshold that the CPUC and the state of California defines for a census block to be determined if it's served or not. In the case of the USDA Reconnect program, the threshold is 10 megabits per second. Areas, and not only like in the CASF program for residential, but in the case of the USDA grant, is for businesses, farms, or other commercial locations, and the threshold is 10 megabits per second. Another input that is important to determine which areas can be a potential good project for internet expansion is also the input from internet service providers. Because local governments or communities or residents can mention that certain area currently doesn't have service, but if the internet service provider actually serving that area, it's good to bring the internet service providers also to the table to see if what was the actual level of coverage if they could actually serve that area. And in many cases, we have already had some reach out to different internet service providers about these grants, and also in the case of Lake County. But we cannot go much into detail because in many cases we have non-disclosure agreements. But from the internet service providers, we have already been in contact. They are willing to see which areas are currently eligible for the state funding or the federal funding, and they want to apply. But they want a kind of to know at a more granular detail, a more precise detail, which are the exact communities, exact census blocks, or neighborhoods that currently don't have service. So that's the part that currently we're working with our partners, with the county, with the business chamber, with the Economic Development Corporation, to try to gather all that information. This is a map of currently eligible census blocks for state funding. Basically, we have, under the current CASF grant cycles, we have a big funding of $300 million available across California. So, and there are different requirements and different levels of funding for these potential projects, ranging from 60% to 100%. So in some cases, if the area is very rural, have low income, and the only internet service available is dial-up, then those type of areas can be eligible for 100% funding. Now, this grant has a deadline for applications for submissions by the April the 1st every year. For the previous year, for this 2019 year, we approached several ISPs in Lake County, and for different reasons, perhaps the timing and different requirements required by this grant, they mentioned they were not yet ready to submit applications for 2019. But they mentioned that they will be willing to explore and assess that possibility by the 2020 deadline. So we are still in contact with them, and with the input that we will get from our local partners in Lake County, then we can define specific potential projects and then bring those potential projects to their attention. The same for the case of the USDA Reconnect program. We have eligible areas across the county, and we are also currently discussing with different internet service providers. In this case, for the first round of funding, there were no applicants for California for different reasons, including some iteration in the internal process of the USDA Reconnect program. But I think by the next round of cycle, ISPs will have more confidence that the process is already more stable and they will be more willing to apply. And in the case of just grants, there is a pot of $200 million. Okay. Now the next part is the policies. If we have a statewide subsidies of $300 million and a federal funding of $200 million in grants, why all the ISPs are not farming and immediately putting projects together all around to get this funding? As I mentioned before, in the case of the state funding, in most of the cases, some ISPs will prefer to expand in areas nearby, more urban larger markets or near their existing footprints in larger markets, perhaps in Central and Southern California. So what else can local governments do to create incentives to do that? How can we get them to see benefits, potential benefits of expanding here in Lake County and not in other areas? So based on what other jurisdictions have started doing some few years ago in Central, Southern California, or in other consortia regions, we have put together a list of different policies, ordinances, or general plans items that can help to create additional incentives for these ISPs to expand here in Lake County, which includes, here as a, I'm gonna open one of the files. This is a sample of a telecommunications element that can be incorporated in the county general plan. This includes, is a sample of put together of best practices that have been implemented in other jurisdictions, which includes goals, policies, and specific action items. It includes kind of an overall framework of how local governments can incorporate into the processes and goals from the different departments that can push forward broadband expansion. For example, we have a goal of expanding, promote broadband-based services to increase county operational efficiency, include policies to implement broadband services within public facilities, develop standards so municipal buildings can incorporate installation of broadband services based on building standards, including installation of conduit, allowing small cells of different broadband devices that can make it possible to have internet service available in municipal buildings. Also, other items such as promote, make available all municipal services online. So residents can apply to permits or do any permit or paperwork just online. So it won't need, the resident wouldn't have to travel all the way to the municipal building to do that. Kind of in the words of the director of the California Emerging Technology Fund, Sonny McPeak, said that the best trip is the virtual trip. So you save the environment, but also save time and more efficient resources, use of resources for the residents if they just do it online. Additionally, for example, there are goals to include expansion of broadband infrastructure services, which includes developing a strategic broadband plan. And for example, the good news in this point is that we have already working on that. So basically, the county has almost checked the box on this item. Other items include, for example, developing a DHUANS policy. And also, we have been working with the county, with local partners, and we have drafted an initial DHUANS ordinance. Another item that might help under the framework of a general plan is to develop a public an asset inventory of publicly owned assets, and then generate a master lease that can allow internet service providers to use these assets to expand their networks. Kind of how these two policies, the DHUANS policy and the master lease, can create an incentive to internet service providers. In the case of the DHUANS policy, for example, every time that a public utility company opens the ground to install public utilities infrastructure, it would be required for this company to coordinate with internet service providers to also install conduit in the same trench. And so in this way, the internet service providers, they won't have to expand the whole the cost, to bear the whole cost of these trenches and installing infrastructure by themselves. They will just need to add the additional or incremental cost of installing the conduit, being the other public utility, the one who will bear the most of the cost. So that will allow cost-efficient installation of broadband infrastructure. In the case of the master lease agreement, let's say there is a neighborhood that currently doesn't have broadband service. The internet service provider, instead planning of buying a piece of land, installing a brand new tower, and then installing the equipment on top, if there is already a municipal building or a water tank or another toll facility, this ISP can just install the equipment on top of that and serve an entire neighborhood. So it will be a most cost-efficient deployment. Those are the kind of things that creates additional incentives for internet service providers and to see potential higher rate of returns if they invest and decide to apply for any of these grants in Lake County. So those are kind of two examples of ordinances and policies that can help to create these additional incentives. Other ones include streamlining permit and authorization process, especially for installation of infrastructure, and developing partnerships. And we have sent all this material, this sample of the telecommunications element. Feel free to review it and reach out to us if you have any questions about it. And this sample of telecommunications element can be incorporated as a standalone element in the general plan, but also some of them might be suitable to be incorporated in already existing elements. Perhaps the economic development element, infrastructure element that already exist. Perhaps some of these items can be incorporated there. So it would be something that the county will need to review and assess what would be the best fit that would work for all of you. So this is a sample of telecommunications element and best practices regarding policies and ordinances. That's kind of in a nutshell the part of policies. A similar approach to the DIGWAN's policy currently is being undergone under a Caltrans agreement in the state that after projects after 2017, Caltrans will be working together with internet service providers to install conduit and any potential fiber optic infrastructure along Caltrans project. That's also one item that we have been working in Lake County. We had a conference call that Supervisor Sabatier and City Manager Alan from Clear Lake also participated. We learned about the current Caltrans project in Highway 29. Caltrans was aware under the current regulatory framework that Caltrans has of collaboration with ISPs and local government, and they provided us with really good information about that coming Caltrans project. And they mentioned that currently they have been working with AT&T Legacy, PG&E distribution, and PG&E transmission. And to install also along this Caltrans project, they also will be installing their public utilities infrastructure, their electric infrastructure and communications infrastructure in the case of AT&T. And they mentioned that under that current Caltrans collaboration framework, they will be open for other potential partners to also install broadband infrastructure. Can be other ISPs, can be the local jurisdictions, so it's open to discussion. The asset inventory that we have been currently working link. That's an example of the results of the asset inventory. Currently, thanks to the support of local partners, we have with Michelle, with Bruno, with the EDC, we have been together, putting together this information. We have here, for example, what are the federal and state lands in the county, local government lands, and started an initial asset inventory, which currently includes what are the buildings, the publicly owned buildings, municipal buildings in the county. Here we have the layers. If we turn off the layer of the federal state land, up here, for example, in blue, the municipal buildings, and in different colors, the land, the local government land. And this is very important information that would be good to make it publicly available to internal service providers. For example, if based on eligible areas for potential grants, this will be an area, let's say, that is eligible for state funding. If there is existing publicly owned land or a building nearby, that can give the internal service providers an idea that perhaps can come with an agreement of a master lease agreement with the county to install their equipment on top of that building to serve that area. Or if it will be fiber optics line, perhaps having access to the public right of way, or install their cabinets and equipment or racks in an available room in the municipal building. So those are things that will help the ISPs to make a business decision on what could be the best area for a potential project. In the same way, to know which are important areas for broadband deployments. Andy from the EDC sent us an initial list of important commercial and industrial areas across Lake County. So that's a good, important first step to identify what are potential areas that are important for the county to see upgrades in broadband. So we have here in blue, if we turn off this layer. We have in red areas that are important regarding commercial and industrial areas for broadband deployment. So that's important information that internal service providers can use to assess potential projects either for state or federal funding. And finally, we have the point of broadband service adoption. That will be still, we are work in progress. We will develop in that area. My colleague, Courtney, has been very active working in this area, has been searching for potential funding sources for that area, working with local government to see what are the needs and can be a good match for potential broadband adoption project. So that's an area that we'll also be working and touching base with the local government. With a quick review of all the items that we have here. We have also sent a draft of a DIGWANS ordinance, which defines what are the purpose for a DIGWANS ordinance to allow coordination for efficient installation of broadband infrastructure, collaboration between public utilities and internal service providers, and the role of the county can be just as a coordinator, facilitator, or they can choose to opt in and install also conduit for future lease. There are different options that the county can take, or the role of how to participate. So I'll leave with you this draft so you can review and feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions. It includes that the internal service providers would need to pay just the additional cost or just incremental cost for adding this additional conduit within a trenching, digging, or excavation project. Also, in order to try to get all the ISPs to install at the same time that this excavation project is happening, there is a moratorium that states that after one road has been already trenched and repaved, it cannot be reopened for a number of years. So that will create an incentive to all the ISPs get into the trench at once. So I think that's kind of cover most of the points, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Is there any questions or comments from the board before I open up to the public? And actually, Bruno, you want to get the lights first? Wait for him to come back, because I think he had a...
I will mention something, and I'm not going to speak for those departments, but I have already kind of suggested the ideas to some of our departments that do dig. So that would be special districts, public works. They are interested in reviewing such a policy. As I said, I'm not going to say they want to say yes, absolutely, but they're definitely interested in the idea and think that there is a benefit to making sure that we have a dig once policy. And the dig once does not mean that you have to put in infrastructure. It just opens up the opportunity for a cost-effective way to get the infrastructure. And just to highlight again, and I'm sure it's been repeated many times, in my opinion, the internet capability of our county dictates the advantages that our residents have to access education in the future and now with healthcare, access to telemedicine and other things of the kind. And there's so much more that will be coming through that we need to make sure that this to me is a good priority coming from the EDC, and this is an opportunity with the master plan being put together that we have access to those $200 million from the feds and $300 million from the state to be able to deploy a better level of internet access for everybody.
Any further questions or comments? Is there any questions or comments from the public on this item? Yeah, go ahead, if you can come up to the podium, state your name, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sean. Is this on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. My name is Sean Swantosh. I'm the Area Director for MediaCom Communications here in Lake County. I've actually had several conversations with Dr. Espinoza about extending our plant in certain areas. I wanted to bring up that MediaCom did an extensive upgrade in 2017. We went to a DOCSIS 3.1 platform. The DOCSIS 3.1 platform allowed us to launch 1 gigabit, speeds to all the customers we serve in Lake County. We do currently I have the ability to serve over half the customers in Lake County. Not sure how many of you are aware of how extensive our services are, but if you looked up there and you saw the purple areas that Dr. Espinoza pointed out, those were our areas because they're 1 gigabit in speed. We also serve both hospitals in Lake County with fiber optic services, both cities, and many other businesses with our fiber optic services. The fiber optic services are very scalable. They can go from as low as a couple hundred megabits up to 10, 20 gigabits higher. So I just wanted to bring up those points. You did have one thing on a slide I noticed. You had MediaCom was residential. Again, we do provide business services in Lake County here. I think that about covers it. Yeah, that was it.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Board, do you mind
Yes.
if I? Do you see the benefit of using this analysis and this data to help deploy more opportunities for more customers to access more people here in Lake County?
I believe so. I really like the dig. We talked actually about digging, and I've talked to Carolyn about that and the other city managers, that whenever you guys have open trench, let us know, others know, so we can expand our communication services. We're expanding our services now where we can. And again, it's difficult to serve those remote ranches or those locations. In some cases, they're wineries that are really out in the middle of nowhere. And their options are going to be more of a satellite, wireless provider, maybe cellular provider, something of that nature. But 98%, our goal is very, very. That's very tough. That's going to be a hard one to meet with wired services. So, but yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a good plan. We're working again. If we can get some grant money that'll help us extend our services into further areas, why not?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The deadline for the CASF is April the 1st, 2020, so let's work together.
Nice.
The deadline for the CASF application.
Yeah, April, no, I know. We
Yeah.
talked about that earlier this year, and again, we weren't ready. There's just no way we could pull that trigger. We also need some help on
If I could keep coming back to the microphone.
It's also important that we know how many homes are in that area, and I've worked with Carolyn on that to determine what we have. We do house counts. We need to know if we have active customers there, and if we do, we're able to put it into an ROI that makes sense.
Yeah, we are currently working with our partners in Lake County to identify specific neighborhoods and areas, so we can work together on that.
Absolutely. So,
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on this item?
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Melissa Fulton, CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also a board member for the Lake County EDC. This is, I think Lake County's at a tipping point when it comes to serving its residents, regardless of boundaries of city or county. We have the opportunity to gain quite a bit from this information, from everything that's been put together. I had a conversation with a couple of representatives from MediaCom in my office a couple of weeks ago. I think it's imperative that our current providers make their services and their abilities to service much more available to everyone who lives in Lake County, because I don't think that a lot of our residents, businesses and residential, understand what the availability currently is and the potential for availability. And I certainly am hoping, both as a chamber representative and as a member of the board for EDC, that the two cities and the county, based on the presentations that you're hearing today, will get together and move forward jointly to bring these services to as many areas of Lake County as possible. My current executive assistant at the chamber recently, within the last month, purchased a home on Cobb. And she is putting herself through school, taking advanced training, getting degrees. Unfortunately found out that because of her new residence on Cobb, cannot do her online training from her home. Now this puts her in jeopardy of not being able to move forward. So in fact, she even made the comment to me, and she's been in the home less than a month, maybe I need to sell, because it's her education is that important to her. So that's just one example. And I'm sure that she isn't the only person who is depending upon good internet service to further educate themselves while they're working full time. I think that's very important. But I'm truly interested in what the five of you have to say. We know Bruno's position, we know what he's done and what the time he's invested in this particular issue. But I'm interested in what the rest of you have to say and how you see us moving forward as a unified group to bring this service to everyone we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there any further public comment? Supervisor Sabatier?
And I just wanted to make a statement. I appreciate that the UCCC has reached out to us. They are working to help us with the master plan and the Dig Once policy. at zero charge to the county. They are fully funded through grants to work for the CPUC to help meet the internet needs for the state of California. And so for all of this to be offered to us so that we can be at a place where we can access grant funding so we don't have to use our own money to make this happen. Really appreciate that. And also I see Mr. French from our IT department is here. He helped join our conversation as well. And between him and Director Lars and Michelle Scully, I believe those were the three. That's how we were able to get our asset inventory list put together to help advertise what we had in our inventory list to be accessible to ISPs to help broaden our internet capabilities. So I wanted to make sure you were aware that all of this comes at no cost at all, and it puts us in a position to expand.
So Carol, I have a question then for you. I know last year we held a meeting with both the cities and the county, and I think that was incredibly valuable to be able to sit down as entities and discuss issues that affect all of us. Is this something that we're looking to do again?
Yes, we've been talking about that with our partners through the EDC and definitely wanting to do that again in the springtime. And this presentation today is being given to the cities later today, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, great. So that would be maybe a time to do that.
And it's funny you say that because this was meant to be the in-depth conversation, and then eventually we'll come back to a full table of all three jurisdictions to have a broader discussion of the strategic plan from the EDC.
Great. Anything further from the board?
Thank you for bringing this forward.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's, internet is incredibly valuable to our community. I think if we want to build our community, we're going to have to bring in reliable internet if we want those work from home people to come into our community. Education, that's a big one because we don't have a four-year college here. I know for myself, that's the way I finished college, is being able to get online and do college that way. So it's incredibly important to be able to bring this to our community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we take up our 2 p.m. item, we're going to take up our 7.4 item, consideration of change order number 4 for Upper Lake pedestrian improvements for Upper Lake High, Middle, and Elementary School projects, state project number ATPL 5914103, bid number 18-11 for an increase of $9,334.11 and revised contract amount of $412,458.54. Thank you, Scott.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to sneak in and get these done. I'll try to be brief. The next 2 items are change orders to finish up our Upper Lake pedestrian improvement project. The change order number 4, subsequent to having the curb and gutter and sidewalk poured, we ran into an issue with a property owner who had a special vehicle, and the configuration of the vehicle was such that he had to drag the vehicle to get into the driveway. And despite every effort that we make to design things correctly, the guy couldn't get the vehicle in and out of his driveway or in and out of his garage. And so what we did is we modified the driveway, basically redid it with some modified grades so that it would accommodate this special vehicle. And so that's change order 4. It addresses the extra work related to the modification of the driveway to facilitate the property owner.
Is there any questions or comments from the board on this item?
For some reason, special vehicle in my mind gives me an image of a lowrider that's having trouble going up a driveway.
Is there any questions or comments from the public on this item? Seeing no movement, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve or authorize the chair to execute said CCO for an increase of $9,334.11 and a revised contract amount of $412,458.54.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 7.5, consideration of change order number 5 for Upper Lake pedestrian improvements for Upper Lake High, Middle, and Elementary School Project State, project number ATP L5914-103, bid number 18-11, for an increase of $35,669.23 and a revised contract amount of $448,227.77. Scott.
Thank you. So this change order number 5, this is the final balancing change order for this contract. It addresses all of the as-built final in-place quantities. I take great pride in coming down here before your board and bringing change orders that balance quantities, and those are typically very small. They're typically deduct change orders. And unfortunately, this particular change order has an item in it that, frankly, we had an error in our calculations, and it was for an item that we just missed the quantity. And the increase was fairly significant. It exceeded the 25%, which if you have an item that goes over 25% or under 25%, by the Caltrans specifications that we use with our contracts, we renegotiate the unit price with the contractor. And in this particular case, the item went well past the 25%. The contractor and staff worked together on negotiating the unit price. The contractor ended up dropping his unit price by almost half, which was certainly appreciated. But the end result was we still had a sizable increase in the change order for that particular item. No excuses. It was an oversight. And as I mentioned, those are pretty rare. And I'm pretty proud of that, and staff feels pretty bad about this. I can assure you that we're going to be spending a little extra time on double checking our quantities for any future projects here. But again, no excuses. We had a math error, and unfortunately, and I mentioned this in the memo. We had a contingency with the state funding for this project. This change order will exceed our contingency. We did reach out to Caltrans to see if there was any additional funds. There weren't. And so our local road department, our local road funds will make up the difference in the balance.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments on this item from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? See no movement, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I will move to approve CCO 5 and authorize the chair to execute said CCO for an increase of $35,669.23 and a revised contract amount of $448,127.77.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Go back to our 6.8 item, our 2 PM item, discussion and review of use permit conditions pertaining to RV parks. Michaelin. Are you starting for us today, or Eddie, EJ?
She's,
Okay.
Is it my turn?
Thank you. And I can go ahead and preface while we're getting ready. Recently had a couple meetings with Michael and with some folks that are that have RV parks, and then also with the Chamber of Commerce about the discussion about our ordinance that refers to RV park conditions. And so it was just we also had an RV park tenant and owner that wanted to discuss some issues as well about it. And so we just decided to encumber the whole conversation as a whole and try to see if we can fix a solution or provide a solution or whatever the case may be. So That's why we're here. Thank you, Michaelin.
Thank you, Michaelin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Michaelin Delval, Community Development Director. And I'm here today to talk about RV park conditions. The zoning ordinance, RV parks are currently permitted, and the rules and regulations applicable to RV parks are found within Article 43. They are permitted currently with a major use permit in Timberland Preserve, rural lands, planned development commercial, commercial resort, and commercial highway zoning districts. I did want to note and point out that specifically within Article 43, managers' quarters in the form of a mobile home or permanent dwelling unit can be permitted. This is language taken from Article 43. Article 43 also has regulations on setbacks, access signs, buffer strips, parking, road design, commercial uses that can be permitted, accessory to the RV park, and landscaping requirements. I did also want to further note that pursuant to Article 43.31G, with the exception of the manager's quarters, RV parks or campgrounds shall not be used for permanent or residential purpose. That was added by ordinance in 1994. Recreational vehicle, as defined by the Lake County zoning ordinance, this would be within Article 68. Recreational vehicle is a motorhome, travel trailer, camper, or camping trailer with or without motor power designed for human habitation for recreational or emergency occupancy, which are of less than 480 square feet. Recreational vehicle can also include trailer boats. Recreational vehicle park, any tract of land where one or more spaces rented or leased or offered for rent or lease are held out for use to owners or users of recreational vehicles or tents, and which is occupied for temporary purposes. I did want to briefly talk about temporary in the zoning ordinance. Can mean a lot of things depending upon what you're talking about. Temporary dwelling use, for example, for a manufactured home is 3 months. There's a limitation. If you're building a stick-built home, it gives you temporary use for 6 months. So it just depends upon what kind of uses are listed. Does the zoning ordinance explicitly list a temporary use definition for RVs? No, it does not. But I'll talk a little bit more about some recent conditions that were added to an RV park. Just wanted to reference back to minimum residential construction standards for permanent dwellings. As indicated, it does say manager's quarters can be used for permanent residential occupancy. The minimum residential construction standards for permanent is 360 square feet, 12 feet in width. Must have a 2 and 12 roof pitch, 6-inch eaves. Must be on a permanent foundation. There are some exceptions per permanent foundation systems. Must be designed to look like wood, stucco, or masonry, regardless of its actual composition. And it must have roofing and siding. Just talking about a little bit about conditions that are usually applied to RV parks. Now, we did recently a process one before the Planning Commission. Before that time, it's been well over 10 years since we've approved a RV park. But our conditions come from requirements that are listed in the Lake County zoning ordinance, which contains landscaping standards, lighting, signage, parking, circulation, just various conditions in the zoning ordinance. And then also from agency comments, different county departments are enforcing their codes that they are required to regulate. And so a lot of conditions come that way. And then they also could come in the form of mitigation measures if we're processing an environmental document, an initial study for processing, for example, and say it required a biological study, and which and then resulted in potentially non-buildable areas or building envelopes. So it just there's no set standard set of conditions for projects. Just depends upon exactly environmentally is on the site, what would be a mitigation measure. So I did want to talk a little bit about the history. I know that I believe it was in 2008 or 2009. I know that the board during that time did direct the Community Development Department to conduct actively enforced converted resort sites. So these were RV parks that were converted to long-term occupancy. And I know that they did issue a lot of notice of nuisances for various sites during that time because I was assistant planner at the time, but I did assist the prior director of the department. And so I know we went through and we inventoried all the various resorts during that time. And I did want to note that within the TOT ordinance, there is some language that states that lodging facilities need to be used at 30 days or less unless there's some other type of agreement that allows for longer use. So just wanted to circle back and talk about some of the conditions that were applied to a recent RV park approval. There was one condition that limited the use of the RVs to 30 days or less stays. There were also some other requirements, parking that it needed to meet accessibility standards, and there's trash storage requirements, which comes from county code, fencing requirements. There were some comments that came through from air quality management that were added, talked about roads, trails, access routes needed to be paved or adequately surfaced. There was an initial study conducted, so there were some biological resource mitigations that were added, some cultural, geology and soils, hazardous to hazardous materials language that came out of the zoning ordinance. Hydrology, water quality, noise standards that come directly from the zoning ordinance. Transportation, traffic, utility and service systems, and our standard monitoring and expiration language. Do you have any questions?
Wait, Bruno, if you want to get the lights for us. Okay, so any questions or comments from the board before I open it up to public comment? Supervisor Sabatier.
I do have a question because I know it was something that was brought up before, or at least through an email that I believe we all received, but didn't respond to. What is the noise ordinance for this specific types of zoning? Or is it different specific type of activity?
Depends upon if you're residential, commercial, or if you're adjacent to residential. So I'm going to that section now.
If you could hold comments till we open it up, please. So there are tables that are contained within Article 41, and it has a maximum 1 hour equivalent sound pressure levels, and there's tables that depict the time of day and what it indicates whether or not receiving properties zoning district. There is a section for residential, commercial, and industrial. So it just depends upon the zoning. So as I indicated, RV parks can be permitted in TPZ, rural lands, planned development, commercial resort, commercial highway. So let's use, for example, if an RV park was permitted in commercial resort, which by the way,
only permits transient occupancy uses, hotels, motels, RV parks, doesn't permit any residential uses. You can't build a single-family dwelling in CR. It says here that if the receiving property, so it depends upon what is near the commercial resort. If the commercial resort is adjacent to residential, then you'd have to adhere to the residential noise standards in the table.
What are those? Just
Between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., it's 55 dBA. Between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., it's 45. Now, there's some exceptions to that. In the event that the receiving property is a dwelling, hospital, or school, library, nursing home, even though it may be otherwise zoned for commercial or industrial and related uses, maximum 1 hour equivalent sound pressure received shall be indicated in table 11.2, which reduces it, says time of day 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is 57. This is for the commercial zone, and 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. is 50, but there's some exceptions for noises of short duration. For noises of short duration or impulsive character, such as hammering, max 1 hour levels permitted beyond the property of origin shall be 7 decibels less. Noises of unusual periodic character are in here, such as humming, screeching, pure tones. Sound pressures shall be as indicated in table 11.3, and it has a whole long list. Depends upon the octave band center. So like, for example, people have been coming in and getting permits for generators, and they've been having to supply us with information to show us that it isn't going to see these noise standards that are listed in here. And then there's some also, it says additional allowance when the receiving property is zoned commercial or industrial and is not a dwelling, hospital, school, library, nursing home, an additional sound decibel emission above the pressure level specified in table 11.3 above shall be permitted as indicated. So it just depends. It depends upon what's it zoned, what's surrounding it, how the surrounding properties are being used.
Okay, thank you for that.
any other further questions or comments? Supervisor Brown?
Just follow up with that. When was this developed, and what is it based on? When was
It doesn't
adopted?
have any recent ordinance updates listed, so whenever an update is listed, it would have, say, ordinance number and the date. So I would only assume that was probably developed in 1981.
Because it's one thing to just say the numbers, but it's another to put it in perspective. You said 55?
55, if you're receiving property zoning district residential, between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. is 55.
Okay. 52 is a hairdryer, an electric fan, or a running refrigerator.
55 is dogs.
So,
All right, I really need you to keep quiet. You'll have your turn
No,
to speak.
I'm
This
just trying
would
to
be
put it
at
in
the property
perspective.
line.
What's that?
At the receiving property line.
Okay. And I get that, but it's the property line, I mean, there's the setbacks, the property line's like right behind the house, in some cases, so. You gotta wait your turn. So, yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out 90 is a blender. So, and I realize that's in the house, but it doesn't take much to exceed that 55. So, a crying baby will have none of that. That's 110. And if you have twins, it's 220. So.
If you have 10, that's
I
right.
don't know. It just seems like when you start putting the numbers to an actual application, it's not that much to exceed that really quickly. So, and that wasn't the intention. It's never been the intention. So that's why I was curious none of us were here then, so we don't know what the situation was there. But I can tell you there's a lot of noises back then. They had boat races. So, they were okay.
They didn't have electric vehicles either.
Right.
Have we had any issues with people wanting to put in generators and are unable to because of the volume of the noise? Because I know those can be pretty loud sometimes.
No, there's ways to get around that. They can put a structure around it if the generator allows for it.
And a lot of them are quiet too. You can get some that are whisper. They're pretty quiet, but they'll exceed 55 easily. Any of them will. So,
They fall within the noises of unusual periodic character, and so they were able to meet those.
Any other comments or questions before I open to public?
I do have, when Mr. Dan Kelly comes forward, I'd like to allow him to go further than his 3 minutes. He is the owner of our RV park that has pretty much inspired me to bring this here, so I'd like to give him a chance to give his perspective.
As long as we're respectful, we'll be good.
Thank you.
So, and I agree with that, but in anticipation of that, I do want to preface this with saying this is what the ordinance is that the board has control over, not staff. So if we don't agree with it at the end of the day, it's up to us to change it.
Right.
So that's the bottom line. And, that is the bottom line.
Thank you, Rob.
So, yeah.
Right.
So let's go ahead and start with him then.
Can I ask one
Oh,
last question?
Joyce Spudler?
Is the just for that specific question about the decibel levels, is that based on the idea that it's a commercial use versus a residential use, and that a residence themselves has a different ability because of expectations of what a residence should creates the type of noise that a residence would create versus, is that the reason why there's those specific rules and regulations?
That's what I would gather from the rules and regulations, is that a residential property you would expect to be quieter than a commercial. Commercial property would generate more noise, is according to this. Because if you're
During the
zoned
day.
commercial, you could be louder than if you were residential. If you were commercial and surrounded by commercial, then you can meet the regulations. But if you're commercial next to residential, then the regulations bump down. You have to be quieter.
Great. So what was the gentleman's name? Dan?
Dan Kelly.
Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly, if you want to. Okay, well, first, you need to come up to the microphone so the public can hear you. No timer for this one. If you could state your name just for the.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm Dan Kelly.
We're just going to ask that you hold it down.
Sure.
Just kidding.
And my wife is Tina back there, and there are a bunch of tenants, occupants, and residents from RV Park here. And Ms. Fulton asked me last night on the telephone, as the Chamber of Commerce, if she could speak first on this subject, and I really don't know why she wants to do that, but I know her and I love her, so I'm going to ask you guys if she can please do that.
Okay. Well, Melissa, if you can come up, state your name for the record, and then 3 minutes.
Melissa Fulton, CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. Several members of our Governmental Affairs Committee, our president, myself, have been meeting with Mr. Kelly for some time now, and I'm going to ask for special dispensation. I'm going to make a statement or two, and then I would like to be able to come back. Normally, you only give one chance, but I'm going to ask for that as a favor, because Mr. Kelly has a lot to say. The Lake County Chamber of Commerce has an interest in working, and I've spoken with Michael about this and Byron Turner. We have an interest in assisting in amending the current ordinance that pertains to RV parks. And we've done a lot of research, and we think that it is possible to make some amendments / changes, whatever the correct terminology turns out to be, that will turn out to be a win-win for the county as well as RV park owners. So I'd like to leave it at that, and then, if possible, come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, may I give you guys these?
Yep, yes, give them to Carolyn, and then she'll hand them to us.
Sure. So there's one for each of the supervisors, one set for each of the supervisors. And then there's one for Ms. Grant. And I have provided one for Ms. Fulton and Mr. Malio behind me. Here you go. There's a bunch of them, I'll give you some more in a second. I'll give these to Jim. Jim? And Ms. Grant?
Take it, thank you.
It's a lot of reading.
While you guys are kind of looking at those, I want to say again, hello, Chairperson Scott and gentlemen and ladies and Ms. Del Valle and of course, County Council. And I want to say, Ms. Grant, I'm going to need your help here because I don't know that any decisions will be able to be made and directives given to planning unless, you know, they decide through you what's going to happen here, because this is a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo that I really, maybe I'm not all that good at. So, so everybody knows my wife and I own the old Calico Cat, Monterey's old Calico Cat, which is right on 3297 East State Highway in Nice. And it goes from the highway down to the water. And we're here today because there have been a bunch of conditions given to us on our major use permit that basically make it impossible to run an RV park. And honestly, it's going to take some time to go through a little bit of this stuff today, but I want you guys to know that E.J. Crandall, Supervisor Crandall, is helping me do this because I know, I think Ms. Fulton knows, my realtor, Mr. Maliulo, knows, and all these people that sit here know that what I propose here is easier for the county, it'll make the county money, and it will change the course of the flow of the businesses in Lake County's North Shore. I want you guys to know right now that between me at my place and the timeshare, there are no less than 20 CRDR properties, none of which have major use permits and none of which have one RV on them. They're all mobile home parks and permanent residences. Not one of them meets or isn't even close to what we're all wanting in an RV park, except mine. I want you also to know that my next door neighbor was listed in Dun & Bradstreet at the water's edge with $85,000 a year net profit, and I lost $85,000 last year. I want you guys to know a couple other facts. Should I be successful in convincing you people to do what I want to do today, and you guys were to go for it, and then Mr. Maliulo was to be able to sell my property at asking price, I'll still take a 10-year and $200,000 loss. That's unthinkable. And it's a poster child for business after business after business on the North Shore. And so I want to discuss some of those issues. The first thing I want to discuss is that all of those issues that Ms. Del Valle was just discussing, in my opinion, are a moot point. They're not valid. State of California has got Title 25, which I provided you guys with some parts of. It's so many pages I can't provide them all because it's thousands of pages. But Title 25 directs, it directs exactly this. These rules in mobile home parks and RV parks will supersede all rules in a city, county, or city and county, period. End of story. Title 25 is a document that describes all the same things Ms. Del Valle said. The construction of, fencing of, all that stuff. It's a construction document. So, and before we go any further, I want to pre-qualify myself to you members of the board. I was a manager for Pacific Gas and Electric Company's largest load area. When it comes to Title 25 and Title 128 and Title 95 and all of that stuff and all these civil codes we're about to discuss, there might be somebody as qualified as me in this county, but I doubt it. I know what I'm talking about when I talk about this stuff, and I'd like to also say that everything that I say to you people today is absolutely and easily provable, and I'll be happy to give you the paperwork to prove it. Absolutely, no problem. Title 25 directs all local governments to stand down when it comes to mobile home parks and RV parks. My permit process, my construction standard, all of those things are documented in Title 25. And to top that off, I've given you Civil Code 79920 through 79979 inclusive. Those things, and this is the answer to your question that you asked me on email, Supervisor Brown. Those things are the civil codes as directed by Title 25 for the way that we handle tenants in our RV parks. There are 4 kinds of people who stay in RV parks. There are guests, occupants, tenants, and residents. All 4 of them have a separate and different eviction process, which is far more stringent than the California civil codes for evicting people. And I've provided you with a piece of paperwork in there, thanks to Ms. Tawn Gotchen back there, that states, and I'll read it to you because it's one sentence. If I can find it real quick like here. It says that here it is right here. So this is from campcalnow.org, which is a organization that deals with people like me who own RV parks and mobile home parks, helping us, right? And it says right here, some attorneys or local law enforcement may not be familiar with the RV park occupancy law and may try to use other less stringent eviction codes. However, they do not apply. They do not apply. And so the answer to your question, Rob, is this. Civil Code 799 through 79920 through 79 say that if someone is to pack their stuff up in an RV park, hook their trailer up, and leave owing money, that's a crime. If it's in excess of $950, it's a felony. So last 2 weeks ago, I had a person who the police department knows well pack this stuff up, get in a vehicle with no license plates on it, on a trailer with a expired license plate on it, drunk, and leave my RV park and owe me $1,045. I called the sheriff's department, they told me it was a civil matter. So now, we've got a situation where the sheriff's department, I'm telling them, hey, somebody just stole $1,045 from me and drove out of my RV park. They're telling me it's a civil matter? How do I even find this guy? It's not a civil matter. It's Penal Code 537. It's an absolute felony. The guy should have been arrested. And this stuff should have been confiscated. Understanding that if you own a home and you want to kick someone out of it, you want to evict them, they've got to call beacons. They've got to find another house. If you own a mobile home, wow, that's a whole another ball of wax. I own the dirt, but you own the mobile home, so I got to evict the mobile home. If you're in an RV park, they're on tires. You can put a lien on it for your back rent. There's all these rules there, and Brian Martin could clean these parks up. He could have, I mean, if he could have these rules, if his standard practice was to take both of these eviction laws and use these for RV parks, you guys could clean this up. You know, another piece of paperwork that I was provided with that I'm not going to provide you guys with today because I don't want my neighbors to lynch me is the fact that you guys could go through these RV parks legally, just kick every one of those trailers out. Legally, state of California law. Anything after 1998, anything before 1998, it's gone. You can't lease it, you can't rent it, you can't own it, you can't drive it, you can't pull it, you can't sell it, you can't do anything with it. So you see, by trying to circumvent the laws of the state, our planning department is costing people tons of money, creating a situation that's just absolutely horrible for the owners of these RV parks. I had Brian Martin at my house for 30 minutes the other day. We're on a friendly basis, Brian and I. I've known him for a long time. You know, Mike Huntley and him played soccer together, and I rode for Mike at the races and all that sort of stuff. He sat there and he told me, Daniel, this is a situation you're in. You can't have everybody here for more than 30 days because of planning. I can't kick them out. They can write you a ticket for abatement. That's exactly how my property got repossessed last time. When I bought it, I paid $35,000 in abatements. I don't know why there was any mention for abatements in the past. There hasn't been an abatement on my property since I've owned it since 2009. But there was $35,000 worth of them that I paid in escrow. And that's how those people lost the property. In these laws right here, these laws that I've given you guys, one of the sets of laws is that I want to try to find it so I can read this directly for you guys. I'm a little disheveled, just have to forgive me. Excuse me. Okay, so here's my, let's just do this and end things. Here's my, you guys have all been given a copy of my conditions, right? And I mean, like, okay, first of all, 55 decibels, let's talk about that. You can come write me a ticket every time a car goes down Highway 20. I own Lakeshore Drive, you can give me a ticket every time a car goes down Lakeshore Drive. I can't mow or what? And here's how Bush League this was written. I can tune my race pup at 4 o'clock in the morning. I just can't do it between 7 and 10 in the day. I can mow at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I can't do it between 7 and 10 because everybody around me, CRD, are all commercial. So it's, the residential stuff there's nothing, but it says 7 to 10, I can't make more than 55 decibels. This is the planning department of a county. I was given these conditions 8 days after my planning commission meeting. 8 days. I asked for them, I begged for them from Eric. I couldn't get them. 8 days I couldn't make a protest. Ms. Delval was nice enough when I called on the phone to answer my call, which opened the 8 days or 7 days back up again, but your employee sent me the letter on the 5th. I didn't get it till 8 days again. So 3 letters from planning have come to me. All of them have been too late for me to do anything with them. And you asked me for another $1,000 just to protest it. That's, I didn't even get to talk about it at the planning meeting. I wanted to know
If you could direct your comments to me.
I'm sorry, Ms. Scott. So I mean, I'm just confused by, you guys will have to confuse, I'm sorry. I have cancer. Okay, this is what the big push here is. I have to sell this place. if I don't sell this place, I'm gonna lose it. Because 30-day occupancy, there's no way in hell that I can. You guys, the county itself leases monthly drug rehabs in a CRDR property 4 doors down from me. You want to camp for 30 days with your 12-year-old daughter? I don't think anybody does. There's derelicts walking them down the street, wrecked cars. There's 2 drug rehabs in Nice. Now, that big 2-story one and the one 4 doors down from me. And the county actually pays monthly tenancy in a CRDR property for drug rehab 4 doors down from my RV park. How am I supposed to create a recreational atmosphere with that going on? What is the plan? So I put together this last sheet here. So I don't want to take you guys all day. But, and I challenge anyone that, I mean, I put this, where's the plan? You know, this is what I did since 8th grade, you know, kind of try to get things to get straight, right? Hey, what's the plan with the line, right? Actual effect, desired effect, right? By the way, you can't pay TOT unless you have RV park numbers from the state of California. I've tried. I tried my hardest to pay TOT. They wouldn't let me because I didn't have RV park numbers from the state of California because planning wouldn't let me have any major use permit for less than $50,000 at the time. Oh, I forgot to tell you that. It was $50,000. And I see in the major use permit thing that you, the board, is supposed to designate that amount. But for some reason or other, I found myself with Melissa Fulton and Jim Aliulo and Supervisor Crandall, and I called the state, Cecilia Aguilar, Ms. Del Valle, and some of her planners in this office. And she heard these things, like, under the current conditions, it's going to cost me $450,000 in 29 months to put an RV park back in line that has been here since 1941 running, which is, I mean, that's crazy. You can't do this. In the last 3 months, I've spent $9,000 for payments, $9,118 for taxes, $3,000 for a use permit. It just goes on and on and on. My wife and I started this project with $500,000. We're now broke. It's massive. It's just, and we're the only ones that are in compliance. I mean, our property's beautiful. Ask Supervisor Crandall to tell you. These people right here, they're sitting here, all of these people that are sitting right here, are a group of people who reside at our place in one form or another. If what happens planning wants to happen, then 3 65-year-old ladies of the 5 that live there that are disabled will be displaced. A 74-year-old military ex-preacher will be displaced. My wife and I, myself with cancer, will be displaced. We'll be displaced. Where are they going to go? Look at them. Where are they going? They're nice people. They're not going to get TOT from them people. They live here. The only way an RV park can exist is to have those 5 sites monthly and those 5 sites monthly, get some money, make a nice lawn, make a nice atmosphere, and then bring some RVs in on the weekend. We had someone call us once, come in a tent, this morning, this afternoon. People come in tents, they don't come back. Can you blame them? I mean, like, if you were taking, you know what? I'd like everybody in this room to come and join me for a night camping at the park in Nice or Lucerne. You'd be appalled. You better bring an automatic weapon if you're going to spend the night in the park in Lucerne. Forget about it. And it's just because of this lack of employment, all these people that are doing drug rehab wandering the streets down there, people dying from fentanyl in the darn park. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, best case scenario, we lose the money, we put these people out of their houses. You know, the North Shore redevelopment goes back to hell because when I bought the place, it was just a bunch of heroin needles and graffiti with no windows, 16-foot hole in the wall. I've got a letter from, I'm going to say 7 years ago from the planning department that says I have 24 hours to turn the electricity off and kick the tenants out of my RV park. Well, at that time, the only tenant in my RV park was my wife and I in our motorhome. So it was kind of a game. So I called the sheriff's department up. The sheriff's department said, well, you can't do that. You got to go by process. This is what I'm trying to tell you. If you guys want, okay, I don't want to tell Lake County how to do anything. And I want you guys to know that I really feel strongly that we have a really good board right now. And we have like a lot of really good people in place. You know, look at, we got Brian Martin working for you. We got a lot of good people in place right now. It's time to bring this county back to where it was when my wife went to grammar school in Lucerne Alpine Senior Center. We love this place. She gets mad when I tell people that dates her, but that's where she went to grammar school. I remember when there's 7,000 people with floaties and soda pops and people with boats and, I mean, but now the lake is destroyed and there's all these people wandering around there, derelicts and.
So what are the things that you're wishing for us to
Well,
change in our ordinance?
first of all, the 30-day thing. So some guy calls me up the other day. Hey, Dan, I got two brothers. We're all twins. We all got wives and dogs. We got 37-foot fifth wheels. We're coming into town for the Caltrans project. I don't know where it is. The Caltrans project of the fire. We need a place to stay for 3 months. That's what RV parks are for. Sorry, you can't stay here. You got 30 days. In order for them to make the 30-day rule, I have to give my tenants an eviction notice the day before they get there. Otherwise, I got to beat them out with a baseball bat, which I don't think that's legal at this point. Although I won't say that there haven't been tenants I haven't wanted to beat out with a baseball bat. But the fact of the matter is that that's not legal and that's not what you do. And so one of the rules that they've given here is, that you guys have in front of you is this. And it's the one that says local enforcement. Okay, so here's what I am telling Lake County. Lake County, we can do this. All you have to do is you guys need to follow the rules, make a, whatever you call it that you guys do, send it to the state. The state will then either approve or disapprove that. And you've got to tell them who's going to run it and all this other stuff. But then you still have to go by Title 25, not Title 43. If you go by Title 43, you will be in direct conflict with Title 45. The parking spaces, there's a page this big in Title 25 that tells you how to do parking spaces. If you go by your directive, you will be a couple of spaces short. You won't qualify for your state license. You can't pay TOT. I can't pay. I have wanted to pay TOT for 10 years. I can't pay it. You can call Dan Janakis and ask him. I've been on the phone with him a dozen times. It's so crazy that even if, and this sounds crazy, but I'm going to say it anyway, even if every one of you members of the board were rotten, if Ms. Delval was rotten, if county council was rotten, and if the entire planning board was rotten and you wanted to steal my property from me, you're still blowing it. Because these properties are such peril, banks won't lend on them, only private lenders. So because of that.
I'm going to have you pause 1 second. I just have a question. For TOT, why is it that he cannot pay TOT?
You have to have a state license number.
And how does he go about getting that state?
I have to have a major use permit from the county, which up until a little while ago was going to cost me $50,000 and have fish permits and all this other stuff until Ms. Delval changed that. But when Ms. Delval changed that, she gave me a bunch of conditions that there's no possible way I can work. Okay, so here's the problem, real problem. If you want to run an RV park here in Lake County, the Aurora, the Beachcomber, my place, you gotta break the law. You gotta break the law. Simple. So what you're doing is you're setting up a situation via planning for your business owners where they can't legally operate. I can't do it. I mean, I can't kick someone out. I looked at Brian and I said, okay, Brian, so what you're telling me is that my wife and I, when we lose this place, can buy a $35 RV with a hole inside of it, and I can go to any RV park in town until I want to pay 1 day's rent and just stay there for 90 days. That's not how it works. But that's how it works in Lake County. And what I'm trying to tell you guys is that it's just really easy to take the load off of planning. I mean, look, the state has an entire division of people who deal with mobile home and RV parks. They have an inspector named Bart Hoskins. For this county alone, all he does is inspect RV parks and mobile home parks in Lake County. That's all he does. And nothing in Title 43, nothing in anything that this county has written about RV parks has any bearing anymore on how they're supposed to be operated because they're operated by the state, not the county. In fact, I'm CRDR. So that means I'm design review. I also have lakefront. I'm not opposed to following the rules for lakefront properties for the county because that's got nothing to do with the state. And I'm not opposed to the idea that if I'm going to change the front of my place, I should come to Ms. Delval and say, hey, look, I want to put shingles up or something, wherever it is, and see if that fits. But once I do that, I don't apply for the permit to Ms. Delval. I apply for the permit to the state of California because all buildings ancillary to RV parks are applied to for permits from the state of California, including my home. Period. That's the way it is. And that happened in 2014 is when they revised it, or 13, I think it says. But it happened in 1984. Clear Lake, the city of Clear Lake, still has jurisdiction over their mobile home parks. They issue the license numbers. When our planning department issues license numbers, then they'll have jurisdiction, but not before. So the whole idea of what's going on here is that there are 15 properties east and west of me that are mobile home parks that aren't supposed to be on CRDR, and yeah, I mean, they're all kind of dives, you know what I mean? You guys know what we're talking about here. It's what we want to clean up. But what you're doing is you're promoting it. You're absolutely promoting it. The conditions that are set forth in this paperwork make it such that if I owned a place next door to me, there is no way in hell I would ever come to the planning department. I would fix 1940 motorhomes from now till hell freezes over. I'm making 85 grand a year. But the guy next door who's trying to do it right, he's losing 85 grand a year. That's crazy. That's not a good work environment. And so I have to question strongly why the planning department hasn't come to you guys and say, look, this is the situation. California, I mean, I provided everyone here with those rules. I provide you guys with them too. And so you have to assume I provided the planning with them. And why planning wouldn't come to you and say, look, this guy Kelly just sent me a letter that says, we're in direct violation of state law. I don't know why it didn't happen, but it really should happen. Someone needs to do something because this county is not only in direct violation of state law and out of compliance with Title 25, two different codes, but we're screwing ourselves. We're screwing ourselves out of TOT. We're screwing ourselves out of the ability to police these parks. We're screwing ourselves out of the ability to clean them up. I mean, I get tired of going down the street and seeing that stuff too. I agree, but let's wake up and let's figure this out. You can't not get TOT unless you have a state license. You cannot have a state license unless you have a major use permit. No one, from me all the way to the timeshare, has a major use permit. I have a letter here from Byron stating that. They've all been rebuilt. They've been changed hands. I mean, we had that 81-mile-an-hour windstorm. Some of them completely rebuilt. How can some guy have two houses where they use for vacation homes on a CRDR property and they just got rebuilt? And I've got to be held to these rules. And let's talk about the 55 decibel ones, because that's one of the really silliest ones there is. This piece of paper right here says.
Which number are you on?
This is long sheets.
No, but
And so it would be number, number 2. No, maximum non-construction related sound levels shall not exceed levels of 55 dBA hour between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. That's period. It's got an A behind it, it's period. That means I can't mow the lawn without scissors and knee pads. I mean, a dog squeaker makes more noise than 55 decibels. Furthermore, all California, here we go back to my wheelhouse, all California decibel levels, except maybe in Lake County, are set at 10 feet from fence line, and they're 85 dBA. Beyond that, it says, and 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. within residential areas as specified by zoning ordinance section 2141, 11, 12 at the property lines. Well, let's discuss what Mr. Brown said. He's dead right. I'm in a commercial area. I don't have to follow that rule. I can tune my race boat up at 4 in the morning, but I can't do it at 7 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in the morning. I can mow my lawn at 4 in the morning by these rules, but I can't do it at 10 o'clock in the morning. What's the plan? That's just ridiculous. I mean, my grandson's about 14 years old, could have figured that one out. That's just, I mean, what's that about? My neighbors are not going to be happy about me mowing at midnight, but that's what I've been directed to do by the county's planning department. Any of this stuff, here's one right here. Let's see, where's the one? Let's pick another one. I mean, you can pick one, any one. There's a directive here that tells me that I'm supposed to keep all the hazard material out of the creek.
which number are you on again so we can
Let's see,
follow?
where's the creek at? Creek. There's the creek one.
Hydrology and water quality?
Yeah, it says, let's see here. I'll find it for you. You guys can see my notes on there, and one of them says creek right on it. I don't know where it's at. But I've been directed.
Oh, what creek?
That would be
Number 4.
on page 2.
Okay, there you go. Oh, yeah, here you go. There's no creek in these, much less at my place.
Are they, hold on, Michael, and are these just like standard?
I'm trying to find the condition.
It's on channel, our channel.
It's actually page 3 of 5.
2, 4,
2 of 5, okay.
Mine says
or 3 of 5, I
3 of
guess.
5 is what mine says.
3 of 5, number 4. Any spills of oils, fluids, fuel, concrete, or other hazardous conditions, materials shall be immediately cleaned up.
Yeah, it looks like a typo. It probably was referencing the lake, not the creek.
So then it's safe to assume that the Aurora and that the Beachcomber were told that they could make 55 decibels during the day and no more, but they could tune up race boats at midnight. It just doesn't make sense. It's just, I mean, I don't think that's what my neighbors want. And what are my neighbors anyway? They're CRDR, but they live in permanent structures. Are they residential?
So what items on this list of conditions would you not be able to, I mean,
The 30-day rule is what's keeping it. Okay, here's another one I want to tell you.
Because it's
50 people have come with Jim, qualified to buy my place. He's the 5th realtor in 8 years. We've gotten one off.
So it's really the 30-day is the kicker.
Well, who's going to buy an RV park where you can't have anybody more than 30 days or make 55 decibels? Would you? I sure wouldn't.
Hold on one second. Anita.
Okay, but we've got a problem procedurally here because the item is not about Mr. Kelly's RV park, and indeed it couldn't be because there were 2 appeal periods. And your board can't step outside your own procedure to start making changes to a use permit. Now, Mr. Kelly's raised the issue of not getting timely notice.
Right.
So you may want staff to go back and revisit that, because if notice wasn't timely, there may still be an opportunity for him to have his appeal.
Well, I mean,
But you can't.
Hold on.
You can't have an appeal period and then essentially say, but if the appeal time runs, we'll take this up and make changes anyway.
Okay,
You see,
I think
because-
where I
because
was
you'll get a
going
lot
with,
of other people.
as I was going general with our ordinance, what are some of the kickers that
Okay.
would not be able to have people have?
And I can tell you that just in looking at this, and of course, Michaelin's going to be the last word on this, it's easy to see that a number of these provisions wouldn't have any direct application to an RV park.
Okay, so
So-
I will say that the mobile home park tenancy laws hold the RV park tenancy laws, and I will say that Title 25 has absolutely got all of the standards and construction standards and directives for special occupancy parks, which are RV parks in the state of California. And I will also say, one more time, that it directs all counties, cities, and cities and counties to stand down. Give a major use permit, and then all inspections, permits, construction standards, garbage cans behind fences, street signs, and all the other things we've talked about today are the business of Bart Hotchkiss and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and not Lake County. That's the way the law reads.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, Anita.
Okay, I'll take my shot at what the law reads. I think that what you're talking about here is you've got standards that apply to mobile home parks under state regulation. You've got standards under state law between park owner and people using the facility, and then you've got general use permit standards. Now, if there are certain standards in the use permit that appear to be in conflict with a provision that comes under the auspices of the state, then that can be revisited. But the plain fact is the state does require a use permit, so some of these things are bona fide. The 30 days, and Michaelin would be able to speak to this, I'm assuming that's to keep it a temporary. Most places treat RV parks as temporary, more like campgrounds. And so 30 days is the length of stay. It doesn't mean that you have to have them evicted within 30 days. That might take 6 months. It just means their legitimate length of stay is supposed to be 30 days.
Welcome to
Now-
Lake County. Nice, have a nice day at our RV park.
Hold on, let her speak.
Now, what you may want to do is convert this to a permanent circumstance. You may want to convert the RV park from temporary to permanent.
State has done it.
You may also want to look at revisiting the whole issue of what temporary means. But there's only certain things that you can do as to a specific permit, because at this point, the appeal time has passed. Now, again, if Mr. Kelly's correct and he got his appeal notice late, now that may be a reason to revisit the appeal period.
Okay.
And that would give him an opportunity to speak to specifics, and your board could make specific changes to the use permit.
So Michael, if you could look at that for us to make sure that some of the dates didn't lapse.
Okay, I guarantee you.
Dan, can we,
Hold on.
I just had some, I've been making notes as we've been going. I did want to note that the noise standards, it does say maximum sound emissions for any use shall not exceed the equivalent sound pressure levels in decibels, a weighted scale for any 1 hour as stipulated in the tables. So it's for 1 hour. I didn't pull up the zoning for his particular property, but I can to see if there's any residential.
Hold on.
I did want to state that, yes, we do not regulate the building permits for RVs or mobile homes. That's through HCD. They regulate. Now, if somebody wanted to build something that was stick-built, they would have to go through the Community Development Department for a building permit. The way I understand it is we do maintain land use authority in the county, but HCD has all of the other authorities. I did want to state also that a lot of the parks surrounding Mr. Kelly, I'm not an expert on that, but I know a lot of them, according to the zoning ordinance, say they were legal non-conforming, meaning they've been there for many, many, many years. And also there were mobile home parks too, don't have the 30-day limitation on them because mobile homes are built for permanent occupancy.
Mobile home parks are not allowed on CRDR
Hold
property.
on,
They're
hold
not
on,
allowed.
hold on.
And then regarding the appeal, I did send Mr. Kelly a letter in response. He had inquired about the conditions. I did respond to him with a letter that I had emailed, and I don't know if he'd gotten it within the 7-day time frame, but I did incorporate the provision that allowed him to appeal.
For $1,000.
Yes, the appeal, even if he was to appeal a planning commission determination, there is a fee associated with that.
For some conditions that I never saw.
Okay. So when it went in front of the planning commission, was he not given the conditions? Because that usually is something that is.
They weren't even discussed.
When I spoke with the
Go
When I
ahead.
spoke with the planner indicated that he did not give Mr. Kelly a copy of the conditions or staff report. However, in the legal notice, there was a link that identified where the staff report and conditions were located. But yes, Mr. Kelly did not receive that information.
They were filled out on 5/22 and I wasn't given them before.
Hold
the
on. Anita.
I haven't looked at this yet, but what your board may then consider is whether to reopen the appeal period and allow Mr. Kelly the opportunity to bring his appeal. And you can defer payment of the fees until you've heard the appeal. The fee payment is the least of it. But the process is important because otherwise you open the door and nothing's ever final. But if you believe that there is sufficient grounds, you'd have to put that on next week to review the grounds for the appeal, and Mr. Kelly can provide you the fact he did not have notice at the Planning Commission, he did not understand this was an appeal, whatever his grounds for appeal are, and your board can take that up and schedule it within any time frame that's convenient for both of you, and you can look at it that way. But that's really the only opportunity you'd have to address the specifics of a use permit.
EJ, is that something? that-
Yes, if I could, should I just motion something like that,
Or
or?
can we?
To put it back on for that consideration, and Mr.
May I-
Kelly can
Hold on,
make that
hold on.
request.
Yes.
Can we make that motion here, even though that's not what we're here
Or do we
for? Or can Supervisor Crandall just do that on his own?
He
Just
can
put it
put it
through.
on for the appeal himself.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Look, I've been given 10 years to live. I went off the train.
Well,
This has been going on
this
for
is-
10,
this is-
this has been going on for, Ms. Scott, this has been going on for 10
Okay,
years.
But our issue is the way that it's put on.
I don't care, okay, I'm sorry for being rude, but I really don't care what the issue is. I'm tired of coming to supervisors meetings. I've been to many of them, ask Mr. Brown. I'm tired of being nice. I'm tired, I've got cancer. My wife and I want to leave.
I know
I can't sell my house until you guys fix this.
We are doing our
Dan, that's
best.
what we're
We are going to bring this back next week
Thank you.
with the proper agenda item to be able.
Every month is $3,000 and $4,000 and $5,000. We're eating top ramen. We started with 35 years with PG&E.
Dan, that's actually where we're at right here, and Anita just gave us, she just gave us some guidance as to not only put your issue on the agenda by itself without having it be an overall spectrum of RV parks. It'll be just the Dan Kelly major use permit situation.
Why wasn't this that? That's what I asked for. Doggone it. I'm so upset with you people right now. We're starving.
I know. So we'll do that next week. Are we going to make that maybe a timed item? Actually, I won't be here, so it'll be up to
I want to
Sue.
know if the rest of the board
All
wants to put it on next week.
Well, I
Heard
don't,
two people.
I think we don't, we
Yes.
can't.
There's
we-
3.
Okay.
All right. But I don't think we needed to do that because it wasn't on the item. This wasn't, I think that's what we're, Okay, so back to the item at hand. We reviewed the requirements. This is a discussion and review of use permit conditions pertaining to RV parks. So I'm going to keep public comment open. We're trying to keep this general into what items that are pertaining to conditions to RV parks that we would maybe want to revisit at some time, or, okay. So public comment's still open. If you could state your name and then 3 minutes.
I'm no good at public speaking, so here I go.
Okay. Me
I
neither.
just invite you to...
If you state your name, please.
My name is Tamara James.
Thank you.
And I invite you that on December 18th of last year, and we had to wait for 180 days for publishing, the state of California, who has, I believe, jurisdiction pursuant to the MRLs that were created in 1989, has turned, actually, temporary dwellings into permanent dwellings. If you were good enough to allow us to stay there under a temporary order, I've been staying in RV parks since the Valley Fire. I lost the home that I was in escrow on. I lost my savings, but I bought a beautiful RV. And I have experienced this lake from a really odd perspective. I'm from Sonoma County, you know, and to me that was kind of rural. So you can only imagine then the realities of Lake County. All I suggest is that we follow the law. And it's really clearly written. And on December 4th, 2018, I can't believe, yeah, that's right, I'm over 60. Gosh darn it. Anyway, there has been an amendment made to everything that we have referred to prior today. And I invite you to take a look at that. And you can get that right off the HCD webpage. It's not really rocket science because I'm kind of old and I don't think real straight. So I think that there's precedence. I know that there was an emergency order, and I know that there's an emergency ordinance that all supersedes city, county, or lack thereof. That's why we refer to state. That's why we have the mobile home manufacturers residency laws. And within those laws lies the RV parks. Yeah, they could all use a little improvement on their bathrooms. But as far as the Kelly's home goes, it is something that could be ideal for all of us to follow. These are times in the state of California that there is a housing crisis. And housing crisis. And what are you going to do with people like me? I'm not poor, I'm not rich. I just bought this really nice RV. And I like to live nicely to the best of my accommodations, and that my retirement allows me to do so. And I think that the Kellys, in their vision and in their reality of rural existence, are kind of doing the best job of anyone I've seen lately. So thank you for allowing me that one.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Oh. Somebody's coming behind you to help you out.
Hi.
State your name for the record, and then 3 minutes.
Shana Dickinson, and you know who I am, Miss Scott, because you're my supervisor. The lady that just spoke before me is correct in the law. RV parks and motels now, once somebody is there 30 days, it's considered a permanent residence. And they have to go through the same process to evict somebody as an apartment would. They have to give them a 60-day written notice if they're elderly, disabled, or have children under the age of 18. If they've been there 30 days or more. And that is the law for motels, RV parks, mobile home parks, everything. They're considered permanent dwellings now once the person is allowed to, is there 30 days. And that is the law. And it has been for a little bit in California, even before the housing crisis was declared. Because I lived in Humboldt County where we went through this, where they were trying to evict people that were living in their RVs as their only home out of parks, and they couldn't because they had been there 30 days. So this is why some of the motels, like Motel 6, have amended their rule that you can only rent at one Motel 6 for 27 days, and then you have to go to a different Motel 6 for a week, before you can come back to that Motel 6.
Okay.
So it is state law that once they are there 30 days, it is considered a permanent residence, and they have to go through the proper eviction process. And if it's anybody elderly, disabled, or have children under the age of 18, they have to give them a 60-day notice, written notice. They cannot collect rent within that, once they give them that notice. They are not allowed to collect any rent from them. And if the person doesn't leave after 60 days, they have to go through the eviction process through the courts, just like anybody else, any other landlord would do.
Okay, thank you.
So that is California state law, which supersedes any federal law or supersedes any city ordinance or county ordinance. State, it's city first, then county, then state, then federal.
Okay, thank you.
And may I mention something that's not on the agenda?
No, we can't. We have to stick. We can only talk with what is on the agenda at this point.
I can't get here at 1 o'clock because of my caregiver.
I know,
for
but we
open
can
public.
only talk about the way that the law's set up. We can only talk about what we're speaking about on the agenda right now. If you want to come to public comment at 9 a.m. in the morning, we would
I
like you to.
can't. I have a worker there helping me do my medical routine.
Well, then maybe someday we can open public comment later on in the day?
Yeah, then you
But
guys
right
need
now,
to
we have to
make,
stick with the
you guys
agenda.
need to make a reasonable accommodation for public comment for the disabled then.
Okay. Thank you,
And that
Sam.
is under ADA law.
Okay, thank you.
Drop that.
Bobby Dutcher, Kelseyville. My sophomore year in high school, one of the first jobs I had was working in one of these RV parks. And the owner that had it there, most of his tenants, they rented the space out in the trailer, was there year round. But the people would only come up on weekends and use them. They didn't want to drag their trailer back and forth to the Bay Area and come up every weekend. So they left them there for years at a time. And but they only used them, actually, occupied them on weekends. Sometimes they stayed there for a couple weeks. But that was the only way he really had like a steady source of income, rather than the winter everybody just leaving. He would collect rent year round that way, and he'd give them a better deal since they were leaving them there for so long. So it didn't seem to really hurt anything. But now with this 30-day, the new interpretation that they can only stay there for 30 days, it would have went bankrupt. There's no way he could have made it. Almost probably 90% of his spaces were rented out to the same people all the time. Everyone got along really well. The system worked really well. So when Michael started this, he had the definition of a RV park. In Article 43, it does RV parks, mobile home parks, and campgrounds. There's a definition for campground, a definition for mobile home park. There is no definition for for RV park in the article where it belongs. So that would be a big help if they could put it in there. So if you look at the ordinance, you could find out what the exact description is. And for recreational vehicle, those should also probably be moved into the article. I couldn't find it when I was looking for it the other day. So to put these in there, this thing's 24 years old, I believe. It probably is time to take a look at it and then clarify some of these things, especially this 30-day thing. I went around the other day after this came up and checked a bunch of RV parks, and I know that most of the spaces being used, or they've been there for months, if not years. but it doesn't seem to hurt anything. You know, if the people, as long as they're not trying to move into them and build on them or add on to them, I don't see what the harm is. So we should probably need a definition of what temporary and permanent is. You know, I don't know why 30 days has to be the cutoff. I don't think that's unnecessary. And in the definition, we could also add language that in RV park, you collect TOT taxes on every space, even if you want to rent it for a whole year, they still have to pay the TOT taxes. That 10.5% increase would really kind of dissuade people from trying to just live there all the time, because it would increase the cost to them, but it could be a transitional housing, you know, for people that are homeless. Like, there's some people I'm aware of that they're staying in a trailer there, and that they're there. They don't even own a car to move it. So what are you going to do with people like that? I mean, you're just going to throw them out on the street and make them homeless? You know, it seems like redoing our RV park, our zoning regulation would be a good way for transitional housing and really help some of these RV parks actually be profitable and clean up. They're becoming a blight now, and if they're starting to go out of business and they're not successful. So, yeah, we definitely do need to take another look at this.
Okay, thank you, Bobby.
Hi, my name is Kevin Wasick. I live on the North Shore. I've known Dan Kelly for quite a few years, and I can say I wanted to touch on a couple of things here. Everything on the North Shore and all of these RV parks that she's brought up, all of them can be moved. None of them are structures. They're all trailers. So there's no structure on a lot of these RV parks. The one next to Dan is all trailers. Every one of those things could be hooked up and moved off. Dan and Tina has taken an RV park that was actually a drug place, because when we moved him in there, we were actually moving him on a trailer, and people were in a room doing drugs while we were trying to get them moved into the house. The kids used it as a drug habit. There was a graffiti and everything all over the house. Dan has spent his whole life trying to get this thing together. And as far as the noise, you can start your car up in the morning and it's louder than what they're saying on your noise deal. And as far as people living in RV parks, I worked for Homestead Gold Mine and helped build it. I worked with the welder that lived in an RV park for 2 years after the gold mine was built. And finally he bought a house and decided to stay in Lake County. My mom and dad came up and stayed in an RV park. In fact, one of those RV parks right there in Nice, in a tent. So these RV parks are a good thing for Lake County. And all Dan is trying to do is have a nice place for these people to live in. It's clean. They take out the garbage every week out in front of the street. They have a fire access for people to get in and out of there. It's handled very well, and he does an excellent job. And you need to help him, because he's doing a good service for the community and for the North Shore. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Mary Ann McQueen, and I just wanted to make comment about the 30-day rule as well. There are a lot of people who come here, they go to work for the hospital, maybe they work on contract where they want to bring their RV up, they stay in a park for maybe 6 months, they go home on weekends, the same way with construction workers, people displaced from the fires. There are just a lot of reasons why people in transition in their lives, why they should be able to stay obviously more than 30 days in RV spaces. So I think one of the things that changed everything, and it was mentioned earlier, was several years ago when some of the motels on the North Shore got sold for drug rehab centers. They went out of the RV business. I think there was economic conditions at the time that made it more difficult to rent or for people to even want to come up here and stay in motels and such. So a lot of places were sold for drug rehab centers, and the county had no problem with that. And then everybody else had trouble running their businesses. So it's been an ongoing problem for many years, and I think taking a look at your requirements would be really worthwhile at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further public comment?
So my name is Christy Baxter Stork, and I have twin 16-year-old girls, and my husband is an immigrant from Brazil, so we're in the middle of the immigration process. And as you know, sometimes with all of these things, you can file your paperwork, everything's in good order. And it took us 11 months for him to even get approved to be able to work in the country. So that's myself. So that's just me working. I work a full-time job and 3 other part-time jobs. And without the 30-day, like, we still couldn't afford to live. We'd have no place. So that's 4 people, plus all the other people that are disabled. It's really important. It's not all like, they talk about there's drug people and everything. It's just a good place. Like, they make sure that, you know, like, we come together as a community and bring vegetables and food for one another and take care of one another. And I feel safe there with my daughters, where they opened their doors to us when we lived on a private land in our RV working for a guy that ended up being a real scumbag. And so it's hard to find places where we can go. And this comes to this, like, that's my kids. And we're hardworking people and do everything the way that we're supposed to. And it's really scary to have this come before you where you don't know what other options there are for you. I gave up a 6-bedroom house to take my children. I'm a veteran. My ex-husband, I was married to the SEAL teams for 16 years. And as soon as I divorced him because of abuse, the resources stopped. There was nothing for us. So I had no choice but to give up everything, buy a small RV, and live at the beginning of it, starting 3 years ago, so I could come to court and go to court against him and get protective orders and make my kids safe. I couldn't, there's no resources. And the resources that are there are completely overwhelmed. They don't know what to tell you. So if it wasn't for people like them and these spaces, I don't know what we would do. So it's just very important to visit these things. And there's like a lot of families that this is everything that they have.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? Did you want to come back up again, Melissa? Or you said you wanted to speak at the end? No. Okay. Is there anything further from Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Michael, what I have in front of me here is, right, a major use permit, categorical exemption, that is good until July 11th, 2021. That's what I was handed, right? Is that what you guys have too?
Yes,
So.
the conditions.
So the conditions is what we're talking about. So there's a path forward that was given to this RV park owner with, right? So I'm a little confused. It just, so wanted to be able to do it, have an RV park, was given the opportunity to do it. And I understand the 30 days, that's come up a whole bunch. There's probably a way around that 30-day if you move from lot 7 to lot 8. I don't know. I don't run an RV park. And I know we're not going to be out there, at least community development is going to be out checking how long residents are staying at RV park. So, you know, I'm a little confused on what we're attempting to accomplish here, because he has the path forward. They have the path forward. I know it's expensive. I know it may be an opportunity, but also talk about long-term benefit of the community, because I think what is the attempt is to get it ready to sell. Did I hear that?
Okay, I'm going to need you to come back up to the microphone.
I'm just trying to figure out where we're going as a board and how we're going to help this situation
Well,
moving
and
forward.
keep it separate from
Yeah, you gotta-
just
that's
this
right, we have to-
particular-
Okay, all right, okay.
So the
All right,
greater
so
problem.
hold on. I think we might have,
Because
yeah.
we might be having this same discussion again next week too, so that's what I'm just trying to figure out.
But I think where Supervisor Simon's going, that
This was the information
Yeah.
I was given
Yeah.
today, so that's,
what would the appeal process do then if he has to just resolve these conditions? Is it going back and the appeal would go back and look at the conditions? Is that what we're trying to do?
and you,
These conditions are just bad for the
Hold on.
county, period.
Hold
They're
on.
bad.
my only concern about even putting this back, I just want to say it. Everybody who has conditions on their major use permit and their minor use permit is going to say, well, I'm going to go back to the board. I'm worried about that.
And
'Cause I
as you
know
should be.
There's a bunch in my district right now that would have, I don't like that.
Well, and you should be worried. You may remember I prefaced all this with saying you don't want to open these doors when you have a procedure, you have an appeal process. Mr. Kelly is saying he did not get adequate notice. Your board can take that up, and you've decided, at least 3 of you, to take that up next week, whether notice was adequate.
Yeah.
But you still have to keep it within the confines of the procedure you've established. Otherwise, you'll have people from 3 years ago coming back with their use permit for an agenda item, which is why today it is more generally spoken to, because some of the issues that have been raised may have general application, and this was an opportunity for your board to look at these issues on RV parks, have Michael tell you what the law locally is right now to see if there's anything you wanted to give staff direction to change legislatively, just across the board.
Okay, so I'll hold on my questions.
I'm going to have you sit back down.
Really confused on that one. But, so my
Sorry.
thought would be, when did you say the RV park was dropped, back in the 80s?
The section of the
The
ordinance?
Yeah, I think you were talking about.
Well, the
The
zoning
ordinance.
ordinance was written initially in 1981. It does look like, I looked at Article 43, which
Uh-huh.
contains the regulations, does look like maybe a part of it was looked at in 2007. They probably didn't look at the whole article, but there was some
Okay,
updates in
sections,
2007. Yeah, sections of it. But the real question is the zoning ordinance does not specifically say the 30 days. But there's other county codes that talk about the transient occupancy. So the question is does your board want to alter that timeframe? And just to add to that a little bit, I know that there are fees that are paid to special districts, which they do have 2 different fees. There's fees that are paid for, resort units versus single-family dwellings. So it's some other things to keep in mind.
Anita?
This is a big issue. So I think if your board is interested in having staff review anything,
That's what I have.
that you don't make a decision as to what, you have staff come back and give you pros and cons, because as Michael was saying, there's an upside, then there's a downside, and your board will weigh that in making your decision. But you might not feel comfortable making it just off the cuff.
I
Supervisor?
agree.
I do
Crandall.
have a summary that was written by the prior director during the time frame when he went before the board. And he did say loss of quality lodging rooms in County of Lake, conversion remodels without permits or inspections, loss of sewer water fees, loss of transient occupancy tax revenue, because I don't know what all those rules are if we changed it to more than 30 days. I don't know if it'd be even possible to even charge transient occupancy tax. So those were some of the things that I noticed in staff notes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, and so I was going to give that recommendation to review some of what you just mentioned, and also the state RV park ordinance or the regulation, and match them, bring back an analysis at a later date. That way we can address those. That's what we came to a conclusion of in discussing more of the RV park discussion when I met with other folks about the whole overall ideal. As for the Calico Cat RV resort, we'll come back and decide that next week. I feel that also, that's where we would also determine if the fees for the appeal are waived or not. That would be at that date, right?
Well, I think your determination is going to be whether there are grounds that
For appeal.
justify
Right,
going
right.
back to
Okay.
the appeal. So you'll have to look at that first, otherwise you run the risk of this slippery slope Supervisor Simon was talking about.
And that's the whole point of really of trying to do this right, is to not have an onslaught of other people having issues with their conditions and coming forward in, right?
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just wanted to just echo a little bit of what was just said. I think this is something to discuss, to further discuss. This has rings a little bit kind of like Supervisor Simon and myself brought the K-class housing possibility. Let's review the RV housing possibility to see if we can make that a little easier It could potentially turn into extra TOT that we collect if we figure out how to make that work. I don't know, but I think that that's something we should always be reviewing, how best to manage and handle housing in our county when we know that we have a shortage of supply.
Okay. Okay.
And so I think that that's a healthy discussion to have, to make sure that either A, it's good as it is, or B, we can make those changes to make it an easier possibility. I know that there was some yes and no's coming from Ms. Grant as far as Article 25, which I don't have a necessary answer as to say, yes, Article 25 supersedes for these specific conditions or not. But I think something to review that and has the potential to say, yes, we would like to review this as review the appeal possibility of this based on, do these actually follow the rules or not? And just having received this, I can't give a specific answer, but it makes me want to find out a little bit more to see if maybe there was a misunderstanding either from Mr. Kelly's part or from our planning part as far as how the state and county collaborate on RV parks and who's in charge of what. So I'm very interested in pursuing to continue to have this conversation, especially the part about housing as a whole. We have a lot of RV parks, mobile home parks, and I think that if we can clean them up and make them more amenable to benefiting us in TOT revenues, benefiting the residents in finding housing, whether it's less than 30 days or more than 30 days, I think those are all positive points that should be discussed, especially at a time such as these.
And as soon as your board directs it, I'm happy to come back and review with you the state law versus local law and the interactions between them.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Scott. Oh, go ahead, Melissa, if you could.
I just have one question, and that is, Michaelin referred to the legal notice of Mr. Kelly's Planning Commission hearing. So I'd like the legal notice defined because I'm not quite, I want to know exactly what that legal notice meant. Was it a publication in the local paper?
If you could explain what the legal notice that you were talking about?
Yes, the legal notice was a publication in the local paper. It's also sent out to all the surrounding property owners, depending upon the size of the property. There's a different square footage, and also to the applicant.
Okay, I thought that's what it meant, but I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything further from the board for now? Okay.
One last thing, and we did that twice, right?
No, there was.
We're going to get a timeline, are we going to get a timeline next week on that, on when all that went out?
Sure, I can do that, but no, there was only one legal notice, and then I sent him a follow-up letter that contained the appeal language.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. With that, then we will be coming back with, okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, did I go back and do all the items that we pulled from consent?
Yes.
Okay.
There is one more item, and that is the
7.3?
Canocti Water District.
Oh, yeah, the
And then we have calendars.
And calendars.
All right, so we're going to go to, should we keep going, Carol?
Yes.
Okay. 7.3, discussion and consideration of an agreement to purchase tax default property by and between the County of Lake and the Canocti County Water District.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an item, as you just read, to purchase tax defaulted property by and between the County of Lake and Canocti County Water. The Canocti Water District had approached the tax collector in April of 2018. They approached again, I believe, the tax collector in August of this year. I know they reached out on the 23rd to a member of my staff, and I became involved the next week. The Canocti County Water District has a timing issue because they're attempting to secure this particular property interest as the last in a series of property interests they need in order to take advantage of a multi-million-dollar loan in order to install a raw pipe, which should enhance drinking water for that district. The tax collector I did then review the agreement that I drafted and suggested one addition, which I've taken the liberty of putting in a draft for your signature should you approve it, which is number 12 now becomes real property taxes fiscal year 2019-20. The purchase price does not include the property taxes for the fiscal year 2019-20. The purchaser shall be responsible for payment in full of the fiscal year 2019-2020 property taxes for the property in addition to the purchase price. Then it goes on to counterparts. Also, the tax collector had asked that the property description include the first-year delinquent in default number and purchase price. The purchase price, I'm not quite sure, frankly, where that comes from, since it's going to be the cost of redemption at the time the agreement is effective. But these were her suggestions, so I've also modified Exhibit A. The Water District is going to be approving, or at least considering approval, I shouldn't second-guess anyone, this same agreement tomorrow at their regularly scheduled meeting. The timing issue becomes from here, it has to go to the state controller, who has a period of time that could be 30 days, hopefully not, to review this. And then there's a notice period that has to occur for people who have an interest in the property to oppose this sale before it goes through. And because, again, the Canocti Water District is coming down literally, I believe, to the last few weeks before the loan funds, we're trying to assist them in moving this forward. So I apologize for the last minute changes, but it was all kind of last minute.
Okay, is there any questions or comments? Supervisor Sabatier.
I just wanted to add some comments. I received a phone call from, I couldn't tell you what his last name is right now, I don't remember, but Frank, who works over at Canocti Water. There's already been an approval through, or at least a presentation and approval from the city of Clear Lake to enhance the water being drawn out of Redbud Park through a pump station, and then utilizing this property as a gateway for all of his new piping to reach the treatment facility, which is behind Canocti Road or Street. And this has been a project that's been in the works for, I want to say, 2 years, 2.5 years. And unfortunately, the grant opportunity, as Ms. Grant said, will lapse possibly mid to late October. So he called me very frantically saying, we really need to finalize this. This was originally pulled from the tax roll in the 2018 tax auction. And so I just also want to give kudos to Ms. Grant for getting this as quickly as she did to us, for the board to make a decision on this, as time was absolutely of the essence. But I think this is an important infrastructure project for the city of Clear Lake. Canocti Water feeds the water to the majority, if not all, of the residents living in the avenues. So that's approximately 5,000 people that would be affected by this upgrade.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
If I may just approach the hand.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments from the public on this item?
They're all gone.
See no movement, I'll bring it back to the board.
If there's no further discussion, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the agreement to purchase tax defaulted property by and between the County of Lake and the Canocti County Water District.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. With that, we will go to our calendars and reports. Supervisor Sabatier?
Oh, if my calendar is
Somebody else is ready?
open.
LAFCO, I have rest of the day today, and then we have agenda review, and then LAFCO tomorrow morning, and everything on Thursday at this point as far as county meeting. Friday, I have the Workforce Alliance, the governing board in Napa. Saturday and Sunday, some events down in my district. I'll take care of that on Saturday, back here on Monday, and then for the meeting on Tuesday, the 24th.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So tomorrow morning, I will be squeezing in a quick conference call. We had discussed about doing a ag road standard. CDD, fire chiefs, and others will be meeting to discuss that, as that's where it originated. And I have a LAFCO meeting as well with Supervisor Simon. And then I will be heading to the Clear Lake Marketing Committee, which I've been bragging to everybody up here. I'm really excited. One of my marketing projects is in the works as we speak. When I will be leaving later this afternoon, I'm going to go check out the new mural being painted on the entryway to Redbud Park. Thursday, I have judge's breakfast in the morning. Looks like I'm pretty clear for the rest of the day. Maybe I'll be joining them to paint some of that mural. And then on the 20th, I will be joining CC4C to clean up the Street Dam Road extension, because on the 21st, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, there is the inaugural Soapbox Derby on the new Dam Road extension. It'll be exciting. I have a feeling it's only adults that built cars to go down a street, which will be really wonderful to see how that goes down. It's going to be fun. And then back here again on the 23rd to prepare for the 24th meeting.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
So we're on for tomorrow morning with Jan Coppinger, okay, at 8 o'clock. And then I have a couple more meetings scheduled tomorrow afternoon. And then Thursday, I'm leaving to go up to Tahoe to officiate a wedding for one of our sheriff's deputies and her new husband.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall.
After this meeting today, I have a meeting with one of the chairs from the Earth Committee. Tomorrow, Worth, I have my Worth Committee meeting in Upper Lake. Thursday, Lath and Lucerne. There's also going to be I think it's a presentation from the group that's doing the studies on the roads. This is going to happen before that. So that'll be from 6 to 7, and 7 on is Lath. Workforce Alliance this Friday. And on Saturday, I'll be going back and forth from the Coastal Cleanup and the Robinson Rancheria California Indian Days celebration. So I'll be all both places there. And then Monday, meeting with Carol, and then back here on Tuesday for Supervisors meeting.
Okay, today after the meeting, I had a 4 o'clock phone call conference, but I don't know if I'm going to make that. I may sit in agenda review just to see what I might be missing. And then attending the city council meeting at 6 tomorrow. I will be helping at the stand down, helping sign in our veterans to get resources. I'll be there for most of the day, and then going down to Lower Lake for the track meet for Clear Lake High School. Thursday also will be at the stand down. And then on Friday, it's pretty open, but I'm sure it'll fill up again. And then heading to Willits for football. I have a cheerleader. On the 21st, I will be at the cleanup day also, but doing the Rodman Slough from 9 to noon, and then attending the murder mystery dinner with Sir Optimus. On the 22nd, on Sunday at New Hope Fellowship, it's going to be the shower trailer that Adventist Health has purchased for the community. That's going to be exciting. That's going to be the first time it'll be used and demonstrated for our homeless neighbors to be able to take a shower and hopefully get some services. And then Monday, I will be leaving to drop my son off in Santa Rosa. And then I'm not really sure why he has to spend the night there, but on Tuesday, he gets sworn into the Navy, so I will miss the meeting next Tuesday. So I apologize in advance, but I believe I need to be there, and I'm sure you're in good hands with Supervisor Simon. We'll keep this ball rolling. And with that, yes.
If I may ask a request, if you can communicate with our local community colleges. Our high schools have showers, but our community colleges do not. And we do have homeless students that might want to take part in that shower unit.
Okay, they're planning, I believe, at the end of September, the shower trailer will be moving all over the community every I don't know, I think it's at different times of the day at different churches. But it would be great to get the word out to our community colleges.
Right.
I will definitely do that.
I missed two. I forgot. It came so quick. You don't mind. I attended my first State Board of Fire Services, the governor appointment last Thursday. Went over to the Sacramento State Fire Marshal's office, had our first meeting. So that board is off and running, at least on that one. Excited to be a part of that. I am out of the 17-member board, I'm the county voice for all the counties in the state of California.
Wow.
And so I'm excited to be on that board. Still got to take a governor's oath and get that done this week, and we'll be moving forward with that. And then also I missed the Risk Reduction Authority, which we had right in this room yesterday. That was a good meeting.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. And with that, I think I've completed all the open session items. And we will now go into closed session, but before I will read the items. 8.1, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. And 8.2, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, interview a public health officer. With that, we'll go into closed session. Thank you.